Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Unexplained Diaries. Here on this channel, I share real life encounters with beings from beyond the skies to help you unwind and drift off to sleep. Before we dive in, I would love to hear from you. Leave a comment and let me know where you're tuning in from. Now, find a comfortable spot, relax, and let's begin. I was working the night shift at a gas station off Highway 70 in northern New Mexico. The kind of place people only stop at because there's nothing else for 50 miles in either direction. It was late June, hot even after midnight, the kind of heat that sticks to everything. I was halfway through my shift, alone, trying to stay awake by restocking shelves and wiping down the counter for the third time. The night had been dead quiet until around 2:15 a.m. When the sky outside lit up. Not like lightning, more like someone set off a massive camera flash across the desert. For a second, everything was white. I saw every grain of dust in the air, every shadow cast sharp and wrong against the windows. The lights in the store flickered, but they didn't go out. I stepped outside to look, but by then it was dark again. No sound, no trail, nothing in the sky. Just silence. Even the insects had stopped. A few minutes later, I saw headlights coming down the highway. Two bright beams moving fast, then slowing as they turned into the lot. A black car, some kind of older model sedan, shiny like it was just washed. It rolled up to pump 3 but didn't stop there. Instead, it pulled around and parked along the side of the building where no one usually parks. I remember thinking that was weird, because most people who come through at that hour either want gas or directions. Nobody just parks and sits. I went back behind the counter, pretending to look busy, but I kept glancing up at the glass door. After maybe a minute, the bell over it rang. Two men walked in. They were dressed in black suits, real suits, like you'd wear to a funeral. Both had white shirts, black ties, black shoes that looked new. Their clothes were spotless, which stood out because dust gets on everything out there. Even if you just walk from your car to the door, you track it in. They were tall, both around the same height, pale, clean-shaven. I couldn't tell their age. Something about their faces made it hard to pin down. Not young, not old, just blank. Neither of them said anything. They didn't look at me. They walked in perfect step toward the coffee station at the back of the store. I remember the sound of their shoes. It wasn't loud, but each step hit the same rhythm like they'd practiced. I asked if they needed help. No response, not even a glance. They just stood there by the coffee machine, one on each side of it, not doing anything. No cups, no pouring, nothing. Just standing perfectly still. I tried again. Hey, you guys okay? Nothing. Not even a twitch. I started to feel that tight feeling in my chest, like when something's wrong, but you can't explain why yet. I thought maybe they were drunk or high, but they didn't move like that. They were too still. A car passed on the highway, its headlights sweeping through the windows. When the light hit them, both of them turned their heads at the exact same moment. Slow, smooth. Their faces caught the light for a second, and I swear it looked like their skin reflected it wrong. Flat, like wax. They turned back toward the wall again. I didn't know what to do, so I went to the back office to call my boss, Gary. The line rang a few times before he picked up. I started to tell him about the flash and the two men, but as I was talking, the line cut out. No click, no static, just silence. I hung up and tried again, but the phone was dead. When I came back out to the counter, the men were gone. The door hadn't chimed and I hadn't heard a car. I stepped outside, looked around the lot. The black sedan wasn't there either, just empty highway stretching both ways. I went back in and checked the clock. It was 2:37 a.m. Somehow 20 minutes had passed. The rest of the shift was quiet, too quiet. I kept checking the windows, expecting headlights to come back down the road, but they never did. When the morning guy showed up, Eli, I told him what happened. He laughed at first, thought I was messing with him, until I mentioned the flash. He said he'd seen it too, driving in from town, though he figured it was some kind of explosion or maybe a transformer blowing. We pulled up the security footage to check. At first, everything looked normal. I saw myself behind the counter, then stepping outside when the flash happened. The camera caught that perfectly. The desert went white for a frame or two, then back to dark. A few minutes later, the black sedan rolled in. Both men got out and walked inside. That's when we noticed it. Their faces were blurred. Not pixelated like bad resolution, but smeared like someone had taken an eraser to just that part of the image. Every other detail was sharp, their suits, shoes, even the pattern on the floor tiles, but their faces looked like fog. We thought maybe it was a glitch, so we rewound and paused. Same thing. Every frame, blurred faces. Even when they turned toward the camera, it never caught a single clear shot. Then we watched the footage from when I went into the office. On the screen, you could see me walk back there, and in the background, the men were still standing at the coffee station. But when I came back out a few minutes later, they were gone. No door opening, no movement, nothing. Just gone. Eli asked if maybe I'd edited it, which pissed me off because why would I bother? But then he looked closer and pointed something out I hadn't noticed. When the men disappeared, the clock in the corner of the footage skipped from 2:28 to 2:37. Same time gap I'd seen on the register. We checked the outside cameras next. The one pointing at the pumps caught the black sedan pulling up, but not leaving. It just sat there, parked along the wall until 2:28, and then the feed jumped. Next frame, the car was gone. The weirdest part was the reflection. The windows of the station showed a faint reflection of the pumps and the lot, and in that reflection you could still see the car for a few frames after it was gone from the camera's main view. Then the reflection blinked out too. Eli stopped the playback and didn't say anything for a while. Then he told me not to talk about it, said Gary wouldn't believe it and we'd both just sound crazy. I worked the next few nights, nothing out of the ordinary. But every time a car came down the highway, my heart would jump a little. I'd find myself staring at the door, waiting for that chime, for those two to come back. About a week later, I came in for another overnight shift and noticed the hard drive for the security system was gone. The case was still there, but the drive that held all the recordings had been removed. I asked Gary about it, and he said someone from corporate came by that afternoon to replace it. He didn't know who exactly. Said the guy showed him a work order and took it. When I asked what company he was from, Gary just said he was wearing a black suit. I quit a month later. Now, whenever I'm driving home late and see a flash in the sky, I don't stop to look. I just keep driving. But sometimes, when I pass by that old station, it's closed down now, boarded up, I swear I still see a black car parked along the side of the building, just sitting there, lights off. I never stop to check. It started the day after I posted that video. I live just outside of Astoria, Oregon, near the coast. My place is small, one of those one-story houses with wood siding and a front porch that's always damp because of the fog. I work from home, editing video for a marketing firm, so I'm up late most nights. A few weeks back, I was out back with my dog, Milo, when I noticed lights over the tree line behind my yard. They weren't airplanes. I know what those look like. You see them all the time here, heading toward Portland or Seattle. These were lower, brighter, and completely silent. They drifted in a line, then stopped dead. No movement, no noise, just hung there. Then one flickered out, then another, until there was only one left. That one dimmed slowly and vanished. I filmed about 40 seconds of it on my phone. You could see the lights pretty clearly. Shaky footage, but definitely visible. I didn't say anything in the video. I just zoomed in, held the shot, and ended the clip. I uploaded it to my personal channel later that night. It wasn't a big deal. I didn't tag it or put any crazy title on it. Just strange lights over Astoria, March 18th. By the next afternoon, it had around 1,000 views, which was weird because my channel barely had 50 followers. That night, around 10, I noticed a black van parked across the street from my house. No logos, no plates that I could see, just sitting there with the lights off. I figured it belonged to someone visiting the neighbors, but when I looked again an hour later, it was still there. It was gone when I woke up. The next night, same thing. Around 9:30, it showed up again. Same spot, no lights, no movement. I turned off my living room lamp and watched through the window. It stayed until almost midnight. I didn't want to sound paranoid, so I didn't tell anyone right away. I just started paying attention. The third night, I took a photo through the blinds. All you could really see were the faint outlines of the van and the reflection of my own living room light, but still, proof it was there. Then it became routine. Every night for a week, it parked in the same place, always between 9 and 10. always left before dawn. I thought maybe it was a coincidence until I noticed something strange with the video. Around the fifth night, I checked my channel and saw the views had jumped again, over 6,000. The comments were weird though. A bunch of them were identical. Just the same sentence posted by different accounts. Take it down. I reported them as spam, but new ones kept showing up. That's when I started getting calls from unknown. No voicemail, just a single ring and hang up. On the seventh night, I decided to confront whoever it was. The van showed up just after 9:30, parked right across the street like always. The air was cold and damp, and the fog was thicker than usual. I stood at my window for a while, then finally grabbed my jacket and went outside. Milo followed me onto the porch, growling low under his breath. When I stepped off the curb, the van's engine started. No headlights, just the sound of the motor kicking in. I walked toward it anyway, trying to see who was inside. The front windows were tinted too dark to make out anything. I was maybe 10 feet away when it pulled forward, slow at first, then faster. It turned the corner and disappeared down the hill without turning its lights on. I didn't chase it. I just stood there, feeling stupid and uneasy. The street was completely silent again, except for Milo whining behind me. The next morning, my video was gone. At first, I thought maybe YouTube flagged it or something, but when I logged into my account, it said, deleted by user. I hadn't touched it. When I checked the account activity, it showed the deletion came from a device signed in from a location in Nevada, a town I'd never heard of. I changed my passwords and enabled two-factor verification. It didn't make me feel any better. That afternoon, I called a friend, Kelly, who's good with tech stuff. She came over and looked at my laptop, said it didn't seem like a hack, more like someone had direct access. She asked if anyone else had my login info. I said no. She told me to check my security camera. I have a little one above the front door, the kind that uploads footage to the cloud. I pulled up the feed from the night before. It showed me walking out onto the porch, then stepping into the street. The van was there, faint outline under the streetlight. But right before it started moving, the footage glitched, just a single skipped frame. In that missing frame, the van went from park to halfway down the street. No acceleration, no movement, just a jump. I replayed it a dozen times. Same thing. 1 second parked, next second gone. Kelly told me that can happen if the camera connection drops for a moment. I guess that's true, but I'd never seen it do that before. That night, I couldn't sleep. I left the blinds open a little and kept the front porch light on. Around 2 a.m., I saw headlights sweep across my living room wall, slow, like a car idling past. I looked out and saw a black sedan, not the van this time. 2 men were inside. One of them turned his head toward my house as they passed. They didn't stop. I watched until they were out of sight. When I finally went to bed, Milo barked once in his sleep, this short, sharp sound that made my heart jump. 2 days later, a white envelope showed up in my mailbox, no return address. Inside was a printed photo, grainy, low-res, light like it came from an old phone. It was a still from my own security camera footage, showing me standing in the street looking at the van. Across the bottom, typed in small black letters, was one sentence: "Curiosity is not a shield." I called the police then. They sent an officer, young guy, seemed skeptical but polite. I showed him the photo, the footage, told him about the van. He took notes and said they'd keep an eye out. I never heard back. The van didn't come again after that. For a while, I convinced myself it was all just some weird online prank. Maybe someone trying to mess with me after the video got traction. But a week later, I was driving to Safeway in town, and at the four-way intersection near the bridge, I saw that same black sedan waiting at the light across from me. The driver was staring straight ahead, hands on the wheel. The passenger turned his head just slightly and looked directly at me. He was wearing sunglasses, even though it was foggy. I tried to play it cool, looked down at my phone pretending to check something, but when I glanced back up, the light had turned green, and the sedan was gone. That night, I checked my YouTube account again. It was still there, but when I clicked on the device history page, it showed another login attempt, blocked this time, from somewhere in New Mexico. No IP, no device ID, just unknown. I haven't uploaded anything since. The phone calls stopped. No more vans or sedans parked outside. But every now and then, around the same time the van used to show up, The motion alert from my front camera pings. When I open the feed, there's nothing there, just the empty street and the faint reflection of my porch light in the wet pavement. Once, though, I caught a glimpse of something at the edge of the frame. Not a person, not really. Just two dark shapes standing side by side for a second before the feed froze and skipped ahead. When it came back, the street was empty again, and the timestamp showed the footage had jumped ahead exactly 3 minutes. I saved that clip to a flash drive, but when I tried to play it later, it said that the file was corrupted. I unplugged the camera after that. I keep it in a drawer now. I still live here. Things are normal, mostly. But every few weeks, I'll see a black car parked somewhere I don't expect. At the grocery store, by the post office, outside the diner near the docks. Always clean, always idling. I tell myself it's just a car. I get in mine, start the engine, and drive home. But when I pull into my driveway and step out, I always check across the street before going inside. Just in case. I pulled off at a gas station somewhere along Highway 95, south of Tonopah, a little after 9 at night. I'd been driving since morning, coming up from Arizona on my way to Reno for work. It was one of those places that barely counted as a gas station. Just 2 old pumps, a single flickering light, and a small building that looked like it hadn't been painted since the 80s. The wind was cold, blowing dust across the lot. I parked beside the pump and sat for a second, stretching my fingers around the wheel. The only sound was the low hum of my engine and the soft ticking of the sign light overhead. The place was empty. No cars, no trucks, nothing. I got out, swiped my card, and started fueling up. That's when I noticed them. 2 men, standing maybe 20 feet away near the other pump. I hadn't heard a car pull in. They were just there. Both wore black suits like actual suits, not jackets or work clothes, and black hats. Their clothes were too formal for the setting, and they stood perfectly still. I thought maybe they were travelers like me, maybe hitchhikers who had wandered up from somewhere, but something about them made me freeze. They weren't talking or even pretending to do anything. They weren't getting gas, not moving toward the store, not checking their phones, just standing side by side, both looking directly at me. I remember thinking maybe they were security guys or undercover cops. That stretch of Nevada can be weird. Some military stuff, old mines, even those weird restricted areas around Tonopah. But they didn't have that look. No badges, no gear, no car, just those black suits. I tried not to make eye contact and focused on the pump. I could feel them watching me though, like the air had pressure in it. I told myself it was nothing, that they were probably just locals messing around, but when I glanced over again, they hadn't moved an inch. The pump clicked off. I capped the tank, got back in the car, and started it up. I told myself to just leave, but curiosity got the better of me. I looked one more time through the windshield. They were both still there, but now they were closer. Not by much, maybe 5 or 6 feet, but I hadn't seen them move. That made my chest tighten. I checked the mirrors. Still no other vehicles around. I threw it in drive and pulled forward toward the exit, keeping an eye on them. Neither one turned their head to follow me, but I knew they were still facing my way. Once I hit the highway, I drove fast, too fast for that stretch of road. After about a mile, I looked back in the rearview mirror. The station's light was barely visible in the distance, just a tiny dot flickering against the desert. That's when I saw a flash. Not like lightning, more like a single bright pulse far on the horizon. It was white-blue, quick and clean, like someone had taken a photo. Then it was gone. I slowed down. The road was empty. My headlights only caught sagebrush and the long, straight stretch of asphalt. I told myself it was probably some distant plane or a reflection off the mountains, but my heart was racing. About 10 minutes later, I noticed headlights behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. People passed through that route all the time. But after another few minutes, the lights didn't get any closer. I was going about 70, and whoever was behind me kept exactly the same distance. Far enough back that I couldn't make out the vehicle, but close enough that I knew it was there. Every time I changed speed, so did they. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was someone else nervous about driving that stretch alone, but I started to feel watched again. Like the same kind of pressure I'd felt at the station. After another few miles, I reached a small pull-off area with a single streetlight and decided to let them pass. I pulled over and waited, keeping an eye on my mirror. The headlights didn't move. I waited maybe 30 seconds, then shut off my headlights to see better. The instant I did, the other car's lights turned off too. That scared the hell out of me. I sat there in the dark, engine idling, trying to figure out what to do. The desert was silent except for the wind brushing against the car. My phone had no signal. I thought about getting out, but the idea of standing alone on that road felt worse. After maybe 2 minutes, I turned my lights back on. When I did, the other headlights came back on too, but now they were closer. That was enough for me. I floored it. I drove for at least 20 miles without slowing down, checking the mirrors every few seconds. The road curved, dipped, rose again. The lights stayed behind me the whole time, never gaining, never fading. Then, without any reason, they were just gone. Not turned off, gone. I slowed down eventually, expecting to see them come around the bend or appear over a hill, but the highway behind me was empty. I drove the next hour like that, trying to make sense of it, but nothing added up. I stopped again at a rest area near Beatty. There was another car there this time, a guy in a silver SUV with his window down, smoking. I parked a few spots away and sat there catching my breath. When I finally got out to use the restroom, I noticed something strange on my windshield. A single black business card tucked under the wiper. No logo, no number, no name. Just plain black. At first I thought it might have blown there, but the night was windy and it hadn't moved. The edges weren't bent or dirty. I didn't want to touch it, but I did. The card was thicker than normal, like plastic, and smooth enough that it almost felt oily. I tossed it in the glove box and didn't think about it again until the next morning. When I stopped for breakfast in Tonopah, I opened the glove box to look at it, but it wasn't there. I checked the floor, the seat, even under the mats. Nothing. I didn't tell anyone about what happened for a while. The few people I did tell thought I'd just been tired, or that I'd seen some kind of local prank. I wanted to believe that. But a couple of weeks later, something else happened. I was home in Flagstaff by then, unpacking the car to clean it out. When I opened the trunk, I noticed a small line of dust on the inside of the lid, like someone had drawn a finger across it. The line curved into a shape I can't really describe. Not a letter, not a symbol I knew, just a looping curve, neat and deliberate. It was faint, like it had been done days ago, and it didn't make sense because no one had touched my car since I'd gotten back. I wiped it off, trying not to think about it, and went inside. That night, while I was making coffee, my phone vibrated on the counter. Unknown number. The message was short. We appreciate your cooperation. No link, no follow-up, just that. I deleted it immediately, turned off my phone, and left it off until morning. When I turned it back on, the message was gone. Not just deleted, no record of it anywhere. I told myself it had to be some scam or wrong number. But every once in a while, especially when I drive that same route, I catch myself checking the horizon for that flash again. And sometimes when I stop for gas, I can't help but scan the edges of the lot for two men in suits, standing perfectly still, not moving, not talking, just watching. I was out on the ridge just after midnight, trying to get some long exposure shots of the Milky Way. I've been into astrophotography for a few years, mostly as a way to get away from everything and just focus on something bigger. This particular night in late October was clear, dry, and cold. The kind of night where the stars really pop. I drove up alone to a spot I'd been scouting for a while, about 20 minutes from my place in northern Vermont. There's a small dirt path leading to a clearing on the ridge, no streetlights for miles, and the sky was perfect. I set up my camera on the tripod, fiddled with the settings, 30-second exposures, ISO 1600, and started shooting. The ridge faced east, so I was trying to catch the movement of the stars trailing around Polaris. Everything looked normal at first. I was using an old film camera, a Canon AE1 with some expired Kodak Ektachrome that I found at a thrift store. I like shooting film sometimes because it forces you to slow down and be patient. After about an hour of shooting, I packed up and headed home. When I got back to my little apartment, I started developing the film in the darkroom on campus the next morning. I'm a photography major, so the department has a lab that's open pretty much 24/7. The darkroom is this cramped basement space with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights, plus all the usual chemicals and trays. I like it down there, quiet and oddly comforting. I pulled the first few strips out and hung them to dry. The star trails looked great. Then I noticed something weird on one roll. There were these sharp geometric streaks in the sky, like lines and angles, cutting across the star trails above the ridge. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, like patterns someone had drawn in light. The shapes didn't match anything I'd seen before, and they definitely weren't from airplanes or satellites. I looked at the negatives under the light again, blinking a few times, thinking maybe it was a scratch or a processing error. I decided to print a few of those frames and took the sheets into the enlarger. The shapes got even stranger when blown up. Triangles, diamonds, even what looked like a hexagon. All glowing faintly white, almost like light beams, but static and sharp-edged. The rest of the stars were blurred from the exposure, but these shapes stayed sharp and rigid. I showed the prints to my friend Claire, who's also in photography. She said it looked like some kind of light graffiti, or maybe a glitch in the film. I agreed it was probably a weird artifact, but it stuck with me. I went back to the ridge the next night, but the sky was cloudy, and I didn't get a chance to try again. A few days later, I went to the darkroom to get more prints made. The room was empty except for the janitor, this older guy named Mr. Carver. I said hi, and he looked at me with a strange expression, like he was holding something back. I didn't think much of it. When I reached into my locker to grab the negatives and prints, I noticed some of the prints were missing, the ones with the geometric streaks, not just one or two, but the entire set. I asked Mr. Carver if he'd seen them. He hesitated and then said, "Some men came by here a couple of nights ago, after hours. They were wearing suits, black suits, real official looking." I nodded slowly, but he went on. "They asked me some strange questions about lights, about long exposures, about capturing things that weren't supposed to be captured. I didn't know what to tell them." I froze for a second. What did they want? They just wanted to know if anyone had been down here taking photos of the sky. Said something about too much light and things better left unseen. I don't think they liked the idea of people poking around. I thanked him and left, but the feeling in my gut didn't go away. I kept checking the lab every day after that, but no new prints showed up. My negatives were still there, untouched. Then, one night while walking back from the campus library, I saw a black sedan parked under a street lamp a block from my apartment. There were two men inside, dressed in dark suits. They didn't get out. As I passed, their headlights briefly flickered, and I swear I caught a glimpse of one of them watching me. I hurried home and locked every door and window. Over the next week, strange things kept happening. My phone battery would drain fast, even though I barely used it. I'd catch flickers of movement outside my window light, but when I looked, there was nothing. Once, while driving home late, my headlights briefly dimmed and then returned to normal. I stopped going to the ridge for a while. I didn't tell anyone else, not even Claire. One afternoon, I got an email on my school account. No subject. Just a sentence. "You've seen too much light lately." It was from an address I didn't recognize. I replied asking who it was, but got no answer. That night, I thought I saw a shadow standing outside my apartment. When I looked closer, it vanished. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the streetlight. Eventually, I moved all my negatives and prints to a safer place, just in case. I never saw those men in black again, but I always felt like someone was watching, waiting. I still don't know what those shapes were on my film, or why those men showed up, but I stopped photographing the night sky after that. It didn't feel right anymore. I worked as a night security guard at the Mount Kelsey Observatory for almost 3 years. It's this remote facility about 40 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, up on a ridge surrounded by pine trees. Pretty much the only building for miles, which made it perfect for the kind of telescopes they had. I liked the quiet out there. It was peaceful, a good place to clear my head. My shifts ran from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., and most nights were uneventful. Just me patrolling the grounds, checking the perimeter, and watching for trespassers or wildlife. The night it happened, it was clear and cold, maybe mid-October. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, barely lighting the dark around the observatory. I was on my usual rounds around midnight when I noticed something unusual. Over the east ridge, not far from the facility, there were two bright spheres hovering silently. They weren't flashing or blinking like planes or drones, just steady, intense lights, glowing with a kind of pale blue-white color. At first, I thought maybe someone was messing around with spotlights or lanterns, but the spheres didn't move erratically, and they weren't attached to anything I could see. They hovered side by side, about 50 feet apart, just above the tree line. I grabbed my flashlight and my binoculars, trying to get a better look. The spheres stayed perfectly still for nearly 5 minutes, just floating there without a sound. I radioed the control room inside the observatory just to report something strange on the east side. They told me to keep an eye on it, but not to approach. I stayed where I was, watching the spheres. Then slowly, without any noise or shift in position, they started to rise. Maybe 20 feet, then 30, higher and higher, until they disappeared into the sky, moving straight up, faster than any helicopter or drone I'd ever seen. Within seconds, they were gone. I spent the rest of my shift jumping between the cameras on the property and walking the grounds, looking for anything that might explain what I'd just seen. Nothing. No footprints, no vehicles, no signs of anyone being near the ridge. I wrote up my report as usual when I clocked out, trying not to sound crazy. I was just describing two bright lights that hovered silently and then vanished. The next morning, when I got to the office, my manager, Jeff, was waiting for me. He wasn't his usual easygoing self. Instead, he looked tense and kind of guarded. "Morning, Mark," he said, but he was watching the door behind me like he expected someone to come in any second. Before I could ask what was up, two men walked in. Both were dressed in black suits, sharp and clean, and they carried themselves with this kind of cold, calm authority. Jeff said, "These gentlemen are with Homeland Security. They're here to talk to you about your report." The agents didn't introduce themselves. No names, no badges with names, just these thick metal badges with numbers. One was 0473, the other 8921. I noticed their eyes the moment they looked at me. It's hard to explain, but their eyes never blinked. Not once. They stared straight ahead, unblinking, like they weren't quite human, or maybe like they didn't want to show anything at all. They asked me the same questions I'd already answered in my report. What I saw, when, if I'd noticed anything else unusual around the observatory. I stuck to the facts. The spheres, how they moved, the silence, how I couldn't find any explanation. They didn't write anything down, but just nodded, occasionally exchanging looks between themselves. Jeff hovered nearby, but didn't say much. After maybe 20 minutes, the agents left without any explanation or instructions. Before they went out the door, I overheard one of them say something about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena, but it was just a whisper. After they left, I tried to shake off the weird feeling that settled over me. The rest of that day felt off. The cameras showed static at odd times, like the feed was interrupted for brief moments. And every time I glanced at Jeff, he avoided eye contact, like he knew something I didn't. That night I worked again, hoping things would feel normal. But as I walked the perimeter, I noticed the same two spheres again. They were in the exact same spot, hovering silently. This time, though, I wasn't alone. Behind me, I heard a low hum, almost like electricity. The forest around the observatory felt stiller than usual. No wind, no rustling of leaves, no distant wildlife noises. It was like the entire area was holding its breath. I stopped, looking toward the spheres, but when I blinked, one of them seemed to flicker for a split second, almost like it was glitching. The thought made my stomach twist. I'd never seen anything like it. The spheres rose again, this time moving slowly toward the observatory itself. I radioed in to warn the control room, but the static was louder than ever and my voice came out all crackled. The lights hovered over the main telescope dome, maybe 10 minutes, then vanished without a trace. I couldn't sleep that day or the next. The strange thing was, the agents never came back. Jeff said nothing more about them, but after that night, the spheres stopped appearing. Still, I kept feeling watched. At work, the security cameras occasionally caught something moving just out of frame, too fast to be a person, too vague to be an animal. I started noticing odd little things around the observatory, like faint footprints leading nowhere or small patches of scorched grass by the equipment sheds. I told Jeff, but he just shrugged, saying it could be animals or people messing around. Still, the unease stuck with me. Weeks passed, and eventually the place felt normal again, but I never forgot those eyes, the agents who didn't blink, the spheres that hovered silently, and that strange stillness in the forest. I kept working the night shifts, but every time the wind died down and the sky went completely quiet, I wondered if the spheres might come back. I don't have answers, just a bunch of moments I can't explain. And I guess that's enough to keep me looking over my shoulder every once in a while. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon when it happened. It was a slow night, the kind where the only regulars are the night owls and a few truckers passing through. The diner itself is this old roadside place, the kind with neon signs that buzz quietly and booths with cracked vinyl seats. I've worked there for a few years now, name's Dan, and on nights like that I usually just keep to myself, wiping down tables and making coffee. That night, it was raining lightly outside, the kind of steady drizzle that makes the windows fog up and blurs the neon glow. Around 11 p.m., two men walked in. Both wore black suits, the kind you'd expect at a funeral or maybe some shady business meeting. One was tall, with slicked back hair, and the other was shorter, older, with thin glasses and a permanent frown. They sat in the booth by the window and ordered black coffee. I wasn't paying much attention until I heard them start talking. The words weren't loud, but there was something about the way they spoke that made me lean closer while wiping a nearby table. They weren't talking about the usual small stuff, no weather, no politics. They were discussing something about controlling the narrative and managing the fallout related to a recent sighting. The town had been buzzing a few days before about a strange light hovering over the old radio tower on the hill. People had called it a UFO, but no one had proof or any clear footage. The news was already trying to sweep it under the rug, but these two were clearly involved in whatever was going on. I kept wiping tables, but tried not to make it obvious I was listening. Then the tall guy glanced toward me. I froze for a second, caught mid-wipe. He didn't say anything but leaned in toward the other man and lowered his voice even more. "Curiosity can be dangerous," he said. Their eyes met mine, cold and sharp, and that was enough for me to nod and say, "Got it," like I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. They finished their coffee quickly and left without a word. I remember watching them disappear into the rain, their coats pulled tight, the streetlights reflecting off the wet pavement. After they left, the diner felt different. The usual hum of the place felt quieter, almost like the walls themselves were holding their breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, not in a spooky way, but like I'd stumbled into something bigger than a couple of guys talking. The next morning, the news didn't mention the light at all. The radio tower was back to being just an old piece of junk on the hill. But I kept thinking about those men and their warning. I've never told anyone else about it, mostly because no one would believe a late-night diner story. But sometimes, when it rains and the neon lights blur just right, I swear I see shadows standing by that tower, watching, waiting. I worked the night shift at a gas station just outside of Salem, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just a little place on the highway where drivers stop for coffee, snacks, or to fill up before heading into the woods or on long stretches of road. My name's Tyler, by the way. I'm not someone who buys into the weird stuff, or at least I didn't before that night. It was a Tuesday, sometime in early October. The weather had been gloomy all day, low gray clouds, light drizzle now and then, but the night itself had settled into something colder, the kind of chill that sneaks into your jacket and makes you wish you'd grabbed a hoodie. The kind of night where the wind hums through the trees just right, and everything feels a little empty. I was about 3 hours into my shift, sitting behind the counter, scrolling through my phone when the bell on the door jingled. Two men walked in together, almost perfectly identical. Same height, same build, same dark hair slicked back, wearing black suits that looked like they'd come from some old-fashioned tailor. They moved slowly and deliberately, like they were in no hurry, but knew exactly what they were doing. They didn't glance around the store much. No eye contact with me. Just stood in front of the counter like statues. "I'll take a pack of Marlboros," the first one said, his voice low and flat. "2 coffees." "Black," said the other. I rang it up and told them the total. They pulled out two big bills, $100, and placed them on the counter. I took the money, gave them change, and they didn't say a word beyond that. No thanks, no small talk. Just stared straight ahead. That's when the first strange thing hit me. A cold smell filled the air around them, like burnt ozone mixed with something metallic. Not quite like smoke, more like the scent you get right before a thunderstorm, but stronger and off. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't unpleasant, just unnatural. It hung around them and seeped into the store, and I swear it lingered long after they left. After grabbing their cigarettes and coffee, they turned to leave. Just before walking out the door, the first man leaned slightly toward me and said, "The sky is safer when it's empty." His voice was quieter this time, almost a whisper, but clear. I blinked. "What?" I asked, confused. He didn't answer, just nodded once, very slight, and walked out with his companion. I stood there frozen for a moment, watching the door swing shut behind them. The cold smell stayed, drifting through the store, even though the heater was running full blast. I figured it was some kind of joke or weird local thing. Maybe they were just eccentrics or part of some cult. I shrugged it off and went back to cleaning the counter, but the smell wouldn't leave. It was like it soaked into the air itself, turning the store from warm and familiar into something sharp and tense. For the next few nights, I kept thinking about those two men. I tried to get back to normal, but then strange little things started happening. On the second night after they came, I noticed that the sky was unusually clear, considering the weather reports had said rain all week. No clouds, no stars, just pitch black like someone had switched off all the lights above. The street lamps outside flickered weirdly, casting long shadows that didn't quite match the shapes of the trees or the gas pumps. Once, I glanced out the window and thought I saw a dark shape slip between the pines on the edge of the parking lot. But when I blinked and looked again, it was gone. Ah. A few nights later, I caught the gas station's security camera acting up. On the live feed, the parking lot looked normal, except for one detail. The two black cars that usually sat empty in the far corner weren't there. That was odd, but not impossible. What got me was when the cameras cut to static for exactly 33 seconds before coming back on, the cars reappeared like nothing happened. I mentioned it to the manager, who just told me to reset the system and forget about it. The nights blurred together after that. I started hearing soft sounds outside, low humming like a machine idling far away. I'd step outside to look but couldn't find the source. Nothing moved, no headlights, no people. One night, I caught a glimpse of something strange just above the treetops. A pale light, round and faint, moving slowly across the sky. Not like a plane or helicopter. Too smooth, almost gliding. It disappeared behind the clouds after a minute, leaving the sky darker than before. I told some coworkers, but they laughed it off as fog or airplane lights. But the thing is, the night was clear. No fog at all. A week after those men came through, I was closing up when the bell jingled again. My heart jumped. But it was just a woman stopping by to grab a soda before heading home. Still, the whole store felt different after that, like it was waiting for something. Then came the weirdest night of all. It was close to 4 a.m., cold with a strong wind that rattled the building's siding. I was almost done with my shift of wiping down the counters and thinking about getting home. Suddenly, the door jingled again. I looked up and saw the two men. Same black suits, same slick hair, same blank faces. They walked straight to the counter without a word. The cold smell was back, thick and heavy. This time, the first man spoke right away. "The sky is safer when it's empty," he said again, quieter, almost like a warning. I wanted to ask what he meant, but my throat was dry and the words got stuck. I just nodded, feeling like I was caught in a dream I couldn't wake up from. They handed me a thick envelope, plain, no markings. I looked at it, then back at them. The second man said, "Keep it safe." Then they turned and left without another word. I stared at the door after they were gone. The cold smell lingered for a long time. I didn't open the envelope right away. When I finally did, it was just a few photos, blurry shots of the night sky, strange lights, and long shadows cast over the trees near the gas station. I still don't understand what it all meant. Since then, I keep an eye during my shifts, waiting for something else to happen. Waiting for something. I don't expect those men to come back, but sometimes when the wind picks up just right and the night goes quiet, I swear I feel like someone or something is watching from the treetops. I still work nights at that gas station, and I still get that cold smell now and then, usually right before the sky seems to go a little darker than it should. The sky might be safer when it's empty, but it sure doesn't feel safe to me. I was about halfway through a solo camping trip in northern Vermont when the weird stuff started. I didn't go out there looking for anything strange, just wanted some quiet, some time away from the city. I figured it'd be just me in the woods for a few days, which sounded perfect. I picked a spot deep in the forest, off a little logging road about 10 miles from the nearest town. It wasn't a designated campsite, just a flat clearing I found on a map near a creek. I set up my tent late afternoon, had a fire going by sunset, and spent the night reading and listening to the forest settle in. The first night was cold but normal. I woke a few times, heard the usual night sounds, crickets, owls, the wind through the pines, nothing out of place. The second day I hiked a bit, didn't see anyone else. When I got back to my site late afternoon, there was a faint smell in the air, kind of like burnt rubber or something chemical. I thought maybe a truck had passed nearby or something, but the road was quiet. No cars or trucks had come by all day as far as I could tell. I shrugged it off and settled in for the night. I was tired and didn't think much of the smell again. Around 4 a.m. the next morning, I woke up suddenly to the sound of rustling leaves right outside my tent. Not just animals. This was heavier, like someone walking slowly and carefully through brush. My heart jumped. I froze and waited, ears straining in the dark. Then, silence. The kind of silence that feels too deep. I stayed still for a while but didn't hear anything else. When dawn broke, I unzipped my tent to let in some light. That's when I saw it, a small note pinned to the tent flap. It was a simple scrap of notebook paper, folded over and stuck there with a small twig through the middle. I picked it up. Written in messy, block letters was, "Go home." I looked around but didn't see anyone. The woods were quiet. My skin prickled. Then, just past the edge of the clearing, near the tree line, I noticed a car. A black sedan, idling. The engine was running, soft, steady hum, but no one was inside. The windows were rolled up, and the interior looked empty. I scanned the area, expecting maybe the owner was nearby or hiding behind a tree, but no one. I called out, but my voice felt weird in the open space. No response. No movement from the car. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be scared or confused. The whole thing was like one of those movies where you just want to run, but you're frozen in place. I started walking toward the car slowly, trying to see if someone was hidden, or maybe it was just abandoned. When I got closer, within 15 feet, the engine cut off. No noise, no warning. I stopped and stared. The silence came back, thick and heavy. I scanned the tree line behind the car, looking for footprints or tire marks that might tell me how it got there. Nothing. No tracks in the dirt, no crushed grass, no signs it had driven in recently. It didn't add up. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but no signal. I tried again. Nothing. That's when I noticed something else. The woods beyond the car looked different. Not physically, but the light, there was a weird haze, like a thin fog, but only around that section of trees. It didn't move or change, just hung there like a curtain. I shook my head, trying to clear the unease creeping over me. I decided to leave. I grabbed my pack and started walking back toward my tent, glancing over my shoulder. No sign of anyone or anything. By the time I got back, the note was gone. No sign it had ever been there. My tent flap was zipped tight again, just like I'd left it. I tried to convince myself maybe I'd imagined the note, or it had fallen off the flap somehow. But the memory of the car and the silence around it felt too real. I packed up fast after that. The weird smell was back, faint but there. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole time. When I got back to my truck, parked several hundred yards down the logging road, I looked into the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw headlights coming through the trees behind me, but when I turned around, nothing was there. I drove straight back to town, not stopping until I hit the main highway. I told a few friends later, but they brushed it off. Probably some prank or wildlife or just nerves. I don't know. I've been back to that area a couple times since, but never near that clearing. I haven't seen the black car again, or that note. But every time I think about it, that quiet engine running with no one inside, and the note on my tent, it just doesn't make sense. It was mid-September, just starting to cool off at night. I'd taken a week off work to head up to my cousin's place near Lake Vermilion in Minnesota. He had a little fishing cabin he let me use, nothing fancy, just a one-room shack, a wood stove, and a small dock. No Wi-Fi, no cell service. That was the whole point. I got there late Tuesday afternoon, took the old aluminum boat out with a 6-pack and some tackle, just slow trolling for walleye. Caught a couple smaller ones, tossed them back. By the time it got dark, the lake was dead still. I turned off the little trolling motor and just let the boat drift. No sound but the water tapping against the hull. Around 10:30, I noticed this glow out over the middle of the lake. I thought it was another boat at first, maybe someone with a lantern or one of those big LED rigs, but it wasn't moving like a boat. It was hovering, maybe 40 or 50 feet above the water, just sitting there. A round, pulsing white light, no beam, no flicker, no sound, just this slow, rhythmic dimming and brightening. I killed the headlamp on my vest and just watched. It didn't move closer or farther, just stayed in the same spot. I remember glancing at my watch, 10:41. I kept checking because I felt like I was losing track of time. At one point, I realized the light had changed from white to kind of a pale orange. Not gradually either, it was just different, like someone flipped a switch. Still no sound. I wanted to record it, but my phone was in the cabin, plugged in. I just sat there, kind of frozen. I don't know how long I watched it. 10 minutes maybe. Then, just like that, it was gone. Not like it flew off. One blink it was there, the next it wasn't. I stayed on the water another half hour, not sure why. I was trying to convince myself it was a drone or some trick of light, but there was no noise, no navigation lights, nothing you'd expect from something flying that low. I went back to the cabin, locked the door behind me, which I don't usually bother with out there, and laid on the cot with my boots still on. Slept maybe 3 hours. Next morning, I was out on the dock with coffee by 7. Fog had rolled in thick, couldn't see past the first tree line. Around 8, a black SUV pulled down the gravel path. I heard it before I saw it, tires popping over the rocks. It stopped just short of the cabin. 2 men got out, both wearing black suits, no ties. One tall and thin, the other broader, maybe late 50s. They didn't introduce themselves. The older one asked if I'd experienced anything unusual on the lake last night. I laughed a little and said, "Like what?" He smiled, but not in a friendly way. Lights, shapes, electrical problems. I said I didn't know what he meant. He looked at my boat and asked if I had a depth finder. I told him yeah, but it's old. Just a basic sonar unit that shows depth and a fish icon if you're lucky. He asked if it had logged anything strange the night before. I told him no. It wasn't even on. I wasn't mapping, just fishing. The tall one never said a word, just walked slowly down the dock, looking out over the water. He had a notepad, but didn't write anything. Then the older guy asked if I'd noticed interference on my phone or radio. I said I didn't have service out here. He nodded like he already knew that. There was a long pause. Then he said, real calm, "Might be a good idea to fish elsewhere for a while." He didn't sound threatening, more like tired, like he was giving advice that had been given to him. I didn't say anything. And they both walked back to the SUV, and I watched them drive off down the road, no plates on the vehicle. Later that day, I tried to check the depth finder's log, even though I told them it wasn't on. It's got a tiny SD card in the back that logs sonar history. When I opened it, the card was gone. Not removed, gone. The slot was empty, but the latch was still locked shut. You can't pull it without unlocking it. I never touched it. I hadn't looked at that thing in months. That night, I packed up and drove back to Duluth, even though I'd planned to stay through the weekend. I didn't feel scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I haven't been back to that lake since. My name's Dylan Carr. I was working a contract gig down in southeast New Mexico, not far from where the old radar tower sits outside White Oaks. The tower's been shut down for decades. Cold War relic, fenced off, rusting. But the land got approved for some private development, so they brought us in to do soil cores and subsurface testing. Just me and two other guys bouncing around in an old Dodge with a rig trailer hooked on the back. It was late September, right at that point where the desert heat drops off hard after sunset. We were working long days trying to knock out as many drill sites as we could before the real cold set in. Our trailer was parked maybe 200 yards from the base of the tower. We weren't allowed past the fencing, but a few of our bore sites ran real close to it, within 50 feet. On the third day out there, I was working a solo drill run while the other guys went into town to resupply. I'd done a dozen of these cores already. Drop the bit, pull out a few feet of soil, catalog it, mark any groundwater. It's boring work, to be honest, but I like being alone. Got my little radio clipped to the truck, lunch in the cooler, peace and quiet. That day I hit something solid at about 5 feet down. Not rock either, more like metal. Clean, not rusted. I pulled the bit back up, expecting to see it jammed, but it was clean. I ran a small hand auger down and scooped around whatever was in there. After maybe 20 minutes of work, I pulled up this shard. I don't know what else to call it. Maybe 5 inches long, tapered, maybe an inch wide at its thickest point, but totally smooth. Perfectly smooth. Like glass, but metallic. No seams, no markings. Cold to the touch, even though it'd just been under dirt in the sun. The weird part was it didn't feel heavy. Not light, exactly, but not right. Off. I cleaned it off, snapped a photo on my phone, and set it on the fold-out table next to my logbook. Figured maybe it was some piece of scrap left over from the radar days. We'd found a few bolts, old cable, stuff like that. But this felt different. Too refined. No corrosion. Like it hadn't aged at all. I worked the rest of the day like normal. Did 2 more cores, wrapped up just before sundown. That area gets real quiet after dark. No traffic, no people, just wind through mesquite and the occasional coyote. By the time I was back in the trailer, the sky was black and the generator was humming low. I was halfway through heating up a can of chili when someone knocked on the trailer door. I didn't hear a vehicle pull up, and the area around the site is all gravel and scrub. You can't sneak up on it. I opened the door and there was a man standing there. Black suit, black tie, clean white shirt, shiny black shoes. No dust on him at all. He looked out of place. Way too clean for being out here in the middle of nowhere. He didn't introduce himself, just looked past me and said, "You found something today." I didn't answer at first, just stared at him. He was average height, pale, no expression. His voice was quiet, but I heard every word clear over the generator, like it cut through the background. Finally I said, "What are you talking about?" He nodded toward the table inside. "The object." "May I look?" I don't know why I let him in. Something about the way he asked made it feel like I didn't really have a choice. He stepped inside, moved slow, didn't touch anything, just looked at the shard, bent down a little to study it. He kept his hands behind his back the whole time. After a minute, he straightened up and said, "Some artifacts belong underground." That's all he said. Then he turned around and walked out. No goodbye, no name. I stepped outside behind him, trying to see where he was headed, but there was nothing. No headlights, no engine, no sound. He was just gone. I checked the gravel road with my flashlight. No tire tracks. That night I didn't sleep much. I kept the shard wrapped in a towel, stuffed in my toolbox. Locked the trailer up tight. Every time I closed my eyes, I swore I heard footsteps outside, but when I looked, nothing. Just the wind. Next morning, my coworkers came back. I didn't say anything about the man or the shard. I just went about the day like nothing had happened. I kept the shard with me, though, hidden in my truck's glove box. I don't know why. Part of me didn't want to let it go. A few days later, we wrapped the job and moved on to another site an hour west. I took the shard home after the contract ended, put it in a drawer in my garage. About a week after that, I came home from work to find my garage door wide open. Nothing stolen, nothing touched. Except the drawer with the shard, it was open, empty. No signs of forced entry. No prints, no cameras either, just gone. That same night, I found a business card slid under my front door. No name, no number, just a black circle on white cardstock. That was it, I threw it away. Haven't seen anything since. I was doing a live stream up at Devil's Bluff when it started. It's this rocky overlook out past Kingsfield, maybe 30 minutes from town, surrounded by thick forest. Locals always said weird stuff happens out there. lights in the sky, electronics acting up, that kind of thing. I host a small podcast called Signal Scan, with late night AM radio types and conspiracy people tuning in. It's not big, but I've got a loyal group who follow the live sessions. This was a Saturday night in early April. Still cold after dark, but clear skies. I hiked up with a mic rig, external battery, and my laptop, planning to do a midnight stream. I'd been teasing it all week, live from the bluff, that kind of thing. Mostly just ambiance, talking through old sightings, answering questions from chat. The setup took a bit. No cell towers nearby, so I'd rigged a hotspot through a portable satellite dish. Not the most reliable thing, but it worked well enough for voice and audio. Video was grainy, but that was part of the appeal. Low light, fuzzy shadows, wind in the mic. Around 12:30 a.m., I was midway through answering a question about triangulation flight paths when I thought I heard something. It was faint, under the wind and static, just a quick breathy sound, like someone whispering close to the mic. I paused, thinking maybe my headset caught some feedback, but it didn't repeat. I said something like, "Anybody else hear that?" A couple people in the chat said they caught it too. "Play that back," someone wrote. So I replayed the last 30 seconds. It was there, just under my voice. Leave now. Not loud, not threatening, just flat. Mechanical, almost. Like a recording. I laughed it off, made a joke about pranksters in the woods, but I muted the mic for a second and scanned the tree line with a flashlight. Nothing. Just rocks and brush. No animals, no footsteps. I thought maybe a second mic channel picked up interference or cross-signal bleed, but there was no other input source running, just the main feed. I kept streaming for another hour. My viewers kept joking about the whisper, dropping timestamp theories and tagging it bluff voice. I leaned into it. Gotta play to the audience, right? Around 1:45 a.m., the laptop froze. Not crashed, just locked. The screen stayed lit, but the mouse wouldn't move, and all the keys were dead. The audio cut, but the software didn't register any error. The hotspot still blinked like it had a signal. I tapped the lid. Nothing. Then the laptop fan kicked up to full blast, louder than it's ever been. Like it was overheating, but the metal casing stayed cold. A low static buzz came through the headset, no waveform on the recorder. I shut the system down and packed up fast. It didn't feel right up there anymore. The trees were too still, and I kept thinking I saw movement just past the light, something black shifting against black. I hiked back to the car, which was parked about half a mile down the trail. The whole time I felt like I was being followed. Not footsteps, exactly, just this pressure, like someone walking a few paces behind, stopping when I stopped. Got to the car, tossed the gear in the back, drove home. Didn't see any other vehicles the whole way. I live in a basement apartment in Kingsfield. I have nothing fancy. Got in, locked the door, crashed on the couch. Next morning, I booted everything up to clean the stream and get it posted. The file was there, labeled and timestamped, exactly 2 hours long, except the last 30 minutes were missing. Not cut off, just gone. Like the stream ended clean at 1:30, even though I was up there past 2. I checked the local save, the cloud backup, everything. Same result. I went on the stream dashboard. No errors, no drops logged. The chat feed showed timestamps all the way to the end, but the video cut mid-sentence. Just ended. Then around 3 p.m., someone knocked at my door. Not common. I live on the side of a duplex with a shared driveway, and nobody uses the front entrance. I opened it halfway, and there were 2 men standing on the porch, both wearing black suits, black ties, white shirts, no coats, even though it was still cold out. One had round glasses, the other didn't. They weren't smiling. "Mr. Blyhat Pierce?" the one with glasses asked. I nodded. He held out a small USB stick. "You'll want to back up your recording properly." I took it without thinking. The other man said audio quality was good. Interference started around 1:47. Neither of them had accents. Their voices sounded plain, like news anchors. Very deliberate, no slang, no warmth. I said, "Who are you with?" They both looked at each other, then back at me. "We suggest you reconsider the narrative," the first one said. Then they turned and walked down the drive. No car in sight. By the time I got out to the sidewalk, they were gone. I went back in, plugged in the USB. It had a single folder labeled DB Stream Final. Inside were 2 files, one video, one audio. Both were full length, 2 hours, 3 minutes. My intro, the questions, the whisper, it was all there. Except the last hour was different. It wasn't blacked out or cut, it was replaced. My voice kept talking, but not in real time. It was like a stitched-together monologue made from older clips. I'd hear myself say phrases I recognized from earlier episodes, strung together in weird ways. Chat responses that didn't match the questions. Dead air filled with forest sounds I never recorded. There was no static, no laptop freeze, no leave now, no panic in my voice, just a calm, fake version of me wrapping up a normal show. I checked the metadata. Creation date that morning. Author, blank. No location tags, no editing software listed. I haven't done a live stream since. I was out by the river just before dusk, hoping to get some good shots of the herons and kingfishers that come around this part of the forest in late summer. I've been a wildlife photographer for years, mostly freelance, mostly small assignments or just personal projects. I have a cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, miles from the nearest town. The river runs right behind it, wide and slow-moving, and it's a good spot for catching animals coming to drink or fish passing through. That evening, the air was still and warm, and the sky was a faded orange-gray, the kind of light that's tricky but rewarding if you're patient. I was sitting on a fallen log near the water's edge, my camera on a tripod aimed toward a bend where the trees cast long shadows. I'd been shooting for maybe an hour, mostly birds landing on branches or a beaver swimming by. When I got home and started unloading the photos, I noticed something weird. In a few shots, there were these shapes in the river, like dark, irregular forms floating just beneath the surface. They didn't reflect the sky or trees, didn't look like rocks or logs. They were smooth and matte, almost like shadows, but more solid. And they didn't change between frames, even though the water moved around them. At first, I thought it was some trick of the light or a camera glitch, so I deleted the shots and kept going. But the next day, I went back and set up in the same spot. Same time of day, same light conditions. The shapes showed up again. I zoomed in and tried different angles, but they always seemed to be there, just below the surface, unmoving and oddly distinct. I mentioned it to a friend who joked it was river spirits or something, but I wasn't convinced. It felt more like something off. 2 nights later, I was sitting on my porch editing photos on my laptop. The woods were quiet except for the occasional chirp of crickets and the slow rush of the river. My cabin is pretty remote, so I was surprised when I heard a car pull up the gravel driveway. I didn't recognize the make or model, and it was late enough that I wasn't expecting visitors. A man got out, dressed in a black suit that looked a bit out of place in this setting. No tie, but a crisp white shirt and polished shoes. He didn't knock or ring the doorbell. He just walked right up to the porch. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled, but it wasn't warm. "I'm sorry to intrude. I'm interested in some photos you've taken." I wasn't sure what to say. What kind of photos? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small notebook, flipping it open but not showing me anything. "I believe you have images that capture certain anomalies in the river nearby. It would be helpful if I could review your camera's memory card." I stepped back, suddenly uncomfortable. "I don't think that's necessary." He nodded, as if I hadn't spoken, then took the camera off the table and slid out the SD card. I realized I hadn't even locked the door. "Please put that back," I said. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned the card over in his fingers like he was weighing it. Then he said quietly, "Water keeps its own secrets. Sometimes those secrets aren't meant to be uncovered." I felt a chill, even though it wasn't cold out. "Who are you?" I asked. He hesitated, then said, "Just someone who wants to help you avoid trouble." I looked around. The porch light flickered, and for a moment, the woods beyond looked darker than they should have been, like a shadow pressing in. When I looked back, the man was still staring at the card. I moved toward him slowly. "Give that back." Without another word, he popped the card back into my camera and handed it over. Then he turned, got back in his car, and drove off without a word. I locked the door and sat down hard, the camera still warm in my hands. I thought about calling someone, the police maybe, but there wasn't much to report besides a stranger who showed up my remote cabin. No forced entry, no threats, just that eerie warning. The next day, I went back to the river to see if I could figure out what those shapes were. The water looked normal, clear, slow, nothing unusual. But when I raised my camera and looked through the viewfinder, I saw them again, the same shapes lurking just beneath the surface. I took some pictures and later that night tried to examine them more closely on my laptop. When I zoomed in, the shapes looked like they were made of something solid but dark. No reflection, no texture, just shapes that didn't belong in the water. After that, I started noticing other things. At night, when I went outside to check the perimeter, I'd catch glimpses of movement between the trees, always too quick to identify. Sometimes my phone would die suddenly when I tried to call or text. And the river, it sometimes made a low hum, almost like a vibration under the water, but only at dusk and only near where I'd been photographing. I didn't tell anyone except a few friends who thought I was imagining things or stressed out from being alone all the time. But I knew something had changed. The man's words stayed with me. Water keeps its own secrets. I haven't gone back to the river after dark since. The shapes are still there in the photos, always just below the surface, like silent watchers. Sometimes, when the wind is still and the river moves quietly, I swear I can feel something watching me from the trees. But when I turn, there's nothing but shadows. I keep thinking about that man in black and his warning about how some things are better left undisturbed. I'm not sure what the river is hiding, but I'm pretty sure it's not natural. I'm writing this because I want someone else to know. Maybe there's something out there paying attention to the quiet places we forget. Maybe some secrets are alive, and they don't want to be found. I was driving back from a storm chase about an hour outside of Amarillo, Texas, just as the sun was dipping below the horizon. The sky had been wild all day, thunderheads stacking up, flashes of lightning ripping through the clouds, that heavy smell of rain and ozone in the air. I had my camera gear packed tight in the truck bed, lenses cleaned and ready for the next round, but the storm was breaking up, so I figured it was time to head home. I'm Rachel, by the way. I've been a storm photographer for years, mostly freelance, selling shots to weather sites, magazines, or just posting on my own social channels. It's not a glamorous life, mostly cold nights on a folding chair and freezing fingers, but when you catch something rare, it's worth it. That day was different. While I was setting up near a dirt road off Highway 287, I noticed something odd through my long telephoto lens. I was focusing on a particularly nasty-looking cumulonimbus that had these weird ripples along its edges, sort of like waves on water. Then, out of nowhere, a small metallic shape darted through the clouds. It wasn't a plane, not a bird, and it didn't leave any trail or noise. Just this sleek, shiny object weaving effortlessly through the storm cells. I snapped a bunch of photos adjusting focus and shutter speed, but the thing vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. When I checked the shots on my camera, the object was there, sharp and clear on the negatives. It looked like a dark disc, almost like a piece of polished metal, catching the last bits of sunlight. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I set up my little dark room in the basement, just a red bulb and some trays for developing film, and started processing the rolls. I worked slow, careful with the chemicals, because if there was anything on the negatives worth looking at, I didn't want to ruin it. As the images started to appear, I saw the storm clouds, the lightning, the rugged landscape, and then there it was again in a few frames, that strange metallic blur twisting through the air, unlike anything I'd ever seen. I was alone, the house quiet except for the dripping faucet in the kitchen above. Suddenly, the basement door creaked open. I didn't hear anyone come down, and the stairs were behind me, so I whipped around. There he was, a man in a black suit, no tie, pale face with sharp features, standing in the red glow of the darkroom. He looked calm but serious, almost like he didn't belong in a place like this. His eyes caught the light just right, and I could see a faint reflection of the negatives in his pupils. "Can negatives lie?" he said, voice low and steady. I blinked, caught off guard. "What?" He stepped closer, hands folded in front of him, calm but deliberate. "Can a negative show something that isn't really there? Something that might never have been?" I wasn't sure how to answer, so I just shook my head. He looked around the room, eyes settling on the contact sheets pinned to the wall. "You've captured something," he said. "Something that people aren't meant to see." My stomach tightened. "Who are you?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Just someone who makes sure certain images don't spread." His voice was polite, but had an edge, like he was used to being obeyed without question. I felt trapped, but I couldn't let him take the film. I swallowed hard and said, "Why are you here? What do you want from me?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small card. It had no logo or company name, just black text on a white background. I couldn't read it clearly in the dim red light. "We keep things quiet," he said. "You won't be bothered if you agree to destroy those negatives." My heart pounded. I wanted to say no, to demand answers, but something about him, his calm certainty, made me hesitate. Before I could reply, I heard my phone buzz upstairs. It was a message from my friend Mike, asking if I wanted to grab breakfast in the morning. I glanced at the man again. He seemed to notice the distraction, and after a long pause, he said, "Think it over." Then he turned and walked out, the basement door closing softly behind him. I stayed down there for a long time, staring at the negatives, unsure what to do. The images were real. I had proof. But so was the man's warning. In the days that followed, strange things started happening. I found my camera gear moved slightly when I was sure I'd left it alone. My phone would sometimes have static or drop calls when I was in certain parts of the house. I'd hear soft footsteps outside the windows late at night, but when I looked, nothing was there. I thought about going to the police or telling someone, but who would believe me? A mysterious man in black who just shows up, tells you to erase evidence? It sounded insane. One night, I looked again at the negatives, and the metallic object was gone. Not faded or scratched, just completely missing from the frames where it had been. I checked the original digital files from my camera's backup, and the images were the same. It was like the object had never been captured at all. I still have the developed photos, the ones without the object, and the card the man left. I keep them in a box under my bed along with my camera. Sometimes, when the wind is right and the storm clouds gather, I wonder if I should try chasing storms again. But something about that night and that man's question keeps me from pulling out the long lens. Maybe negatives can lie after all, or maybe some things are better left unseen. I usually spend a lot of nights on the roof of my apartment building. It's nothing fancy, just an old bench, some leftover cushions, and my telescope set up to look at the stars. I like the quiet up there. The city noise is muffled and the sky looks clearer than anywhere else around. I've been into amateur astronomy for years, so it's kind of my thing. This all started on a late September evening. The air was cool, a little crisp, but not cold yet. I'd gotten home from work early, around 7 p.m., and after dinner, I hauled my scope up to the roof around 9:30. It was still mostly dark by then, but the stars were out, bright and sharp. I set the telescope to look at Cygnus, the Swan constellation. It's one of my favorites. I'd been tracking it for a while just to see how it moves through the night sky. Usually it shifts slowly, like everything else does, but this time something was off. When I lined up the scope, a star cluster in Cygnus moved, like it wasn't where it was supposed to be. At first, I thought maybe I'd messed up the alignment or the coordinates. I double-checked my charts and my equipment. Everything else was in place. The other constellations were exactly where they should be. But that part of Cygnus, a small group of stars near the tail, was shifted about 10 degrees to the west from where it was last time I checked. I stared at it for a while, blinking back and forth between my chart and the telescope's eyepiece. The stars themselves looked perfectly normal, steady and bright, but the pattern was definitely wrong. I figured maybe it was a weird atmospheric thing or an optical illusion, so I stayed up watching for the next hour or so. The shifted cluster didn't move back. If anything, it stayed roughly in that position, almost like it was stuck. The next morning, I told my friend Leah about it. She's a geology student, not into astronomy, but she humored me. "Maybe you're seeing a reflection or some kind of light pollution," she said, but I could tell she was curious. That night, I went back to the roof. It was cloudier than before, the kind of low-hanging fog that makes the city lights glow orange. I still set up the telescope, but I wasn't expecting to see much. About 11 p.m., I noticed a black sedan parked across the street, right under the building. It was just sitting there, engine off, no headlights on. The streetlight overhead barely lit it, but I could see a figure inside. I watched for maybe 10 minutes. The car didn't move. The figure didn't get out. At first, I thought maybe it was just someone waiting or parking there for some reason. Then suddenly, the passenger side door opened and a man stepped out. He was wearing a dark suit, black tie, black shirt, nothing flashy, and he moved in a way that felt deliberate, almost clinical, like he was on a job. I ducked behind the telescope, but I could see him looking up toward the building. He didn't climb the stairs or come inside. Instead, he pulled a small flashlight from his pocket and aimed it straight up at my telescope's lens. The light wasn't bright enough to blind me, but it caught the lens perfectly, reflecting a dull, greenish glow. I didn't know what to do. I froze for a second. He kept the flashlight aimed for maybe 20 seconds, then suddenly closed it and got back in the car. The door shut quietly. The engine started, and the sedan drove off slowly, disappearing down the street without a sound. I sat there for a long time, my heart pounding, wondering if I should go down after him or call someone. But by the time I moved, the street was empty. The next few days were tense. I kept looking out my window, watching for that car or the man. Nothing. But I started feeling this weight, like I was being watched. I kept going up to the roof at night, but the stars didn't look right anymore. That shifted cluster in Cygnus was still off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the whole sky. One night, about a week later, I was packing up to leave the roof when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, but there was no one there. I swear I heard someone whispering, but when I looked around, only the wind moved the leaves on the fire escape. I tried to ignore it, but the next day at work, my phone died unexpectedly. Battery at 100% the night before, suddenly dead in the middle of the afternoon. I replaced the battery, but it never held a full charge again. The weirdness kept piling up, small things that didn't add up. My laptop crashed the next night. My neighbor told me his Wi-Fi had been acting strange, flickering lights, weird static. I didn't tell anyone about the car or the man in the black suit. I didn't want to sound crazy. But I couldn't forget the way he looked at me from the street, the way the flashlight caught the telescope lens, like he wanted me to see it. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I see a shadow moving just beyond the edge of the roof, like someone is watching but staying out of sight. And the stars, they don't feel like home anymore. I was out in the field late that night, just after the sun dipped below the horizon. It was early fall in southern Iowa, the kind of evening where the air starts to turn crisp, but the day's warmth still lingers in the soil. I had been checking the rows of corn. It's harvest season soon, and I'm picky about the way the stalks look. My grandpa's farm, been in the family for generations, and I like keeping it running right. I was standing near the old barn, the one built back in the 40s, when I noticed something odd. At first, I thought it was fireflies or maybe a trick of the light from the farmhouse windows, but then I saw 3 spheres, bright, glowing, and perfectly round, rising slowly from the roof of the barn. They were about the size of basketballs and had this eerie, steady light, not flickering or pulsing like a candle or anything natural. They hovered silently for maybe a minute, then drifted upward in unison like balloons caught in a gentle breeze. But there was no sound, no wind, no change in the leaves around me. They just disappeared into the dark sky, as if someone switched off a light. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, thinking maybe I was imagining it, or maybe it was some kind of drone light show, but it was too quiet out here for anyone to be messing around. The farm is miles from the nearest town, and nobody comes around this late except me or the occasional raccoon. I stood there a while, feeling this weird mix of curiosity and unease. Then I went back to the house. I thought maybe I'd tell my wife, Lisa, but I figured she'd laugh it off. She's practical, not the type for weird stories, so I just kept it to myself. The next morning, I woke early and stepped outside to check the fields. It had been a clear night, so the dew was thick on the grass. As I walked toward the corn, I noticed a black pickup truck parked just inside the edge of my southern field. It wasn't one of the neighbors. No stickers, no plates I recognized. 2 men got out, both wearing dark suits and white shirts, no ties, and polished black shoes that looked out of place in the muddy field. They didn't carry anything obvious. No clipboards or tools, just a couple of folding rulers they unfolded and started using to measure the spacing between rows of corn. I walked over, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can I help you?" I asked. One of them looked up and gave me this blank, unreadable expression. "We're here about your planting," he said, voice calm but firm. "Planting?" I said, confused. "I plant what I've always planted. Corn's good for the soil." The other guy stepped forward and said, "Your rows are too irregular. You need to adjust your planting." I blinked, trying to process it. "I've been doing this for decades. The rows follow the land's slope. What exactly are you saying?" They looked at each other for a moment like they were expecting me to understand something I didn't. The first one said, "Precision matters. Patterns need correction for safety." I stared at them, feeling a cold kind of nervousness settle in. "Safety? What do you mean? Safety from what?" Neither answered. They just packed up their folding rulers, got back into the truck, and the black pickup pulled away slowly, leaving tire tracks in the soft dirt. I stood there for a minute, watching until the truck disappeared down the gravel road. For the rest of the day, I kept thinking about those glowing spheres and the two men measuring my crops. It felt like a weird dream. But the tire marks in the field were real, and my hands were still shaking when I touched the stalks. That night, I stayed inside and kept the porch light on, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. The wind was still, but every time I glanced out the window, I thought I saw shadows moving just beyond the tree line. The next morning, I checked the field again. Some of the rows looked like they'd been flattened or pressed down, but there were no footprints, no signs of vehicles besides the truck tracks. The crops didn't look healthy in those spots, like something had sucked the life out of them. I called my cousin Dave, who helps me with the farm sometimes. I told him what happened. He laughed it off, said I was imagining things, probably tired from too much work. But I don't think I was. In the days that followed, strange things kept happening around the farm. The radio on the porch would buzz with static even when no one was using it. My dog Buddy started growling at empty patches of air and refusing to go near the barn. Sometimes at night, I'd hear soft tapping noises against the windows, but when I looked outside, there was nothing there but empty fields and dark trees. I kept trying to ignore it, focused on the harvest, but the feeling didn't go away, like something was out there, watching the rows of corn, waiting for me to change how I plant. One evening, I went out to the barn again, hoping to find some answer. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and wood. As I stepped inside, the shadows seemed deeper, almost swallowing the light from my flashlight. I didn't see the spheres this time, but I felt their absence like a weight. I started walking through the fields slowly, thinking about the men in black, their blank faces, and the way they said, "Adjust your planting." It sounded like a command, not advice. I don't know what they meant or what would have happened if I didn't listen. But the next morning, I found myself straightening out the rows a little more, trying to make them more uniform. It's been a couple weeks now. The strange noises and the shadows haven't gone away completely, but they're less intense. I keep an eye on the skies at night, hoping to see something, anything, to make sense of it all. But the truth is, I still don't know what's going on with those spheres or those men in black suits, and I'm not sure I want to. I was out on the edge of town one evening, chasing storms. My name's Lena Ortiz, and I'm a photographer who's been obsessed with capturing lightning for a few years now. It's kind of a niche thing, but there's something about that raw energy cutting through the sky that just pulls me in. That night was humid and still. Right before a thunderstorm finally rolled in over the power lines that run just outside the city limits. I had set up near a dirt road where the pylons stretch in a long line across an open field. It's a spot I'd been to before, but that night something felt off. The air was thick, like you could cut it with a knife, and there was this strange quiet. No crickets, no wind rustling the grass, just this heavy silence. I was watching the clouds darken, camera ready, waiting for a good strike. Then, suddenly, a bolt lit up the sky, sharp and close, and I snapped a photo. I lowered the camera, expecting to check the shot and wait for the next strike, but something caught my eye. Between two of the pylons, there was this dark shape, almost like a silhouette, flickering in and out of view for just a second. It was perfectly round, like a disc, but it wasn't glowing or flashing, just there, shifting like a shadow slipping between the metal towers. I blinked, tried to shake it off, Thinking maybe it was a trick of the light or some kind of bird or drone, I looked back at my camera screen and zoomed in on the photo I'd just taken. There it was, faint but clear enough. A round shape hovering near the power lines just off center. The lightning had illuminated it, and it looked like it was solid, not a reflection or lens flare. I felt my heart skip a beat, but convinced myself it was probably some weather balloon or a weird camera artifact. I packed up and left the spot once the storm passed, but I kept going back to that photo over the next couple of days. 2 days later, I was at a small cafe downtown, editing photos on my laptop. The place wasn't busy, just a few regulars. I was alone in a corner when a man in a black suit came in. Not a flashy or expensive-looking suit, just plain black, and he didn't have a tie or anything. He walked over to my table without saying a word and sat down opposite me. I looked up, startled. "I see you've been photographing the storm near the pylons," he said quietly. His voice was calm, but had this strange intensity that made me uncomfortable. I nodded, trying to figure out if this was some kind of weird joke or maybe a reporter. "May I?" he asked, and before I could say no, he reached out and grabbed my laptop. He pulled up the photo with the dark disk in it. He printed a black and white copy right there on the cafe's printer. I hadn't even noticed he was carrying a small portable printer in his briefcase. He slid the print across the table to me. "If you decide to share this image, consider framing it differently," he said. Eyes locked on mine. I was too confused to respond. "What do you mean?" He smiled thinly, stood up and walked away. Just like that, he was gone. I looked down at the print. The disc-shaped silhouette was even more visible in black and white. But this time, I noticed something else. Subtle distortions around it, like the air was bending or shimmering. After that, things got weirder. My phone started acting up. Calls would drop without explanation. My GPS would glitch, showing me in places I hadn't been. I began noticing people watching me, just out of the corner of my eye, men in plain black clothes blending into crowds. They never approached, but their presence was unmistakable. One night, I went out again to photograph lightning, hoping to catch another shot or maybe understand what I'd seen. The storm was rolling in and the wind had picked up. I set up my camera and waited. Lightning flashed, and for a moment, I thought I saw that disc again, flickering just beyond the pylons. But when I raised my camera, it was gone. I left quicker than usual and got back home feeling tense. The next morning, I found a small envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a Polaroid, an instant photo of my apartment window taken from the outside. The image was grainy, but I could make out my reflection in the glass, and behind me, just a faint shadow that looked like a man in a suit. There was no note, just the photo. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched only grew. I stopped sharing any photos of the storm. I deleted the images from my camera and phone. Yet, I kept wondering who that man was and why he cared about the photo. What did he want me to frame differently? Weeks went by, and the men in black never directly confronted me again, but I could feel their eyes whenever I stepped outside. The strange glitches persisted. I kept shooting storms, always hoping to catch a glimpse of the disc or figure out what it was, but it never appeared again. I guess some things don't want to be seen, and some pictures aren't meant to be shared as they are. I launched the drone from the grassy berm behind the old airfield just as the sun was dropping. The place is half park, half forgotten runway. Tall grass, chain link with a sag in it, a couple of maintenance hangars that smell like oil and dust. I go there when I want open sky and no neighbors yelling about prop noise. That evening, the thermals were good and the light was sharp. I was trying to catch the last of the sun on the control tower for a time lapse. The first thing that felt off was the birds. There were usually swallows skimming over the grass at dusk, but they were nowhere. The air was quiet in a hollow way. No insects either, like someone had turned down the volume on the place. I shrugged it off, sent the drone up, and watched the live feed on my tablet. I'd been flying long enough to trust the way the machine moves. This time, a little after golden hour, something crossed the horizon on the north side of the field. At first it looked like a lens flare, bright round, but it moved. It cut across the frame, low over the hangars, then slid into the bank of cloud that had started to gather. The drone clocked it at a blink of speed and then a full stop right at the cloud base. No sound that I could hear through the tablet, no echo from the field. Then, as if someone had pressed fast forward on reality, it was gone inside the cloud, too quick for the eye to follow. I hit record out of reflex. I always record everything. What little footage I get is proof when a shot turns out to be something. On playback, the object is a hard-edged disc, not a smear. It hits the cloud bank and the pixels bloom around it for a frame, like heat haze, and then nothing. The timestamp showed a clean 1-second gap where the object should have been, the cloud moving the same way before and after. I replayed the segment until my neck cramped. After I landed, I checked the SD card on the bench with a pocket lamp. The footage looked normal on my laptop in the car, except for that second. I uploaded a copy to my external drive and shoved the original card in my pocket. I told myself I'd post it later, call a couple of friends who shoot storms and ask what they thought. Mostly I wanted someone to tell me I hadn't been tired or seeing things. I didn't sleep well. I kept picturing that blank white where the object entered the cloud. The next morning, I checked emails a few times and went about the day. Late afternoon, I noticed a sedan idling oddly at the far end of my street when I pulled into the driveway. No plates, windows too dark to see through. It sat there a beat longer than it should have, then rolled away. That was the kind of thing I'd usually ignore. You don't have to take every stranger at face value. But the car stayed in my head, and when an unknown number pinged my phone that evening and went straight to silence when I answered, I tightened up. 2 days later, a knock at the door came just after lunch. I wasn't expecting anyone. Through the peephole, there were 2 men, black suits, no logos, shoes polished the way people polish them when they expect to be stopped in a lobby and asked their name. They didn't look intimidating. They looked like men who practiced not wasting expressions. I let them in because curiosity won over caution. They introduced themselves in a soft way that almost suggested they were handing the choice to me. One of them held out a card with nothing on it. I said I didn't need a card. The taller one smiled very slightly and asked, plain as you would ask for the time, "Where is the SD card from your flight last evening?" The way he said it made my mouth go dry. "You mean the footage?" Yeah, I have it. Why?" "For investigation purposes," the other man said, and his voice was low enough to be private. "We need the card." People who want data typically ask for a copy. They ask for files. Asking for the physical card and doing it with that particular tone was its own kind of pressure. I said no at first. I told them I kept backups and could copy anything they wanted. They listened, and the taller man nodded like he accepted the answer without being surprised. "We'll need the card," he said again, softer, "for chain of custody." He used jargon I'd heard only on crime shows and in a few conversations with a friend who works airport ops. Something about the phrasing put me on edge. If this were a prank, it was a detailed one. We stood in my narrow hallway, trading small rationalities. I offered to copy the file there, right on my laptop. The men didn't move to sit. The one with the slightly wrinkled sleeve kept his hands folded, as if the idea of touching anything would mess up the situation. "Digital copies can be altered," he said. "We just need the original." His eyes found mine in a way that left no space for a response. The other man watched the ceiling fan turn. I handed over the card. It felt heavier than it should have. He took it with both hands like it was fragile, examined the label on the corner, and slipped it into a small padded envelope. There was a calm, corporate efficiency to what they did. No threats, no small talk, just focus. Before they left, the tall one said, "We appreciate your cooperation. Don't post anything until you've spoken with us again." I asked what department they were from, FAA, police, some university. They didn't answer directly. "Investigation," the tall one said. "We'll be in touch." They left the way they had arrived, no car on the street, no footsteps through the yard. For a second after the door shut, I thought I heard a car fade down the block. But there was also the hum of the refrigerator and the kettle starting in the kitchen, so it could have been anything. I tried to get back to regular life. I called my friend Mara, who edits for a local paper. She said she could check footage for lens artifacts or other issues, and she asked if I'd uploaded the file anywhere. I told her I'd given the card to the men. She sounded annoyed on the line, but not surprised. People who want that kind of thing don't say investigation and leave envelopes with manners, she said. They have forms. The next evening, the local news ran a short about some pilots who'd reported an errant drone near the airfield. The story said nothing about discs or missing frames. It quoted a source from Airfield Ops who said the issue was resolved. I watched it twice and felt a lump in my throat because the station footage showed the exact stretch of fence where I'd taken off, empty and ordinary. A week later, no one called. No email, no official badge in the mail. I kept checking the envelope. Its flap had been sealed with tape, then opened, then taped again. The card was gone. That night, I found another car in my street, different make, the same quiet waiting. I sat at my table until 2 in the morning with the kitchen light on and the tablet beside me, but I didn't fly anything. The drone hummed in its bag on the shelf, the battery cool. I plugged the external drive into the laptop and scrolled through footage folders, looking for the copy I had made right after the flight. The backup file was there, but when I opened it, the timeline leapt a few seconds. Where the object had entered the cloud was a black frame, and then, 1 frame later, the cloud was in a slightly different place. The encoding showed no errors, nothing corrupted, just a clean jump like a cut someone had made. I thought about going to the station and asking questions. I thought about posting the clip online. I thought about how small and explainable my life usually felt. Instead, I shut the laptop and walked to the window to see if the car had moved. It was gone. 2 weeks later, a man in a plain suit left a small, anonymous envelope on my porch. Inside was one single printout, a still from my footage, the frame before the object hit the cloud. They'd cropped it so tight the disc filled the page like a coin. Someone had printed it on nice paper, not my printer. On the back was "Please exercise discretion" and nothing else. I taped the print to the inside of my storage cabinet where I keep propellers and spare batteries. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what they are. I don't know whether handing the card over calmed something or started something. All I know is the birds haven't quite returned to the airfield the same way they used to, and when I stand on the berm at dusk, it feels stranger to look at the clouds. I still fly sometimes, but I always set the recorder to save to 2 cards and 1 drive, and I keep a copy physically separated, just in case. I cut across a side trail because the map said there was a shortcut and because I was already late for the bus. The woods that morning felt like someone had turned down the volume on the world. The usual high chatter of chickadees and jays was gone, and even the wind in the pines sounded muffled. I noticed it first as an absence. No birds, no squirrel slap, just the steady whisper of my boots on duff. And then I saw the circle. It was a perfect ring in the understory, maybe 12 feet across. The ground inside it was black and glassy, like someone had poured tar and let it cure under the trees. The saplings at the edge were charred only on their inner faces, as if the heat had come straight up. About halfway to the center, metal fragments caught the weak light and scattered like dark mica. Up close they looked wrong, not rusty or torn, but fused and oddly smooth, like someone welded and sanded the edges. And they had a weight that didn't match their size. The air there smelled sharp, ozone and scorched wood. I shouldn't have picked anything up. I knew that inside me, even before my fingers closed around the shard. But you don't get many chances to see things like that, and curiosity is a stubborn thing. The piece fit in my palm like the cap of a pen, dark and matte, with one straight edge that reflected nothing. I pocketed it and told myself I'd look at it later in better light, like a tourist picking up a coin from an old ruined site. That thought made me laugh for a second because it sounded ridiculous, but it was the only thing that broke the silence. I had taken maybe 5 steps when I became aware I wasn't alone. It wasn't movement at first. It was the way the air felt around me, like a room before people enter. Then, 2 men stepped out from between the trees. They didn't walk so much as appear, closing a gap that had been there a second before. Both were in dark suits that didn't match the forest. Both had the same kind of shoes, polished, nondescript, and the same tendency to stand with their hands loosely clasped in front of them. They looked like corporate guys who had wandered into the wrong place. They didn't say anything. They didn't smile. They simply stopped 10 feet away and tilted their heads toward me in unison. I noticed then that they were the same height, same build, as if they came off the same rack. Their faces were plain and blank in a way that made me uncomfortable. You couldn't tell if they were cold or bored or curious. One of them extended his hands, not a threatening gesture, not an aggressive show of power. He held his palms up, fingers straight, the way someone might hold a wet dog without wanting to get too close. He didn't ask for anything. He didn't search me. He simply presented his hands and waited. There are moments when your brain disconnects from the rest of your body and you see yourself like a stranger. Here I was, in the middle of a burned circle in the middle of nowhere, with two men in suits and my hand in my pocket around a shard that looked like it had no business in a forest. They were not smiling, they were not moving, they just wanted that thing back. A dozen sensible responses ran through me. Run, drop the shard and walk away, call someone, pretend it was nothing, but my mouth and my hands moved in their own slow way. I took the shard out of my pocket like an idiot show-and-tell student and looked at it once more. Up close I could make out no maker's marks, no grain, nothing that said manufactured. It was cold, oddly cold, and my thumb left no fingerprint when I wiped it across. The man with the steadier gaze didn't flinch. Here, I said, because whatever else you do in a state of disorientation is talk. The word felt hollow. He didn't say thank you. He didn't even look pleased. He took the piece with gentle, certain fingers and turned it in his palm like a jeweler inspects a stone. His partner watched the trees as if expecting something else to step out. They didn't take it away in some dramatic fashion. One of them simply folded it into his jacket as if it were a handkerchief and then smoothed the cloth. For a moment, I thought they'd tuck it into an inner pocket and leave, and that's what I wanted. Leave, go home, wash my hands, tell the story to friends over beers, and have them laugh. Instead, the taller man reached to the small of his back and pulled out a small, unmarked envelope. He placed the shard inside it without looking at me, then sealed the envelope closed with a motion that had nothing of fancy about it. No flap, no glue, just a neat tucking. He handed the envelope to his partner. The partner tucked it away, and then both men took 2 steps back, then another 2 steps, as if they had finished a short scene. The taller one inclined his head once, a small, formal thing. The other man's eyes met mine briefly and contained what might have been warning, though it could just as easily have been a calculation. They turned and walked back into the trees the way you'd slide between paper curtains. No noise, no rustle, like they had never been there. I watched them go until the trunks closed. Then I went to my knees in the circle and stared at the spot where they'd been standing, because that's the sort of thing you do when you're trying to prove you weren't dreaming. There was nothing on the ground. No footprints besides mine. No broken leaves. No envelope scrap. The fragments were gone. The black glass of the ring looked the same. My pocket felt lighter. On the hike back, I saw things I hadn't seen on the way in. The path markers had been bent, not torn, but bent inward, as if someone had pushed them down with a flat hand. A nest in a forked branch looked intact, except for the eggs. They'd been scooped out neatly. When I tried to take a photo with my phone, it refused to open the camera app. The screen flashed, then settled on the home page like nothing had happened. My compass app spun lazily for a handful of seconds and then found north again. At the trailhead, I told myself I should go to the ranger station, say something like, "I found a burned circle in the woods," and get the soft official response, "We'll look into it." Or the skeptical one, "You sure you didn't drop your cigarette?" But the men had not spoken. They had not asked. The way they took the fragment was not like theft. It was clinical and practiced. I felt stupid going into a government office waving my pockets. I told the bus driver instead, because he's a friend, and because stories are easier when you don't have to use the word envelope. He whistled low and said, "That's the kind of thing that makes me change routes," as if the words were a thing one keeps in a drawer for emergency. He suggested I set up a camera and go back with someone the next day. I promised him I would, even though my feet felt like they were glued to the road. That night at home, I laid out my backpack and then found my hand going to my pockets every few minutes like a nervous tick. There were no shards in the jacket pocket where I'd put the piece. I found myself replaying the moment. how they'd extended their hands without a question, how my fingers had loosened and let them have it. I tried to rationalize the whole thing. Maybe they were surveyors, maybe landowners, maybe state people who asked for artifacts to keep the site safe. None of the explanations fit the way those men had moved or the way the envelope had been tucked away. I didn't sleep well. When I finally drifted, it was to a dream where I tried to show someone a coin and my hand was always empty. The next morning, I went back to the trailhead because that's what you do when guilt sits on your chest. There was a logbook at the ranger station where people signed trail conditions. I found a new entry not 20 feet from the door. Neat handwriting, no name, just the date, and site cleared. Someone had written it within the hour. No official stamp. No phone number. I didn't call anyone after that. I didn't need to. The men had been clear without words. They'd asked for what was theirs, and they'd gotten it. The circle stayed in the woods, clean and weird and dark. The fragments stayed tucked away somewhere no one I could ask would find it. I walked the route that day with the same attention as before, but I avoided the side trail. I told my friends the story in pieces, the parts that had faces and motion, and the part where I had been an idiot and given something away like a child. They laughed in the right places and didn't ask in the places I half wished they would. I don't know who those men were. I don't know what the fragments were made of, or why they left no trace after they'd left. I do know this. Walking through the woods after that felt different. The trees kept the secret better than I did. I went home and made coffee and folded shirts and tried to put the day on a nice, sensible shelf. The shelf held the story when I touched it, but every now and then, when I took the shortcut on the way to the bus, I found myself glancing at the trees and thinking about the envelope in the coat and the two hands waiting politely in the dim. I was on the roof because the roof is the only place in my block that still has darkness enough to see anything beyond the sodium street lamps. I'd set the telescope up between the rusting HVAC units and a dying potted palm, tripod feet on the gravel, red headlamp tucked into my jacket so I wouldn't wreck my night vision. My name's Marco Reyes. I'm not an astronomer, just someone who likes to point expensive glass at empty bits of sky and try to make sense of the small things moving up there. The night was the kind of cold that sharpens edges. Late October, clear with a thin crescent moon. I was logging the Cassiopeia sweep when my planet tracking app pinged a satellite pass. I always check satellites. They move like they're on rails. This didn't. I saw 4 points of light, evenly spaced, half crawling across the sky as if someone had snapped a line of LEDs into place. They held formation perfectly. No drift, no jitter, just that quiet mechanical glide. Then they did something that made me sit back from the eyepiece because it made no sense in any of the little rhythms I knew. The formation split. Not a diffusion or a scattering like a flock of birds, but a clean break. The 4 points arranged into a square, then 2 points slotted inward to make a diamond, and suddenly one of the points folded inward on an angle so sharp it looked like the light had just stopped being a dot and was now an edge. The motion was instantaneous, like a page flipping. I blinked and the thing had changed again, corners forming and reforming, more geometry than flight. I checked the scope for reflection, tapped the eyepiece, thought maybe an internal glitch. The live feed on my phone showed the same thing, just smaller, so it wasn't me hallucinating. I started recording because that's what you do when something refuses to behave. You make a copy so later you can argue with it. The lights move with that odd, clean choreography for maybe 3 minutes. They'd push in, snap apart, slide sideways without the faintest arc, vanish for a blink, and reappear a fraction of a degree away. No sound at all. The air on the roof was ordinary. Traffic down the avenue, a dog barking once, a far plane. But the motion itself had the wrong physics. Sharp turns that would tear apart any aerodynamic surface, pauses that weren't pauses but jumps. After 10 minutes, I felt stupid and small and intensely awake all at once. The sky settled back into its normal scatter. An airplane crossed with its blinking nav lights. A satellite that actually behaved like a satellite. I packed the scope away with my hands, still a little clumsy. I thumbed the recording and saw the file, the little thumbnail moving, but when I tried to open it, my phone choked. File corrupted, the media app said. which is the polite way electronics tell you you don't own the moment you thought you owned. I shrugged and went inside because it was late, and because there's always the argument that rooftops have the best ghosts. The next morning, I had to get up for work at the public library downtown. I've been the evening reference librarian there for 3 years. The job is mostly lending answers and shushing teenagers. Library work is sensible, which is why what happened after the roof felt strange on top of strange. I walked out of the staff entrance at 8:15 and 2 men were on the sidewalk across the street. I noticed them because the morning felt ordinary, and then the men were there. 2 dark silhouettes in suits unlike anything you see on a Tuesday outside a library. Black wool, narrow ties, shoes so clean they looked new. They were standing under the awning of a closed storefront, both staring in the exact direction of the library entrance. They weren't talking. They weren't shifting weight. They were just watching. There was something about them that made my stomach drop slow and precise. The way they held still like a camera prevents motion blur. The sameness of their posture. The way they avoided buying coffee or even pretending to check their phones. It was the way movie extras look when the director hasn't called wrap. I told myself I was being childish. Maybe they were waiting for a friend. Maybe they were private security. People wait on sidewalks all the time. I changed my route to the front door because the staff entrance was closer, but as I passed the window of the bakery across the street, I caught them out of the corner of my eye. Still there. Still watching. Inside, I couldn't focus. Someone asked me where the genealogy microfilm was, and I pointed and then had to go back and look at the copy of the roof video I'd finally managed to force into existence on my backup drive. The file opened this time, but there was a single frame where the lights folded inward that was pure white, like someone had erased that instant. I scrubbed back and forth, and the white frame stayed the size of a single heartbeat. At 11, I told my supervisor I wasn't feeling well. He raised an eyebrow. People call in for colds all the time, but I could see him thinking it over and deciding the day would pass without me. When I walked back out to the staff entrance, the 2 men were closer now, under the plane trees by the newsstand, still staring at the library door. They hadn't budged. They didn't follow me. They didn't approach. They merely stood and watched in that slow, spectator silence until I rounded the corner and started home with my chest a little tight, and the afternoon wide open. The whole way back, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting them to be driving behind me the way men in suits in bad movies do. The street was empty except for a delivery van. The world had its usual noise: trains, a kid on a bicycle, someone on a lawnmower. I should have called someone. Police, a friend, a manager, but the rational options reeked a little of overreaction. Excuse me, there are 2 men staring at my workplace. Doesn't sit comfortably in the phone. Instead, I sat on my couch and tried to make sense of the white frame. I tried to find the moment again on my site clipboard, dug the backup card out of the glove box, but a day later, the file behaved differently. The recording would play up to the white frame, and then, as if bored, jump forward a second and resume. Not corrupted, altered, in a way that looked like someone had edited the world's continuity. Over the next 48 hours, other little things piled up around that first weirdness. My apartment clock lost 7 minutes and then caught back up. My neighbor told me her baby monitor recorded a burst of static at 2 a.m. No voice, no melody, just a thin sweep like the breath of old radio tubes. My phone battery drained faster than it had any right to. The weather app on my tablet showed rain for the afternoon the next week, and then, when I checked again, a different forecast. Small, plausible glitches, each one wearing the shape of coincidence. On Wednesday, I went back to work. I said I'd been clear-headed all morning and meant it at first until I rounded the newsstand and the men were there again, a little further down, still in their suits and still watching the door like they were cataloging the comings and goings. A mother with a stroller paused and looked at them and then hurried away differently, like her sense of a normal morning had shifted. A bus driver swapped a look with a shopkeeper and then shrugged it off. The men kept watching. When I left early again at lunchtime, they watched me a while longer. From the sidewalk, their faces were as blank as copies. No sunglasses to hide eyes, nothing to anchor them to the rest of the city. I kept my head down and walked. The whole time I had the odd sensation that they knew which pocket held the telescope key, that they had the white frame of my video memorized like a schedule. I thought about parking across town for the evening, about sleeping at a friend's, about changing my clothes and vanishing for a night, but I didn't do any of those things. I walked home because habit is a tie. That night I tried to be ordinary. I cooked pasta, I did the dishes, I pretended the sky was the same sky. The topaz of the streetlight through the blinds looked the same as it ever did. I left a red headlamp in the drawer by the door, just in case. When I closed my eyes, the white frame was a bright, jagged thing behind my eyelids. I don't know what those lights were on the roof. I don't know who the men were on the sidewalk. I don't know whether the missing frame is a hole someone cut in time or a bad app or a trick of electronics colluding with my nerves. All I know is that the city felt a little watched for a while, like when you notice a new camera and can't unsee it. I also know I left work early 2 days running and that 2 men in suits stood across the street both times and did nothing but look until I was gone. I was in Bar Harbor last October, hiking the trails along the coast. The weather was perfect for it, cool but sunny, with that crisp bite in the air you only get right before winter really sets in. I'd been taking pictures all morning, mostly just the coastline and the old Bass Harbor Head Lighthouse. I'm not a professional photographer or anything, but I like messing around with my camera, seeing what I can capture when the light's good. The tide was out, so I climbed down onto the rocks below the lighthouse to get some different angles. There weren't many people around, just a couple of bird watchers farther up the trail and some fishermen on a boat out in the distance. I stayed down there for about an hour, wandering between the tide pools and snapping photos of the waves. At one point, I remember pointing my camera back toward the lighthouse and catching something shiny in the viewfinder. Off to the left, high above the tree line. It wasn't in the shot for long, maybe a second or two before it zipped out of frame. I figured it was just glare off a plane or maybe a seagull catching the sun weird. I didn't think about it again until later. By mid-afternoon, I was back at the little gravel lot where I'd parked. My plan was to drive into town, grab some dinner, and maybe go through my shots for the day on my laptop. But as I came out of the trailhead, I saw 2 men standing near my car. They were both wearing black suits and hats, kind of old-fashioned looking, like something from the 50s. At first, I assumed maybe they were with some kind of historical group or filming project, but as I got closer, they both turned toward me in perfect unison. One of them asked very calmly, "Where did you have your negatives developed?" It threw me for a second. Negatives? Who still uses film? I told them I hadn't developed anything, that I was using a digital camera. They didn't react. The other one just repeated the question, same tone, same wording. Something about the way they stood there, completely still, no shifting weight, no blinking, started to make me feel off. I told them again that it was digital and even held up my camera to show them. One of them stepped closer, not fast, but in this deliberate way that made it hard to keep eye contact. He looked at my camera for a moment, then asked if I had reviewed the exposures. I said no, not yet. They just nodded once at the exact same time and stepped back. The first one told me to take care driving home, and then they both walked down the gravel drive toward the main road. I turned around to put my stuff in the car, and when I looked back, maybe 5 seconds later, they were gone. No vehicle, no sound, nothing. When I finally got back to my rental, I loaded the pictures onto my laptop. That's when I saw it. In one of the lighthouse shots, right between the tower and the tree line, there was a metallic object, perfectly round, like a ball bearing. It was too sharp to be a bird, and it didn't look like a drone. The light was hitting it in a way that made it almost glow. The strangest part, the next morning when I went to show a friend back home, the file wouldn't open. I still had all the other photos from that day in India, but that one shot, the one with the object, was just corrupted. I was hiking alone near the southern edge of the Bitterroot Range early October, before the snow came in heavy. The place I went isn't on a marked trail. It's one of those old Forest Service access roads that got decommissioned years ago, now mostly used by hunters and the occasional backwoods camper. I'd found it the year before while helping a friend scout elk routes. There was a path just faint enough to follow if you knew what you were looking for. My name's Nate Shepard. I'm 38, live in Missoula, and I like to get out in the woods a few times a year to clear my head. That weekend was supposed to be a short overnight solo. Hike in, set up camp, maybe catch some stars if the sky held clear. No cell service, no sounds except wind and birds. That kind of quiet always settles me down. The weather was cold but dry, sky overcast but thin enough that I could see the ridge lines against the clouds. I got started around 2 p.m., parked at the old pullout by mile marker 87, and started up the slope. About a mile and a half in, I passed a sign I hadn't seen before. Metal, dull gray, bolted crooked into a pine. It just said, "Restricted zone, no entry beyond this point," in block letters. No agency logo, no contact number. That was odd. I'd been this way before and never seen a posted boundary. It didn't look new either. Rust had started eating into the edges cake, and the bottom right corner was bent like someone had tried to tear it off. I stood there for a second, thinking. I wasn't doing anything illegal. No fire, no hunting, just hiking. And from what I could tell, the sign was barely attached to anything. No fence, no tape, nothing. Just a single tree off a game trail. I figured it was left over from a fire closure or some old logging claim. I kept going. A couple more miles in, I set up camp near a small bluff that overlooked a dry creek bed. By then, the sun had dropped behind the mountains and the temperature started falling fast. I got a small fire going, made some tea, and sat on a log with my headlamp off, watching the trees sway in the breeze. Then I noticed a light. It was about tree height, maybe 30 or 40 feet up, deeper into the forest, maybe 100 yards out. At first, I thought it was a drone. It had that kind of precise hovering quality, but it moved strange. It wasn't steady. It would pulse, dim to nothing, then flare up again a few feet away like it was blinking out and reappearing, not moving between points. The color was red, but not like a laser pointer or taillight. It was softer, more organic. A reddish glow that shifted slightly like it was being seen through water. It made no sound. No whir, no clicking, nothing. I stood up slowly, not wanting to draw attention to myself, and turned off the fire with a few scoops of dirt. The light pulsed twice more, then vanished. I stayed still, staring into the dark, but it didn't come back. I didn't sleep much that night. In the morning, I packed up early and started back down the trail. No light, no sound, nothing out of place, but the woods felt hollow. That's the best way I can put it. Like the wind had stopped carrying, like the forest wasn't listening anymore. I know that sounds dumb, but that's how it felt. About half a mile from where I'd parked, just before the path starts widening out near the edge of the tree line, 2 men were standing across the trail. Both were wearing suits, not outdoors gear, not uniforms, actual black suits. No coats, no hats, no bags. Their shoes were clean, too clean for this trail. The shorter one had gray hair and a sunken face. The other was taller, looked younger, but had the same unreadable expression. They weren't talking to each other, just standing side by side like they'd been waiting there. I slowed down and gave a quick nod, thinking maybe they were from Fish and Game or some weird private land agency. But they didn't introduce themselves or ask what I was doing. The shorter one just looked at me and said very calmly, "This part of the forest doesn't exist." I laughed a little, instinctively, thinking I'd misheard. "Excuse me?" He repeated it. Same tone. "This part of the forest doesn't exist." I stood there a few feet away from them, unsure if I was being threatened or tested. "Look," I said, "I didn't see any fence. I was just hiking. I'm heading back to my car now." Neither of them moved. The taller one finally spoke, just 3 words. "You weren't here." I didn't say anything after that. I walked around them without making eye contact and picked up my pace. They didn't follow. When I got to the road, my truck was exactly where I'd left it, but the back tailgate was unlatched. I never leave it unlatched. Nothing was missing, just shifted around. My cooler was upside down and my sleeping bag was unrolled and hanging halfway out the back. I threw everything in, locked the doors, and drove the hour and a half back to Missoula without stopping. Later that night, I checked the GPS app I'd used to record my hike. The track stopped abruptly about halfway in. No elevation data, no timestamps past that point. just a straight line ending in the middle of the woods. I opened the file again the next morning. The track was gone completely. I haven't gone back, not to that trail, not even close. It was a little after 9 on a Thursday night, and I was the only one left in the station. That wasn't unusual. Night shifts at the Weather Service can be pretty lonely, especially when you're on radar duty. I'd been tracking a line of thunderstorms moving in from the west. Nothing severe, just the kind of summer storms that roll in slow and light up the sky for a few hours. I had one monitor pulled up to the live radar sweep, another set to satellite imagery. Everything looked normal until something caught my eye, a return that didn't match the rest of the data. It was small, maybe the size of a compact car if I had to guess, and it wasn't following the wind patterns. It zipped through the leading edge of the storm, slowed down, then cut sharply north like it had made a decision. My first thought was some kind of drone, maybe military, but the speed changes didn't fit. This thing was moving at over 200 knots at one point, then nearly stopped in place for about 3 seconds before darting off again. The oddest part? No transponder signal. Every aircraft I've ever tracked had at least some kind of identifier. I screen captured the sequence, partly out of habit, partly because I wanted to look at it later when I wasn't juggling radar scans. I even zoomed in on one frame where it passed just beneath the densest part of the cloud line. That's when I noticed the faint halo around it, like it was lit from within, but the light didn't scatter like lightning. I saved everything in our shared archive under a nondescript file name and made a note in the log for the next shift. When I came in the next morning before I'd even had coffee, there were 2 men in the lobby waiting, both in black suits, black ties, white shirts, like they'd stepped out of some old photograph. No badges, no Weather Service IDs. One of them, tall and thin, did all the talking. He asked if I was the one monitoring Sector 3B the night before. I said yes, still half asleep. He smiled, polite, but in a way that didn't feel like it reached his eyes, and said, "The data you collected has been reclassified. We'll need access to your workstation." I asked who they were with because that's protocol, and he just repeated, "The data has been reclassified." The other man, shorter, never looked at me directly. He just kept glancing around the room like he was taking mental inventory. I was too stunned to argue. I logged in, let them behind the desk, and stood there while the tall one navigated directly to my saved folder. He didn't even search. He went straight to it, deleted the files, and emptied the recycle bin. Then he moved to the backup drive and did the same thing. It was only after they walked out without saying a word about who they were that I realized they hadn't asked for my password. They'd just known it. I figured maybe someone higher up had called them in, so I checked with my supervisor. He had no idea what I was talking about. No visitors had been signed in, no one had scheduled a review of the radar logs. That's when I tried to pull the files from the server. Our system keeps redundant backups, 3 copies in 3 separate locations, so deleting something completely takes multiple steps and permissions. All 3 versions of the files were gone. Not corrupted, not hidden, just like they'd never existed. Later that afternoon, I went back to the radar station and looked at the log I'd left. My note about the anomaly was missing, but the rest of the log was untouched. No edits, no signs anyone had opened it. That night, I drove home in a heavier rain than the forecast had called for. As I was pulling into my driveway, I noticed a black sedan parked down the street. No plates on the front, windows too dark to see inside. I sat in my truck for a minute watching, but it never moved. The next morning, it was gone. A week later, I got called in for another overnight shift. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that maybe I'd misread the radar or just gotten too little sleep. But halfway through the night, I caught another blip. Same size, same movement, same strange pauses. This time, before I could even think to save it, the signal blinked out. Not faded, just disappeared mid-scan. 10 minutes later, the phone on the desk rang. When I answered, no one spoke. I could hear a faint hum on the line like electrical equipment, and then a voice, not distorted, just flat, said, "You won't find it again." The line went dead. I haven't told anyone else about it since. It was mid-November, one of those clear, cold mornings where the frost hangs in the air even after the sun's been up for an hour. I was out near the old logging road past Dry Creek, carrying my rifle but mostly just walking. Hunting was almost an excuse to get out there by myself. That part of the forest is usually dead quiet, except for the occasional crow, and I'd gone far enough that the snowmobile tracks had thinned out to nothing. I cut off the main path toward a spot I'd found the year before. A little clearing about 100 yards wide, ringed with tall spruce. It's the kind of place you only know about if you've been wandering out there a while. My boots crunched through the frost, and I was looking for a fresh deer sign when I noticed something strange about the light in the clearing. At first, I thought I was seeing heat shimmer, but it was cold enough to see my breath. Then I realized the air above the center of the clearing was bent somehow, like the way water distorts the bottom of a river. That's when I saw it. Hanging about 20 feet up was something shaped almost like a stretched out oval, but the surface looked wrong, like liquid metal, perfectly mirroring the trees around it. It blended so well with the background that if it hadn't been moving slightly, I probably would have missed it. It wasn't spinning or swaying, it was just hovering there. I stood still for a long time, just listening. Nothing. No wind in the branches, no birds, not even the distant hum of highway noise you usually get if the air's still. Just dead silence. I don't know how long I watched it, maybe a minute, maybe 5, but it never made a sound. Not even the faint buzzing you'd expect from a drone. Then as I shifted my weight, it rippled. The whole surface pulsed like someone had dropped a pebble into a pond, and it seemed to tilt slightly toward me. That's when my stomach dropped. I can't explain it, but it felt like it noticed me. I backed toward the tree line, keeping my eyes on it. My heart was pounding hard enough that I could hear it in my ears. I figured I'd circle back to the logging road and head straight for my truck. About halfway back, the forest started to feel different. The quiet wasn't just quiet anymore. It was heavy, like the air had thickened. I kept my rifle in my hands, finger just outside the trigger guard. When I rounded a bend in the trail, they were just there. 2 men standing side by side in the middle of the path, both wearing black suits, long coats, and hats that looked out of place in the woods. Their clothes were spotless. Not a speck of frost or dirt, even though the trail was muddy in spots. Neither of them looked at my rifle. They didn't even look at my face, exactly. More like they were looking through me. One of them stepped forward just enough that I noticed his shoes were polished black leather. Perfectly clean. "You've gone off limits," he said. His voice was flat, no accent I could place, but it had this strange rhythm to it, like each word was measured out. I didn't know what to say. My mouth went dry. I glanced past them, wondering if I could push through the trees and skirt around, but something about the way they stood made me stop. The second one spoke. "Turn around. Use another route." Same flat tone. I tried to play dumb, said I was just out for deer and didn't know there were any boundaries out here. Neither reacted. They didn't even blink. When I didn't move right away, they both took a step forward in unison. Not threatening exactly, but precise, like they'd rehearsed it. That was enough for me. I muttered, "All right," and backed up a few steps before turning. I didn't run, but I walked fast, taking the long way around through thicker trees until I found the main road again. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, but there was nothing. When I finally got back to my truck, there was a thin layer of frost on the windshield, even though it had been clear when I left it that morning. My phone, which I'd been using to check the time earlier, was off, completely dead. I figured the cold had drained it, but when I plugged it in at home later, it powered on like normal, still at 62% battery. I thought about going back the next day to see if the clearing looked different, but when I checked the weather report, they were calling for heavy snow in that area for the rest of the week. I never did go back, and I don't hunt alone anymore. I was hiking alone that evening, taking the fire road that loops around the ridge and back down into town. I'd started later than I meant to, and the sun was already low behind the hills when I began heading back. The air had that heavy, still feeling it gets right before it turns dark. You could hear every step of your boots on gravel. About halfway down the trail, I stopped to drink some water and happened to glance across the valley. Through the trees, way off in the distance, I caught this quick flash, silver, almost metallic. just a sliver of it between the branches. It wasn't sunlight hitting something, because the sun was already dipping below the ridge. It was more like something reflective moved for a split second and then was gone. I stared for a good minute, waiting for it to reappear, but nothing moved. I shook it off and kept walking. The trail narrowed as it wound down the slope, and the light was fading faster than I liked. The only sounds were my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves from the wind, but about 10 minutes later, I noticed something behind me. Low, rolling tires on gravel. I turned and saw a black SUV creeping along the trail. It was odd because this fire road was usually gated off to vehicles, except for the occasional Ranger truck. This wasn't a Ranger truck. It was a big, shiny SUV, spotless despite the dusty road. The windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see inside. I slowed down, figuring they might just want to pass, but they stayed behind me, maybe 40 or 50 feet back, moving at my pace. I stepped to the side of the trail, giving a little wave for them to go ahead. The SUV slowed even more, but didn't pass. It just kept rolling forward as I started walking again. My phone had no service out there, so calling anyone wasn't an option. After another minute, the driver's side window rolled down halfway. There were two men inside, both wearing black suits, white shirts, and black ties. Out here, on a dusty fire road in the middle of nowhere at dusk. Neither of them looked like they belonged anywhere near a hiking trail. The one in the passenger seat just watched me, completely still. The driver, a pale guy with short, dark hair, finally spoke. His voice was flat, like he was reading a script. He asked if I had seen anything unusual up on the ridge. No greeting, no explanation. I said no, because I didn't know what they were talking about, and I wasn't about to mention the silver flash. The driver nodded slightly, but neither of them broke eye contact with me. It wasn't a glare, just staring. The SUV stayed beside me for a few seconds as I walked, rolling along at a crawl until the driver said, "Be careful heading down. Things can change quickly out here." Then the window went back up, and they inched forward. I thought they'd finally leave, but they only drove maybe 20 feet ahead before stopping again. I didn't want to walk right up to the back of their vehicle, so I pretended to tie my boot. When I finally kept moving, the SUV started rolling again, matching my pace, just far enough ahead that I couldn't see their faces anymore. The rest of the way down, they never sped up, never pulled away. Every turn in the trail, they'd be there, just far enough ahead to make sure I saw them. The weirdest part was how quiet it all felt. No birds, no wind, no sound except my own footsteps and the soft crunch of their tires. When we finally reached the bottom of the trail where it met the small gravel parking area, the SUV pulled off to the side. I walked past it, keeping my eyes forward. Neither of the men looked at me this time, but I could feel them watching. I got into my car as quickly as I could. As I drove away, I checked the rearview mirror. The SUV was still parked there. Then, right as I turned the last corner before the road back into town, it pulled out and went the opposite direction, up the trail I had just come from. I haven't been back on that ridge since. We were coming back from dinner at my sister's place, out past the edge of town. It was one of those clear, cold nights where the stars actually look sharp, and the moon was bright enough to throw shadows across the road. Julie was driving, and I had the window cracked because I liked the smell of the air out there. We'd just come off Route 19, maybe 10 minutes from our place, when something passed across the moon. I don't mean clouds. There weren't any. This was solid, perfectly circular, or close enough that my brain read it that way. It moved slow enough that I actually saw it block the light. Then the moonlight came back, and it was gone. Julie saw it too. She didn't say anything at first, but I could tell from the way her hands tightened on the wheel. "Did you?" I started, and she just nodded, still looking straight ahead. We didn't talk much after that. The road felt emptier than usual, like even though it's never really busy out there at night. By the time we hit the turnoff for our street, I'd convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a plane catching the light weird, or a bird closer than I thought. When we pulled into the driveway, that's when I saw him. There was a black car. Looked like one of those older Lincolns, shiny but not new, parked just outside the entrance to our drive. A man was leaning against it. Black suit, black tie, white shirt. No coat, even though you could see his breath in the air. He wasn't looking at us when we first saw him, just kind of staring toward the tree line across the street. Julie slowed almost to a stop at the bottom of the driveway. That's when he turned his head toward us. His movements were slow and exact, like someone in a movie hitting a mark. I could see his face now, pale, thin, no facial hair, no glasses. His eyes seemed dark, not just in color, dark, like there was nothing catching the light in them. When Julie rolled the car forward, he stepped toward her side of the window, not fast, but like he already knew we weren't going to drive away. "You enjoy the show tonight?" he asked. His voice was low, even, and didn't match his expression, which was nothing at all. Neither of us answered right away. I think Julie thought he might be talking about something else, like fireworks or some local thing we didn't know about, but he just kept looking at her, waiting. "What show?" she finally asked. His mouth twitched into something that could have been a smile, but only for a second. "The one you just saw." He said it like he was correcting her, like she'd already admitted something. I felt my stomach drop. I wanted to ask him what he meant, but my throat went dry. Julie didn't say anything either, just put the car in park. That's when I realized I couldn't hear anything. Not crickets, not wind, nothing. It wasn't dead silent exactly. More like every other sound had been pushed way into the background. The man looked at me then for the first time. His gaze didn't move between us, just locked onto me and stayed there. "Do you have any questions?" he said. I shook my head without meaning to. "Good," he said, and stepped back from the car. He didn't turn around when he walked back to the black Lincoln. Just moved backwards, still facing us, until he was right up against the driver's side door. Then he slid in without looking down, like he knew exactly where it was. Julie pulled up the driveway fast. When we got to the garage, she didn't get out right away. We just sat there for a minute, both of us looking in the mirrors. The street was empty. The next morning, I went out early to get the paper. There were 2 sets of tire tracks on the shoulder where that car had been parked, but no footprints in the frost, not even ours from the night before. It started on a Thursday night in early spring. My parents were out late, Mom was at her book club, Dad was working the evening shift at the mill, so I had the house to myself. I was in my room, half listening to music, and flipping through stations on the ham radio I'd been messing around with for the last year. I'd bought it secondhand from a guy named Larry who ran a booth at the county flea market. He showed me the basics, and I'd been slowly figuring out the rest on my own. Usually, I just picked up local chatter, truckers, hobbyists, weather reports, but that night, I landed on something I'd never heard before. It was a voice, but not speaking English, not Spanish either. It didn't sound like anything I recognized. Short, clipped words, almost rhythmic, like the speaker was reading from a code book. No music, no static, just this steady stream of syllables. I wrote some of them down in my notebook, the way they sounded to me. Then the voice stopped and there was a long pause. I was about to switch frequencies when a different voice came through, this one slower, deeper. It read out a string of numbers, then repeated them. 43.819.122.475. I didn't know what they meant. Coordinates maybe, but I didn't check right away. I just sat there waiting for more, but the frequency went dead. I flipped through every channel I could reach, but I didn't hear anything like it again. I wrote the numbers down under the words I'd copied. The next day after school, I put them into Google Maps. The location was just a patch of woods about 20 miles south of town, near a place called Devil's Hollow. I'd driven past it with my dad before. It's nothing special, just farmland and tree lines. I didn't tell anyone about it. It wasn't like I thought I'd discovered something huge. It was just weird. I kept the notebook in my desk drawer and figured that was that. The knock came the next afternoon, right after I got home from school. 2 men stood on the porch. Both wore black suits with white shirts, black ties. No logos, no badges. One was tall and thin with pale skin and a sharp jawline. The other was shorter, heavier, with dark hair combed straight back. They didn't smile. The tall one said my name, like he was confirming it. Then he asked, "You have a radio set in your room?" I froze for a second. "Yeah," I said. "We'd like to see your radio logs," he said. Not "may we" or "please." Just flat, like it was a given. I didn't move right away. I asked who they were with. The shorter one reached into his coat pocket, and for a second I thought he was going to show me an ID. But he just took out a small black notebook and flipped it open. I couldn't see what was in it from the doorway. He said, "You picked up a transmission yesterday. We need to verify your records." I told him I didn't think I had to give them anything without my parents home. The tall one looked at the other, then back at me. "Nothing to worry about," he said. "We just need to make sure it's logged correctly. It's for your safety." I remember those exact words. For your safety. They didn't fit the way he said them. I told them I could take their information and have my dad call them. They glanced at each other again. The shorter one closed his notebook. "We'll be back," he said, and they turned and walked down the driveway toward a black sedan parked at the curb. I watched from the window as they got in. The car didn't have plates. That night, I checked my notebook. The page with the strange words and numbers was gone. Not torn out, gone, like it had never been there. All the other pages were intact, my handwriting exactly where I'd left it. Just that one entry missing. I kept the radio off for a few days. The following week, I was sitting on my bed doing homework when the radio clicked on by itself. I swear I hadn't touched it. It went straight to static. Then the same deep voice came through. 43.819.122.475. I didn't write it down. That night, I dreamed I was walking through a stand of bare trees. I could hear voices ahead of me, but I couldn't see anyone. The ground under my feet felt soft, almost like wet sand, even though the trees looked like winter. When I woke up, the radio was on again, just hissing static. The power switch was flipped to off, but it was still making noise. I unplugged it and shoved it in my closet. 2 nights later, I was coming home from a friend's place after dark. When I turned onto my street, there was a black sedan parked 2 houses down from mine. The same model, same color as before. As I passed, I glanced through the driver's side window. The tall man from before was sitting there, hands on the wheel, looking straight ahead. He didn't move. I parked in my driveway and sat there for a minute, pretending to check my phone. When I looked up, the car was gone. I haven't used the radio since. It was early October, about a week after the summer crowds had died down. I was on night shift at Clear Falls State Park, which mostly meant checking that the gates were locked, patrolling the campground once or twice, and sitting in the truck with the radio on low. Nights were quiet that time of year. Too quiet sometimes. Around 9:40 p.m., the ranger station phone rang. It was a guy named Darren who ran the bait shop in town. He said he'd just had 2 different fishermen come in, both rattled, both saying they'd seen strange lights over the lake about half an hour earlier. One claimed it looked like a lantern drifting under the water, but moving too fast, and the other said it was more like a spotlight shining straight up from below. Darren figured it might be poachers or somebody messing around, so he thought I should know. I signed out the keys for the truck, grabbed a flashlight, and headed out. The lake was about a 10-minute drive from the station. It was a calm night, just a slight breeze, and the moon was barely a sliver. The air smelled like wet leaves. When I got near the turnoff to the North Shore lot, I noticed a car parked just inside the access road. Black sedan, no plates that I could see. It was angled so the headlights pointed toward the trees, not the road. I slowed down, thinking maybe it was a visitor who got lost. Then I saw 2 men standing on the path that led down to the water. They were facing the lake, still as fence posts. Both wore dark suits, not jackets you'd wear hiking, but pressed, tailored suits and wide-brimmed hats that made it hard to see their faces. They weren't holding fishing rods, cameras, nothing. Just standing there. I pulled up and got out, figuring I'd walk down and see what was going on. My boots crunched on the gravel, and they both turned to look at me at the exact same time. Their movements were in sync, like they'd rehearsed it. One of them stepped forward and said, "You'll need to return to the station." His voice was deep but completely flat, like there was no inflection at all. I told him I was the on-duty ranger and that I was responding to reports of lights on the lake. "This location is under federal jurisdiction tonight," he said, same tone. "You may return to the station." I asked if they could identify themselves. The second man reached into his coat and showed me something, looked like an ID wallet, but it was so quick and angled that I couldn't read it. I caught a flash of a seal, maybe an eagle, but it was gone before I could be sure. I said, "We don't usually have federal officers here without notice," and the first man replied, "Notice has been given." I asked to who, and he just stared at me. Not angrily, not impatiently, just stared, like he was waiting for me to stop talking. The silence stretched until I could hear the wind moving the branches overhead. Something about their presence felt wrong, not in a threatening way exactly, but in the way you realize you've walked into the wrong room and everyone there knows it but you. Finally, I said, "All right, I'll call this in." "You will not," the first man said immediately. Same flat voice. "Return to the station." I felt my stomach tighten, and I glanced toward the water and noticed faint light rippling across the surface about 100 yards out, like a reflection, but there was no source. It wasn't the moon, and it wasn't a boat. It looked like it was coming from beneath. When I looked back, both men were watching me. Not just looking, watching, like they were waiting to see what I'd do next. I don't know why, but I got the sudden urge to just leave. Not because I was scared they'd hurt me, but because I didn't want to stand there with them any longer. It felt like I wasn't supposed to see whatever was happening. I nodded, said, "All right," and walked back to the truck. I half expected them to follow, but they didn't move. When I drove out, the black sedan was still parked where I'd seen it, engine off, no lights. I went back to the station, sat at my desk, and stared at the phone for a long time. I didn't call anyone, not my supervisor, not the sheriff's office. I just sat there. Around midnight, I decided to swing back toward the lake, figuring maybe they'd be gone by then. When I got there, the sedan was gone, and the shoreline was empty. No light on the water, no footprints on the gravel. The air felt colder than it had earlier, but that could have just been the temperature drop. The next morning, I asked a couple of the other rangers if anyone had gotten word about federal officers visiting the park. Nobody had. I checked the incident logs. Nothing. Later that afternoon, I stopped by Darren's bait shop. I asked if he'd heard any more about those lights. He gave me a look like I'd said something strange and told me he didn't know what I was talking about. I reminded him about the call he made to me the night before, but he just shook his head and said, I must have been thinking of someone else. I didn't push it. That night, when I drove past the lake on my way home, I slowed down at the North Shore turnoff. It was empty. No sedan, no figures, nothing but dark trees and the sound of crickets. But I kept driving without stopping. It was late February, one of those gray weeks where the sun never seems to show up, and I'd been pulling long nights in the meteorology lab at school. I'm a senior, majoring in atmospheric science, and my advisor had given me permission to use some archive satellite imagery for my thesis. Most of it was boring. Jet streams, cloud formations, the occasional hurricane spiraling out in the Pacific. But I liked the work. The lab was quiet after dark, and I could get into a rhythm without anyone bothering me. One Tuesday night, I was going through some infrared images from a NOAA satellite feed. They were time-stamped and geotagged like usual. Around 2 a.m., I noticed something odd. There was a series of frames over the Midwest that showed a perfect circular heat signature in the middle of otherwise normal cloud cover. It wasn't huge, maybe a couple miles across, but it stood out. The thing was, it didn't move with the clouds. Frame after frame, it just hovered there, and then between two captures, maybe 30 seconds apart, it was gone. No dispersal, no drift, just vanished. I flagged the files and kept going. The next set was from a week earlier, different region entirely, somewhere over the coast of Maine. Same thing. Perfect circle, completely stationary, gone in under a minute. I started thinking maybe it was an artifact or a glitch in the satellite's imaging system. But then I found a third, this time over southern Nevada, dated only 3 days prior. By then I was leaning in close to the monitor, rewinding the timestamps, flipping between the thermal and visible light layers. In visible light, there was nothing, just normal cloud cover. In thermal, there it was, clear as day. I didn't tell anyone right away. I wanted to cross-check, see if maybe one of the physics students or the remote sensing guys had seen similar data artifacts. I started pulling from more sources, European satellites, even some old MODIS data. Over the next few nights, I found 7 more examples going back 2 years. All perfectly round, all motionless, all gone in less than a minute. Thursday night, I decided to start a proper log. I was screen grabbing the images, noting coordinates and times, and saving them to a folder on my desktop. By 3 a.m., I had nearly 30 examples. It felt strange, like I'd stumbled onto something no one had bothered to look for. I went home, slept a few hours, then came back mid-afternoon. When I logged into the lab computer, there was a sticky note on the monitor with my name on it in block letters. See me, Dr. Larkin. That was my advisor. I went to his office and he was on the phone. He covered the receiver and said, "We need to talk after this." His tone wasn't angry exactly, but it was short, clipped. I said okay and went back to the lab. 15 minutes later, I heard footsteps in the hallway, 2 pairs, heavy, deliberate. I looked up and there were 2 men standing in the doorway. Both wore black suits, not cheap ones either, pressed, fitted, white shirts, black ties. Their shoes looked like they'd been polished 5 minutes earlier. One was tall, maybe 6'4", pale with sharp features. The other was shorter, broader, darker skin. Neither of them looked like they belonged in a university building. The tall one said my name like it was a question. I nodded. He said, "We'll need to see your workstation." His voice was flat, almost mechanical. No introduction, no ID. I froze for a second, then pointed to my desk. They didn't ask permission, they just walked in. The shorter one sat down at my terminal, typed something fast, and the screen lit up. He navigated straight to the folder where I'd been saving the images. I don't know how he knew where it was. He didn't search, didn't click through anything. He opened the first file, looked at it for maybe half a second, then dragged it to the recycle bin. Did the same for the next, and the next. I started to say, "Hey, wait," but the tall one cut me off without even looking at me. "These are not for your use." It wasn't a threat exactly, but it didn't feel like a request either. Within a minute, every single file was gone. The shorter one emptied the recycle bin, then opened the system log and cleared it. He did the same for the cloud backup. My backups weren't even logged into under my account anymore. They'd already signed in under something else. When he was done, he stood up and they both looked at me. The tall one said, "You will not attempt to recover these. Do you understand?" I didn't answer at first. My mouth was dry. He repeated the question. I just nodded. Without another word, they walked out. I followed them to the hallway, but they didn't head toward the main exit. They turned down the side corridor that leads to the old geology wing, which has been under renovation for months. I hesitated, then stepped after them, but by the time I rounded the corner, they were gone. No sound of doors opening or closing. I went back to my desk and tried to think. I still had my USB drive in my bag, but when I checked it, the files were gone from there too. Every backup, even the notes I'd typed up in a separate document, gone, deleted clean, like they'd never been there. Dr. Larkin finally came by about 20 minutes later. He didn't mention the sticky note or the men, just said, "I'm assigning you a new data set for your thesis. Focus on that, please." Then he walked away before I could respond. That night, I stayed in the lab past midnight again. I kept the lights low and only worked on the new data set. Around 1 a.m., I went to the vending machine down the hall. When I came back, there was a folded piece of paper sitting on my keyboard. I hadn't heard anyone come in. It just said, "Stop." I looked out into the hallway. Empty. The building was silent except for the hum of the air vents. I packed up and left without finishing my work. For the rest of the semester, I didn't see them again. I stopped pulling those satellite frames, stopped talking about what I'd found, but every now and then, when I walked across campus late at night, I'd see a black sedan parked on the street near the science building. Engine off. No one inside that I could see. I never checked too closely. It was just after 2 in the morning when I noticed it on the cameras. I was working the night shift at a distribution warehouse on the edge of town. The place is huge. 15 loading bays, a small office block attached, and about 3 acres of fenced-in lot. My job was basically to watch monitors, log truck arrivals, and do the occasional walk-around. Most nights were dead quiet. That night, the weather was clear and cold. The wind had been kicking up now and then, but nothing that set off the motion sensors. I was halfway through a cup of stale coffee when I glanced at the screen for camera 12. It covers the far corner of the southern yard. No lights out there except the dim perimeter ones. At first, I thought the image was glitching, but then I leaned closer. There was a shape, not a truck, not anything I recognized, sitting low behind the far fence line near the trees. It wasn't throwing shadows like it should have. The thing was glowing faintly, not like a spotlight or a headlight, but this soft, whitish light that seemed to pulse. I squinted at it, thinking maybe a neighbor had a weird lamp or something had reflected off the lens, but no. It was there, solid, and it wasn't moving. I checked the other cameras. It didn't show up on 13 or 14, which made sense since those angles were blocked by storage containers. But camera 12 had it dead on. My first thought was to grab my phone and take a picture of the monitor, but I hesitated. Part of me didn't want to move. I kept watching for maybe 30 seconds, and then the glow shifted, like it tilted or rotated, but there was no sound. None. Even from that distance, if it had been a truck or machinery, I should have heard something. Then, in less time than it took to blink, the thing just wasn't there anymore. No fade out, no movement. Gone. I was still staring at the empty yard when the front gate camera popped up on the motion feed. A dark van, no logos, no plates I could read, pulled up outside the security office. That was already strange. We don't get unannounced visitors, especially not in unmarked vans at 2 in the morning. 2 men got out. Both wore black suits. Not navy, not charcoal. Black. White shirts. Black ties. They didn't look like truck drivers or inspectors. The taller one had a narrow face and skin, so pale it looked almost gray under the security lights. The shorter one kept his head lowered like he was studying the ground. Neither of them smiled. I buzzed the intercom. "Can I help you?" The taller one looked directly at the camera and said, in this flat, even voice, "We need access to the southern loading bay." That stopped me cold. The southern loading bay isn't on any public map. It's an older section that hasn't been used in years, tucked behind the newer expansions. We keep it locked up, no deliveries scheduled. As far as I knew, only management and security knew it was even called that. I didn't answer right away. He repeated it exactly the same. "We need access to the southern loading bay." I asked who they were with. The shorter man glanced at the taller one, then just said, "Time-sensitive matter." Every instinct told me not to let them in, but they didn't look like guys you could argue with. They just stood there, waiting. No shifting their weight, no looking around. Just still. I told them I'd have to call my supervisor. The taller one said, "We've already spoken to him," which I knew wasn't true. The supervisor on call was a guy named Dennis who lived 2 towns over, and he would have told me if anyone was coming. Before I could push it further, the shorter man stepped closer to the glass of the security door. His eyes, I swear, didn't reflect the light. I've seen enough people come through here to know what eyes look like under those lights. His were just flat, dark. I finally said I couldn't let them in without clearance and reached for the phone. When I looked up again, they were walking back to the van. No arguing, no threats, just turning away like it was nothing. The van pulled off without headlights, rolling smooth down the access road until it was swallowed by the dark. I switched to the road cameras, but they never showed up on any of them. And that road only has 2 turns before you hit the main highway. I went back to camera 12. The yard was empty, still and dark. For the rest of my shift, every creak of the building made me flinch. No more vans showed up, no more strange shapes behind the fence. When Dennis came in at 6 to relieve me, I told him about the men. He just looked at me like I was messing with him. Said nobody called him and no visitors were logged. We checked the gate camera feed. The recording for that time slot was just gone. Corrupted file, the system said. Every other camera was fine except for camera 12. That one was black for about 4 minutes right after I first saw the glow. I stayed quiet after that. Didn't mention the details to anyone else. But sometimes, when I'm out in the lot at night, I catch myself glancing toward that far corner, half expecting to see that pale light again, pulsing in the dark. It was about 10 at night, maybe a little later. I'd stepped out on the porch with a cup of tea before bed, something I do most nights just to unwind. We live on the edge of town, so it's quiet out here, and on clear nights you can see every star in the sky. That night was especially clear. Cold, too, the kind of crisp air that makes sound carry. I was leaning on the railing, looking up, when I noticed one star that didn't seem right. At first, I thought it was just a plane, except it wasn't moving steadily. It would drift a little, stop, then jerk to the side. It wasn't fast exactly, just deliberate. I kept my eyes on it for a good minute, and that's when it did something that made my stomach tighten. It moved in a perfect arc around another star and then stopped dead again, like it was checking its position. I actually laughed under my breath, thinking maybe I was just tired. But then it started getting brighter, and at just a little, like it was coming closer. It wasn't a beam or a flash, more like the glow itself was intensifying. I turned my head for a second to put my mug down, and when I looked back, it was gone. Not faded, gone. The next morning, I had an early shift at the cafe. It's one of those small town places where everyone knows each other, and you don't get many strangers unless they're passing through on the highway. I opened up at 6 and was still the only one on the floor around 8, wiping down tables between the few locals who came in. The bell over the door rang, and 2 men walked in, both wearing black suits. Not just dark, but the kind of sharp, perfectly pressed black you'd expect at a funeral. They both had black hats too, like old-fashioned fedoras. No coats, even though it was freezing out. They didn't head to the counter. They walked straight to the booth directly behind the one I was cleaning and sat down. Neither of them took their hats off. Neither of them looked at me. I asked if they wanted menus, but they just sat there. One of them gave the smallest shake of his head, but didn't say a word. I figured maybe they were waiting for someone, so I left them alone and went behind the counter to top off the coffee pot. But after a couple minutes, I realized something weird. They weren't talking to each other at all. They were just sitting, facing forward, perfectly still. Every time I moved around the cafe, I could feel, more than see, that one of them would turn his head slightly, like he was tracking where I was. Not obvious enough that I could call it staring, but enough to keep my skin crawling. A few locals came and went. A couple of them glanced toward the booth and then looked away quick, like they didn't want to get involved. Around 9, my friend and coworker Chelsea came in to take over the morning shift. She gave me this little look like, "What's up with them?" And I just shrugged. I hung around for a few minutes to grab a coffee for the road before heading out, and that's when something happened that still gets under my skin. As I was pouring my coffee, the one sitting on the inside of the booth leaned slightly toward the other. Not like he was whispering, but like he was listening. The other one moved his lips just barely, like he was speaking without sound. I could hear the hum of the cooler, the faint clink of dishes in the back, but nothing from them. And yet, I had this feeling, like pressure in my ears, almost like when you're too close to a subwoofer. I turned toward the counter to put the lid on my coffee, and when I glanced back, they were both staring straight at me. Not blinking, not frowning, just watching. I left without saying anything. When I stepped outside, their black SUV was parked right out front. I hadn't even heard it pull up earlier. The windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see inside. I walked to my truck, trying not to look at it, but as soon as I opened my door, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. Both men were now standing just inside the cafe doorway, still in perfect sync, both looking right at me. I started the truck and pulled out, watching in my rearview mirror as they stepped out onto the sidewalk, side by side. They didn't follow me, not right away. But when I got to the first stop sign, I glanced in the mirror again, and the SUV was rolling out of the lot. They stayed a couple cars back, never speeding, never getting too close. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence, but they followed me all the way to the edge of town. When I turned onto the county road, they went straight. That night, I went out on the porch again, half expecting to see that star moving around like before. The sky was clear, the same as the night before, but that spot where I'd first seen it was empty. For weeks after, I kept thinking I saw the SUV parked on side streets or in the grocery store lot, but it was always far enough away that I couldn't be sure. They never came back into the cafe, but sometimes when I'm outside late, I get the same tight feeling in my ears, like that low-pressure hum is just under the quiet. I'm not someone who usually chases weird stuff. I mean, I like a good mystery as much as the next guy, but I don't go looking for trouble. That night changed something, though. It wasn't a bright flash or a loud boom, just quiet, strange things that didn't add up. I live just outside a small town in Ohio, near one of those old power plants they built in the 70s. Not exactly picturesque, but it's part of the scenery here. For years, I'd gone out shooting landscapes and night skies around the plant. Sometimes the big cooling towers with their steam clouds looked kind of eerie in the dark, and I liked capturing that. Nothing special, just a hobby. It was a Wednesday. I had the night off work, and the sky was clear, but colder than usual for spring. I took my camera and tripod and drove out to a spot a couple miles from the plant, near the edge of the woods where I could get a good view. I was hoping for some decent long exposure shots of the stars and maybe the steam glowing under the moonlight. I set up and started snapping photos, waiting for the right moment. Nothing out of the ordinary for a while, just the usual hum of distant machinery and the occasional sound of a train far off. Then, around 11 p.m., I noticed something moving near the horizon behind the plant. At first, it looked like a faint glow, but then it shifted. Slow, almost floating. I pointed my camera in that direction, zoomed in, and started taking pictures. The light moved erratically, pulsing dimly between blue and green. It didn't make any noise I could hear. I tried to focus, but the light kept flickering in and out. I took several shots, some in bursts. I even switched to video for a bit just to see if the camera picked up more than my eyes could. The whole time I felt this weird prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like something was watching me. I brushed it off, thinking it was just the night air. After about 10 minutes, the light vanished. No crash, no engine sound, nothing. Just gone. I packed up, drove home feeling a bit uneasy, but chalked it up to the cold and the weird light. The next day, I loaded the photos onto my computer to check them out. That's when the strange stuff really started. The pictures I took of the light, they were all gone. The files were there, but every one of them was corrupted, just a blank black image. I tried everything. Different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. Nothing. It was like those photos never existed. That freaked me out more than the light itself. That night, I was sitting in my living room looking at my camera bag, wondering if I should just forget the whole thing when there was a sharp knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I opened it cautiously. 2 men stood there, both in black suits, plain but expensive looking. Neither said hello or introduced themselves. One of them held out a business card, but when I looked closer, it was blank. The other spoke quietly, almost like they didn't want anyone else to hear. Some lights aren't meant to be captured. I didn't know what to say. My heart was racing. They didn't seem threatening, but there was this coldness about them, like they were serious about that warning. Without waiting for a response, they turned and walked away, disappearing down the street before I could even blink. I locked the door, checked all the windows, and sat down again, hands shaking. The card was still in my hand, blank, except for a faint smudge where the printing should have been. I never saw those men again. The photos of the light stayed missing. And since then, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched whenever I go near that power plant at night. The hum of the machinery sounds different, like it's trying to hide something. I don't know what that light was or who those men were. I don't even know if anyone else has seen anything like it, but I'm done taking pictures out there. Some things, I guess, really are better left unseen. It started just after midnight. I'd been driving home from a late shift at the hospital, cruising through the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa. The road was mostly empty, the trees lining the highway barely visible in the dim glow of my headlights. It was a cool, crisp autumn night, a little fog rolling in, making the edges of the road look soft and hazy. I remember that drive like it was normal, nothing unusual about it at first. I wasn't in a hurry, just wanted to get home, maybe catch some sleep before my early morning shift the next day. The sky was mostly clear, though with some clouds drifting low, and the moon was hiding behind them. About halfway through the drive, I noticed something strange up ahead. At first, I thought it was just the fog playing tricks, but the sky started lighting up with this weird swirling glow. Not lightning, not fireworks, more like colored bands of light shifting and twisting. Greens and blues mostly, but they pulsed and flickered like they had their own rhythm. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before, and I'm out in the country enough to catch the northern lights or storms. This was different. It was quieter too. No thunder, no crackling. I slowed down, pulled over onto the shoulder, and stepped out of my car. The cold air hit me, fog curling around my boots. I looked up, and the whole sky above me was dancing with that strange light. It felt almost hypnotic, like the air was thick with electricity, but I could barely hear anything except the faint rustling of the trees. I took out my phone to try and record it, but the screen was flickering, and the camera wouldn't focus right. After a few seconds, the lights started to fade, melting away like smoke, and the sky went dark again, just the regular stars, a few of them faint through the fog. I shrugged it off, got back in my car, and kept driving. I was thinking about calling my brother to tell him, but I didn't want to sound crazy. He'd probably say it was some drone show or airplane lights. When I pulled into my driveway about 20 minutes later, I parked and noticed something off right away. My windshield had something scratched into it, right across the driver's side. At first, I thought it was just a smear or dirt caught in the glass, but then I wiped it with my sleeve and saw the words clearly etched there, "Look up less." I rubbed my eyes, checked the windshield again. The message was definitely there, fresh, like someone had used a key or something sharp to carve it in just minutes ago. That's when I realized the car wasn't alone. Parked down the street, maybe 50 yards away, was a black sedan. Nothing unusual about it at first glance, no markings, no headlights on, but the engine was running, humming softly in the quiet night. No one was inside. I stood on my porch staring at it for a while, trying to figure out if it was someone playing a prank or if maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the car stayed there, motionless, engine idling like it was waiting. I didn't want to go down and check it out, so I went inside and locked the door behind me. The next morning, I told a few neighbors about the weird light and the message on my windshield. No one else had seen anything, and nobody knew anything about the black car. The police said they'd keep an eye out, but didn't seem too concerned. Over the next few days, strange things kept happening. I'd catch glimpses of that black car parked down the street again, always with the engine running, but never with anyone inside. Sometimes it would be gone when I looked away for a moment, then reappear a block or two down the road. I started noticing odd sounds at night. Low humming, like a transformer buzzing, but there was no equipment nearby. It was always faint and always seemed to be coming from the direction of the woods behind my house. One night I woke up around 3 a.m. to a bright light flooding my bedroom window. It wasn't the usual street lamp or passing headlights. This light was steady, pure white, and it made the whole room glow like midday. I sat up, heart pounding, and looked outside, but the street was empty. The black car was gone too. I got dressed and went outside to check. The fog was thicker now, hanging low around the trees, and the street was eerily silent. I walked down to where the black car had been, but there was no sign of it anywhere. The next morning, I found another message, this time scratched into the bark of the old maple tree in my front yard. Just 2 words, "Stop watching." I didn't tell anyone about the tree. I figured it was some kid messing around, but the handwriting looked almost the same as the windshield message. Jagged, but deliberate. That afternoon, I drove around the neighborhood to see if anyone else had seen something. A few neighbors said they'd noticed strange lights in the sky lately, but didn't know what to make of them. One guy said his dog had been acting weird, barking at nothing for hours. After that, I started feeling watched. Not like someone was hiding behind bushes or spying with binoculars. More like a presence I couldn't see, just out of the corner of my eye. I kept catching shadows in the street lamps that weren't mine, and sometimes, when I looked out my kitchen window late at night, there'd be a faint glow behind the tree line. I stopped going outside after dark. One night, I thought I heard footsteps crunching in the leaves outside my back door. I peeked through the blinds and saw nothing but the empty yard. The wind had picked up, and the branches scratched against the window. I tried to call a friend, but got no answer. The next day, I found my phone's battery dead, even though I'd charged it fully the night before. The signal was weak, like I was in a dead zone, even though my house usually had full bars. The more I tried to make sense of it, the more disconnected everything felt. Time slipped weirdly, like some hours passed faster than others. Sometimes I'd glance at the clock and swear it had jumped ahead by 10 or 15 minutes. I thought about calling the police again, but didn't want to sound paranoid. A few nights later, I was sitting on my porch smoking a cigarette when the black car rolled slowly down the street, headlights off, engine quiet. It stopped in front of my house and just sat there for a long minute. No one got out. I stared back, heart thumping, and the car finally pulled away, disappearing into the fog. After that, the messages stopped and the lights faded from the sky. The black car didn't show up again. I went back to normal routines, but sometimes when I'm driving home late or sitting alone outside, I feel that same quiet watching feeling creep back in. It's subtle, like a soft pressure on the back of my neck. I've checked my windshield and the tree. The scratches have all but faded. I don't know who or what left those messages, or why that car kept showing up. I don't know what the lights were or what it meant when they said, "Look up less," but something was there, something I still don't fully understand. I was running I-25 south through New Mexico when it happened, somewhere between Las Vegas and Truth or Consequences. It was around 3:30 in the morning, late April. Not much traffic at that hour, just the occasional rig headed northbound. I'd been on the road for almost 9 hours, hauling steel coils to El Paso, and I was planning to pull over at a truck stop just past Socorro for a quick nap and coffee. The weather was dry, clear skies, cool enough that I didn't need the AC, but not cold enough to run the bunk heater either. I was cruising steady, listening to a scratchy AM station playing old country ballads, the kind of drive where everything blurs together, dotted lines, exit signs, and silence. Then I saw the overpass. I knew that stretch well. There's a long curve leading into it, and you can usually see the structure a good half-mile ahead, silhouetted by your own headlights bouncing off the signs. Only this time, something was wrong. There was something sitting on top of the overpass. At first, I thought it might be a crane or maybe some highway equipment parked up there, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a vehicle. It was a shape, flat, wide, and low to the surface. A perfect triangle, matte black. It looked like it was perched on the overpass, not parked. No lights, no markings, nothing reflective. I took my foot off the gas and the truck began to slow. No brakes, just coasting. I don't know why I did it. Some part of me didn't want to drive under it. As I got closer, maybe 100 yards out, I blinked. Just a normal blink, and it was gone. Not flew off, not vanished into the distance. It just wasn't there anymore. I came to a full stop in the middle of the lane. No other cars around, just me and the quiet whine of the engine idling. I flipped on the hazards, got out, walked a few feet from the cab and looked up at the overpass. Nothing. I even climbed the embankment and stood on the shoulder. No tire tracks, no fresh scuffs on the pavement, just empty road and desert stretching out in every direction. I stayed there longer than I meant to. Must have been 15 minutes before I climbed back in the truck and eased it forward. Everything felt too quiet. Even the radio had turned to static. I didn't stop again until the Flying J on the edge of Socorro. Parked around back, shut the engine off, grabbed a sandwich from the cooler, and went inside to stretch my legs. The place was dead, just one old guy at the register and a couple drivers nodding off in the lounge. I sat in a corner booth with my food and coffee, facing the window. I wasn't hungry, just needed a minute to shake the weird feeling. That's when the man sat down. I hadn't seen him come in. He slid into the booth across from me without a word. Clean-shaven, pale as a sheet, wearing a black suit and a tie that looked like it had just been ironed. No jacket, no bag. His hands were folded neatly on the table. The strangest thing? His clothes weren't dusty. In the middle of a desert truck stop, his shoes looked polished. He didn't look at me right away, just stared past me out the window like he was watching the fuel pumps. Then, without blinking, he said, "Routes change when you watch the sky." His voice was flat, no accent, no inflection, like he was reading it off a card. I didn't say anything, I just sat there. My coffee was halfway to my mouth and stayed there. Then he looked at me, finally, and said, "You didn't drive under it." I asked him what he meant. He didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and walked out. Not rushed, just calm, like he'd finished what he came to do. I got up and followed, not even sure why, curiosity maybe. When I stepped outside, he wasn't there. The parking lot was empty, except for a couple rigs and a fuel tanker. I asked the cashier if anyone else had come in. He looked confused and said no, not in the last half hour. I checked the security cam monitor above the counter. It was cycling through feeds. Lot, pumps, diner area, front door. I didn't see him on any of them. Not entering, not leaving. Just me walking to the booth, then standing up and going outside. I left soon after, drove the last stretch to El Paso without stopping. The whole way down, I kept catching glimpses of things in my side mirror. Shadows that didn't line up with the road, lights flickering in the hills that weren't from towers or traffic. At one point, I passed a black SUV idling on the shoulder, headlights off. Driver was wearing sunglasses. At 5 a.m., I didn't report it. Who would I even tell? The dispatcher? State police? I've run that route dozens of times since then. That overpass is still there. Nothing strange about it, but I don't slow down when I pass under it anymore. I just keep my eyes on the road. My name's Keith Maddox. I've been running the Midnight Ferry out of Port Townsend going on 11 years now. I don't usually tell this story, but it's been sitting with me longer than I expected. It was a Thursday night in early May, clear skies, water calm as glass. We were on the late run, me, one deckhand named Eli, and a handful of passengers headed to Whidbey Island. Pretty normal night. We left the dock around 12:05 a.m., 10 minutes behind because of some late arrivals. By the time we were halfway, about 12:20 or so, most of the passengers had gone inside. It was chilly but still, no wind, no chop. You could hear everything, engine hum, ropes creaking, Eli fiddling with his vape behind the cabin. I was up in the wheelhouse, autopilot on, scanning ahead like always. I don't listen to music. I like to hear what's around me. About 2 miles out from the island, I noticed something moving off our starboard side. Not big, maybe the size of a basketball. A glowing orb, bluish white, maybe 6 feet off the surface. It wasn't flying like a drone. It was gliding just above the water, pacing with us. Every time I'd slow down or shift the rudder slightly, it would match us. No sound. At first, I thought it might be some kind of weird reflection off our lights, but when I stepped out onto the side deck to get a better angle, it was still there. Still moving, skimming smooth as anything. I called Eli up. I didn't tell him what I saw, just asked him to step out and look. He leaned over the railing and just froze. "You seeing that?" I asked. He nodded. "What the hell is that?" We stood there watching it for maybe a full minute. Then it veered sharply away from us, like 90 degrees, no arc, just sudden, and zipped out over the water. Gained elevation fast, maybe 30 feet up, then shot straight into the clouds and vanished. No sound, no trail, no nothing. I didn't report it. I've seen weird lights out here before. Nothing like that. But still, I figured maybe some experimental drone or whatever. I didn't want it on the log. We docked at the island around 12:45, dropped off the passengers, loaded up for the return trip. Everything went like normal. The next morning, I got a call at home around 7:30. That's not unusual. Sometimes dispatch checks in early if there's mechanical stuff, but this wasn't anyone I knew. Guy said he was with the Coast Guard, wanted to do a surprise safety inspection before the next run. Said he and a colleague would be on the dock around 10. They showed up in a black SUV. No Coast Guard markings. Both men in suits, not uniforms. Plain black suits with white shirts, black ties, no clipboards, no tools, no IDs. One was tall and thin with very light skin, almost grayish. The other was shorter, stockier, and wore these old-fashioned black glasses that looked like they hadn't been updated since the 50s. They didn't shake hands or introduce themselves, just asked if we could walk through the vessel. I figured maybe they were undercover or something, though that didn't make much sense. I brought them on board. Eli hadn't shown up yet. We started in the wheelhouse. They didn't check the logs. They didn't even look at the equipment. The tall one stood by the door while the one with the glasses just stared out the window. "You ever see anything unusual on these waters?" he asked, still looking out. "Define unusual," I said. He turned and gave me this deadpan smile. "Lights, shapes, things that don't belong," I shrugged. "Sometimes you see stuff." "Last night," the tall one said. "Did you see anything last night?" Something about the way he asked it rubbed me wrong. Too direct. Not like an investigator, like someone who already knew the answer. I lied and said no. Just a routine night. The short one stepped closer. You sure? He asked. Because some people, when they're tired, imagine things. I looked at him. I don't imagine things. He didn't blink, didn't move, just held that stare. Then they asked to see the lower deck. Again, no questions about lifeboats or fire suppression. They didn't check the engine room, didn't look at anything mechanical, just walked slowly along the edge, glancing out at the water. Anyone with you last night? The tall one asked. I told them Eli was on deck crew. Did he see anything? No. They nodded again. I started to get the feeling they weren't actually interested in what I saw. They were more interested in whether I'd talk about it. We finished the walkthrough and headed back onto the dock. I asked if they needed to sign anything or leave paperwork. The shorter one smiled again and said, "No need, just routine." Then they got back in their SUV and left. I waited until they were gone before I called Eli, told him not to mention anything about the light. He agreed. That evening, when we went out for the next run, Eli brought a set of binoculars. We scanned the water constantly. Nothing showed, no lights, no orbs. But 2 nights later, after a 1 a.m. trip back from the island, I noticed my truck had been moved. Just a few inches, barely off the line. But I always parked the same way. My seat was adjusted too, slightly lower. There weren't any signs of break-in. Nothing stolen, but the dome light didn't turn on when I opened the door. I checked under the dash, half expecting to find a tracker or something. Nothing there. Haven't seen those 2 men again. But for the next month, every time I made the midnight run, I'd catch myself scanning the water. Not just for the orb. Honestly, I don't expect to see it again, but for anything. Any sign someone's still watching. I was driving out to the old Watkins airstrip just after sunset. It's one of those tiny private strips, mostly abandoned, northeast of Sedalia, Missouri. No lights, nothing but cracked asphalt and a couple of hangars that look like they've been empty since the 80s. I was on my way to take pictures for a small aviation blog I write, just the usual hobbyist stuff. That night the sky was unusually clear, cold March air, the kind that makes the wind feel sharper against your cheeks. I pulled onto the gravel driveway leading to the strip and noticed something hovering above the far end of the tarmac. At first I thought it was a crop duster pilot practicing, but there was no sound, none, not even the faint hum of engines. The object didn't look like anything I recognized. Sort of dark, angular, maybe the size of a Cessna. It just stayed in place, perfectly still, no navigation lights, nothing. I sat in my truck for a minute, trying to convince myself it was a weather balloon or a reflection of some sort. Then it moved, slow and deliberate, parallel to the runway, before disappearing behind the trees at the edge of the property. I grabbed my phone and called the Sedalia Police non-emergency line to report it. The dispatcher seemed polite enough but sounded skeptical. I gave her a description, my location, and mentioned it was hovering silently. She said someone would note the report, and that was it. I didn't think much of it after that, except I kept looking over my shoulder on the way back to town. The road was dark and mostly empty, just a few farmhouses, a couple of deer grazing near the edge of the fields. The fields. The next morning, I was driving to work in Jefferson City. I work in IT at a small insurance office, standard 9 to 5. About halfway there, I noticed a black sedan on the opposite side of the highway, roughly a quarter mile behind me. Nothing odd in itself, until I noticed it was keeping pace exactly, staying in my lane whenever I changed. Then another black sedan appeared, tailing me in a different lane, same spacing. I tried slowing down, speeding up, even taking a detour through a side road. Both cars stayed behind me, never turning their heads, never making a signal, just moving. I called the office and told my coworker I might be late, trying not to sound panicked. Both cars stayed behind me until I pulled into the parking lot. When I parked, they stopped at the end of the lot for a moment, engines idling, then slowly drove away, parallel, without looking at anyone else in the lot. I spent the day trying to focus on work, but every glance out the window made me check the parking lot, the street, anywhere I could see. Nothing. No cars, no one watching. Just the normal suburban quiet. After work, I drove home a different route, just to be cautious. About 10 miles from my house, I noticed a piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper of my truck. I pulled over and unfolded it. The note was typed on a small piece of printer paper. You didn't see anything. No signature, nothing else. just those 4 words in all caps. My hands shook a little as I read it. I looked around, empty street, houses dark, nothing moving. I stuck the note in my pocket and got home, locking the doors behind me. That night, I kept my truck in the garage. I couldn't sleep, kept thinking about the black sedans, the way the drivers never looked, the way they'd seem to know I'd called the police. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard tires on gravel, but when I looked out the window, nothing was there. The faint impression of headlights on my garage door, but gone as soon as I blinked. I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe it was some government surveillance or local law enforcement taking my report seriously. But no badge, no identification, just those 2 cars and that note. And why warn me after the fact instead of showing up at the airstrip themselves? The next morning, I drove past the airstrip again on my way to work. Nothing, just cracked asphalt, broken fencing, the hangars sagging, no trace of the object. I checked the surrounding fields for tire tracks or footprints. Nothing out of place. Over the next few days, I kept an eye on my route to work. No cars followed me, no more notes. But I found myself checking the sky at dusk, parking my truck under street lights, driving a little slower to see if anyone would appear behind me. Never did. A week later, I ran into a retired sheriff at the hardware store. I asked him casually if anyone ever reported seeing strange aircraft over the Watkins Strip. He paused for a second, then said, "Funny you should ask. A few years back, we had some calls from around here. Nothing ever confirmed." He didn't ask why I was interested, just moved on to the nails and screws aisle. I haven't gone back out to the airstrip since. I still watch the sky sometimes, at night, thinking about that hovering thing. The sedans never showed up again, but I can't shake the memory of the drivers. Not just their stillness, but the way they never turned, never reacted, like they were moving through the world in their own space, separate from everything else. I keep thinking about that note. Who left it? Why me? And why say I didn't see anything after I already had? The way it was worded, it wasn't a threat exactly, but it carried that same careful certainty, the kind of certainty that implies someone knows what I know and doesn't want me telling anyone. I still drive past that stretch of road sometimes, usually during the day, usually keeping to myself. No lights, no sedans, nothing. Just the cracked asphalt, the hangars, and the wind in the trees. The experience hasn't stopped me from flying my drone or taking photos of abandoned airstrips for my blog, but I'm more careful now. I keep an eye on the rearview mirror, and I don't call the police about weird lights anymore. Not if I can avoid it. Even now, months later, when the sky is clear and the stars are bright, I find myself scanning for shapes, for movement. Sometimes, just at the edge of my vision, I think I see a dark shape moving silently following the horizon. I look directly, and it's gone. But the memory of those sedans and that note stays with me. It doesn't feel like it ever left. I was driving home from the deli shift, the roads all soft with that heavy wet snow that comes in upstate New York when the storm's been going for hours. It was past midnight. The town was a string of dark porches, and the sodium lights along Route 9A turned the falling flakes into a steady, slow glare. I'd been on the road maybe 20 minutes when the headlights showed up behind me. There's always traffic this time of night. Plows, a few big rigs. But these lights didn't ease past or flash their beams like somebody impatient. They appeared in my mirror all at once, bright and steady, and settled into the lane behind me like they'd been waiting. I glanced over my shoulder. The car was a black sedan, windows dark enough that I couldn't see inside. It stayed a consistent distance back no matter how I changed speed. If I pulled to 40, it stayed maybe 4 car lengths back. If I dropped to 30, same spacing. It didn't try to pass. At first I figured the driver was tired or lost, so I kept my speed steady and watched. The snow muffled the road noise, your own tires, the occasional crack of a branch. The sedan's headlights looked hard in the mirror, 2 white coins that didn't scatter in the flakes. There was a small, stupid part of me that thought maybe the driver was one of the regular guys who worked nights at the paper plant 2 towns over. They wear all black, and they drive that kind of car. But when I looked, the driver didn't shift his gaze, didn't turn the wheel, this felt ridiculous when I say it out loud, blink. I pulled off at the 24-hour Exxon near the junction, figuring if something was up, I could wait and see. The station lot was mostly empty, a streak of tire tracks and a broken cigarette butt in the snow. The black sedan slowed behind me and stayed on the shoulder, headlights cutting straight through the falling flakes. I waited 15 minutes, nosed into a pump, killed the engine to warm up in the car. The sedan idled where it had stopped. No one came in, no one got out. The lights stayed on, steady. I tried to call Heather, my sister, because for reasons I couldn't explain, I wanted someone else to know I was being followed. My phone registered 1 bar, then the screen glitched, and the call dropped. I blamed the weather and called the police non-emergency number, but the voice on the other end was the generic, "I will transfer you," click, and then nothing. The line went dead. By the time I dug the charger and had the heat on full, the sedan had pulled off and disappeared into the white. I felt like I'd been holding my breath the whole time, and when it left, the sound in the car felt too loud. Heater fans, the drip from thawing snow off the mirrors. I kept the radio low and eased back onto the highway. The sedan was waiting again further up. Same distance, same angle in the mirror. I tried one more thing. I exited onto Windham Road. Took the back route that curls behind the old mill and ought to throw off anybody just following the main line. My speed dropped under the glare of overhanging branches, the streetlights giving way to the darker, more familiar glow near the river. The sedan followed, and when a county plow rounded the bend, it nudged forward to the next lane with me, keeping that same measured gap. It didn't signal once. It didn't try to get around me. That's when I started to worry properly. Not because of the car being there, but because of that not blinking thing. I kept catching myself looking for ordinary movement, steering corrections, the tired head tilt, but the silhouette was still like a photograph. My hands were white on the wheel, and my stomach had that sour, cold, nervous feeling you get before you run a red light. There was a stretch of road near my house with 3 driveways close together, and I planned to use that cluster to lose whoever was behind me. I swung into the first driveway and waited a beat, then pulled out and rolled down the next. I used every little turn and side street I knew, doing that awkward, nervous thing you do when you think you can shake someone. The sedan mirrored me exactly. If I slowed, it slowed. If I turned left, it turned left. There were no tire squeals, no flashes of headlights, nothing to signal error or hurry. It was like being followed by the same calm that sits in your chest when your HVAC kicks on. When I finally eased onto my own road, Maple Street, the one with the tall elms and the one lone street lamp by the post box, the black lights stayed behind me for a long, slow stretch. I could see my driveway up ahead, the path I'd shoveled that afternoon, and the little mound of salt on the curb. I pulled in and idled for a second, waiting, feeling ridiculous. The sedan slowed at the end of the road a little, and then, just like that, it was gone. One moment, 2 hard lights in the mirror, the next an empty trace of snow where there had been no tire tracks induced by leaving the shoulder. No engine noise, no drifting, no skid marks, nothing. I cut the engine and sat there with the heater fan ticking down, breath fogging in the cabin. Even the radio seemed to quiet in the sudden hush. I got out, tucked my keys into my pocket, and walked to the mailbox before going to the porch. The snow around the drive looked like it had all been waiting for me. No impressions beyond my own shovel marks and the faint ripple where my tires had compacted the path. There were no tracks from where the sedan had been parked on the shoulder, and there were no tracks leading away from the corner where it had waited. It was as if the lights had never been there. I locked the door behind me and fumbled with the bolt, because locking things felt like the only action left that might help. Inside, the house hummed with the refrigerator and the old pipes. I made tea and told myself to sleep it off, that I'd been tired and the storm had made everything look stranger. I told myself the sedan driver had probably turned off on a side road and I just hadn't seen the dust cloud yet. I didn't sleep well. I kept opening my eyes, thinking I heard the faint tick of car lights turning down the street, the way they sometimes slide like a second hand across a clock face. At 4 a.m., I opened the curtains and looked out. The street was empty. The lamp by the post box threw a pale pool that the drifting flakes scattered through. Nothing moving, nothing parked at the corner. For a while after that, I avoided driving that stretch at night. When I had to work the deli again, I drove a different way home, a loop that cost me 10 minutes but let me see more intersections and more people. I told Heather, and she said it sounded like a creep in a rental, like the late night TV shows. She told me to call the cops if it happened again. I wanted to believe that was enough. It wasn't. 2 nights later, I had the same feeling on my way home, an emptiness in the rear view that filled all at once with a pair of lights. This time, I had the dash cam running because I'd started bringing it on habit in case I ever needed proof for an insurance claim or if there was a bad driver. The lights came on, settled behind me, and the camera logged it. The file's a still, steady recording of my taillights, the falling snow, and then 2 bright beams in the reflection. When I rewound the footage at home the next morning, the headlights were there, exactly where I remembered them. And when the camera's frame caught a glimpse of the driver through the low-resolution tint, there was a shape but no moving features. The camera didn't capture anything like blinking. I slowed the frame down and watched the dark patch in the front seat the way people watch a coin tumble in a slot machine, waiting for a turn that never comes. Each frame was the same. A face, a hand on the wheel, like a paper cutout. I took the footage down to the station when the sheriff had a free minute between reports. He watched it on his desktop, and his mouth opened and closed once without sound. He said we could file a report, sure, and then he asked if anything else had happened. I told him I'd had phone issues around those times, calls dropping, a dead spot on Route 9A where my bars vanish, but he didn't write that down. He looked uneasy in that professional way cops do when a thing is more discomforting than illegal. "Keep your lights on when you drive," he said finally. "If you see it again, come straight here." A neighbor, Mrs. Kowalski, stopped by a few mornings later with a pot of soup when I mentioned the same streetlight incident. She's lived on Maple for 30 years and has a knack for seeing what people want to hide. "Weird town for weird nights," she told me, hands folded against her apron. She paused, then added, "You didn't see anyone get out, did you?" I told her no, that nothing had moved. And she clicked her tongue. "Keep the porch light on," she said. "You'll feel better." I keep the porch light on now. It throws a cone of yellow across the driveway and into the crotch of the elm tree. Sometimes when I get home late and pull in and the cones of street lamps smear the flakes, I find myself glancing in the rear view a dozen times before I turn the engine off. My eyes catch light at the periphery and jerk back. Once, while I was making a sandwich at 3 a.m., the headlights showed in the window across the street, not at the corner, not in the mirror. Then they were gone when I blinked. My hands didn't stop moving as I finished the sandwich, but I kept watching the glass. Nothing has happened in daylight. The sedan never showed up during the day. My coworkers say I'm being paranoid and that cold and dark and overtime make stories out of ordinary things. Maybe. Maybe I am a little jumpy. Maybe it was one disturbed driver who liked keeping his distance, but the dashcam file didn't show a blinking, breathing person. It showed a silhouette that managed to be in the world, and not quite of it at the same time. My phone kept dropping otherwise normal calls around the times the headlights appeared. There were no tracks in the snow where the car had waited on the shoulder that first night. The sheriff shrugged when I pressed him about it, said strangeness travels, and left it at that. I'm here. I locked the door. I checked the mailbox in the daylight. I shovel the same bit of sidewalk every morning. The snow keeps falling, and life keeps being the tiny chores and errands and the coffee at the deli. I haven't seen the lights in a week. The space where they filled my mirror is empty and ordinary again. But every time the sky goes blank and the late shift comes around, I find myself bracing, checking mirrors, as if the world behind me could conjure itself whole at any second. Lights and a still driver and no explanation to offer. I was staying at a little roadside place off Route 93 in southern Nevada, just outside of Caliente. It was late March, still cool at night, but warm enough during the day that I'd leave the window cracked open a bit. I'd been there 3 nights already, working on a freelance piece for a small regional paper about rural tourism, basically a fluff piece about ghost towns and desert hiking trails. The night before everything happened, I saw something strange out in the desert sky. I wasn't even looking for it. I was sitting on one of those plastic chairs outside my room, having a cigarette, just killing time before bed. It was maybe 10:30 p.m. The sky was clear, no wind, just that huge, quiet stillness you only get out there. I noticed what I thought was a plane at first, bright white light, steady, moving slow. But after a few seconds, I realized it wasn't moving like anything I'd seen before. It would stop, hover, then drift side to side. Then it made a perfect right-angle turn, no arc, no curve. Just a sharp angle like someone dragging a cursor on a screen. I watched it for maybe a full minute. Then it blinked out. Not like it faded or flew away, just gone. The next morning, I mentioned it when I was grabbing coffee in the motel lobby. The manager, this older woman named Marcy, laughed and said people around here see things all the time. I wasn't trying to make a big deal out of it. I just thought it was weird. But later, when I was writing up notes for my article, I decided to send a short message to the Lincoln County Sentinel, just a local blurb. Strange light observed over Highway 93 Tuesday night. That kind of thing. I sent it around noon. At 3:07 a.m., someone knocked on my door. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. 3 knocks, a pause, then another 3. I remember that because I thought it might have been Marcy checking on something, though that didn't really make sense. I checked the time on my phone, then got up. When I looked through the peephole, 2 men were standing there. Both were wearing black suits, white shirts, black ties. Not tuxedo formal, just very clean, very deliberate. Their clothes looked new. Their shoes too, like straight out of the box. They weren't dusty, which stood out because everything gets dusty there. One was slightly taller, maybe by an inch, but they looked almost identical. Same pale skin, same narrow faces, same dark hair cut too short to tell the style. The taller one smiled when he saw me looking. It wasn't a friendly smile. It looked like someone imitating one. I cracked the door open just a few inches, keeping the chain on. "Mr. Hayes?" the taller one said. His voice was calm but flat, like a customer service rep reading off a script. I told him, "Yeah, that was me." "We're sorry to disturb you so early," he said. "We'd like to ask you some brief questions about a sighting you reported." It took me a second to realize what he meant. "You mean the light thing?" "Yes," he said, nodding once. "Please describe again what you observed." I remember thinking it was weird he said observed instead of saw. I started explaining. White light, strange movement, vanished suddenly. They both listened, standing perfectly still. Then the shorter one interrupted me. "How long did it look at you?" That threw me off. "I didn't say it looked at me," I said. He blinked once, slow. "You said you were watched." I hadn't said that. I told them no, I just saw a light. They both turned their heads toward each other at exactly the same time, like they were syncing. Then the taller one asked, "Have you experienced any unusual fatigue since then?" I said no. Why? He didn't answer. He just smiled again. That same wrong smile. The shorter one asked if I'd taken any photos or video. I said no, I hadn't even thought to. "Good," he said. "That's good." Then they both thanked me in unison, literally, same words, same rhythm, and turned to leave. I shut the door, locked it, and just stood there for a minute, trying to process it. I looked out the window, but the parking lot was empty. No car, no footsteps, no sound. I stayed awake the rest of the night, just lying there with the lights on. Around sunrise, I went to the front desk and asked Marcy if she'd seen anyone come by. She said no, just a couple of truckers who checked in earlier. I asked if there were security cameras. She pointed to a monitor behind the counter, one of those grainy, split-screen setups. We scrolled through the footage from the night before. I watched myself go out for a smoke around 10, come back inside, lights off. Then around 3, there was nothing. No movement in the hall, no one at my door. I even saw myself open it and peek out, but the hallway was completely empty. Marcy laughed a little, like it must have been a dream, but I could tell she was uneasy. I went back to my room and sat by the window for a long time. Around noon, I saw a black sedan parked near the road. Shiny, spotless, out of place among all the dusty pickups. 2 men were sitting inside. Couldn't see their faces, but the suits looked the same. They didn't come closer, just sat there. After maybe 20 minutes, they drove off. I decided to check out early. I told Marcy I'd gotten the story I needed. She gave me this look, half concerned, half like she didn't want to ask. I drove north toward Ely, trying to shake it off, but I kept checking the rear view. Every time I passed a black car, my stomach flipped. That night, at a motel outside of Ely, I left the TV on while I slept. Around 1 a.m., the power flickered. Just once, but it was enough to wake me up. I looked outside and I swear I saw headlights sitting still down the road. No engine noise. They were gone by the time I blinked. When I got home 2 days later, I found a voicemail on my phone. No caller ID, just static at first, then a voice flat, like those text-to-speech recordings. It said, "Thank you for your cooperation." Then it clicked off. I tried calling my carrier to trace it, but there was no record of an incoming call. I stopped talking about what I saw after that. Didn't file any follow-up stories, didn't mention the lights again. But a few months later, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single piece of paper, blank except for one typed line. "You were not supposed to see it move." I threw it out immediately, but for days after, I kept thinking about that question one of them asked, about fatigue. Because since that night, I haven't slept through till morning once. Every single night, I wake up between 3 and 3:10 a.m. for no reason, no noise, no dream, nothing, just suddenly wide awake. And sometimes, before I open my eyes, I get the sense that someone's standing right outside the door. Not knocking this time, just waiting. It started with a paper I was writing for my Modern American Myth course. I'm not even that into UFOs or anything. I just picked the topic because I thought it'd be easy to find sources and weird enough to keep me interested. The professor, Dr. Loring, said we had to tie the myth to a real historical event, so I settled on the 1977 Broad Brook sightings, a cluster of reports in upstate Connecticut. My school's only a couple hours from there. I dug into local archives, library newspaper reels, old message boards. It was mostly just fuzzy lights and secondhand stories, nothing that different from the usual. A couple of farmers said their cows acted strange. Someone swore their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes, that kind of thing. But what caught my attention were these brief mentions in two of the old articles, like barely more than a sentence, about a pair of federal men visiting locals afterward. They weren't described, not even named, just sort of dropped in there. I figured it was probably just local cops or reporters exaggerating, but I made a note to look into it anyway. The following weekend, I emailed a few regional historians. One of them, some guy named Vince Halbrook, responded and pointed me to a microfilm archive in Springfield. I was planning to drive up that Friday, and then I got the email. It hit my inbox Tuesday night around 8:20 p.m. I was sitting at my desk in the dorm, finishing up some notes and half watching TV with my roommate Aaron. The sender was listed as Dr. Harlan Oakes from an address I didn't recognize, oakes.faculty@sunh.edu. I'd never heard of him. The subject line was just, "Stop." The body of the email said, "Open quote, you are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." Close quote, no greeting, no signature, no attachments, just that. I looked up SUNH, Southern University of New Hampshire, and there was no Dr. Harlan Oakes listed on their staff directory. I checked the email headers and it looked legit. No signs of spoofing. It had passed through normal campus filters. I told Aaron and showed him the message. He just shrugged and said someone was messing with me. Probably someone in class who knew about my topic. I figured maybe he was right. About 5 minutes later, maybe less, the fire alarm went off. Not just ours, but the whole dorm building. Loud, shrill, strobing red lights. Everyone groaned and started heading out into the courtyard. It was cold, early March, wet pavement, a little wind. Everyone stood around in sweats and hoodies. Then I noticed them. 2 men across the street, just standing there. They weren't talking. Not to each other, not to anyone, just still. Both wore black suits, black coats over them, but short, not overcoats. Dark ties. One had on sunglasses, even though it was full dark. The other didn't. Their hands were at their sides. They weren't taking pictures. No phones. No gestures. And they weren't looking at the building. They were looking at me. Directly at me. I glanced around to see if anyone else noticed, but people were busy talking, scrolling their phones, joking around. No one else seemed to be looking across the street. Aaron was standing next to me, scrolling Instagram. I nudged him and said, "Hey, look at those guys." He turned, but they were gone. Just like that. No footsteps, no cars, just gone. When we got let back in, I checked my email again. The message from Dr. Oakes was gone. Not in my inbox, not in trash, not in sent, not in archived. I checked every folder, nothing. I even ran a search on my laptop for the subject line. No hits. The next morning, I went to the campus IT help desk and asked if they could look up a deleted email. They told me that messages deleted from both inbox and trash after retrieval were non-recoverable unless you had admin access. They asked if I had the sender's address. I gave it to them. 10 minutes later, the guy came back and said that email had never passed through the university's servers. There was no record of any message to or from that address on any domain connected to SunH. I dropped it after that. Switched my paper topic to something about Elvis sightings in the 80s. It didn't feel like a coincidence. And every time I walked to class for the rest of the semester, I kept checking over my shoulder. I was driving back from a client meeting on Highway 62, about 30 miles outside of Ashland, Oregon. The sky was overcast, the kind of low gray cloud that makes everything feel muted. I had the dash cam running like usual, just habit more than anything, and I wasn't expecting to catch anything beyond the usual deer or slow trucks. About 10 miles from my turnoff, I saw it, a silver disc hovering just above the tree line to my right. It moved against the wind, slow and deliberate, like it didn't belong in the sky at all. I didn't scream, didn't even flinch at first. I grabbed my phone to start recording, but it moved faster than I could react. That dash cam I barely checked, yeah, it got everything. I pulled over to the shoulder, heart thumping, just watching. The object didn't make a sound. No hum, no engine, just that impossible, smooth glide. Then it darted straight up and vanished into the cloud cover. I sat there for a good 5 minutes, not moving, not breathing much, just staring at where it had been. When I finally shook myself, I realized I had no service. My phone had been dead for a couple of minutes, even though it was fully charged. Weird, I thought. I got back in the car, drove home, and uploaded the dash cam footage to my laptop. The video was fine, clear, silver disc cutting through the gray sky, leaves shaking in the wind beneath it. That night, I tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My backyard faces a small patch of woods, nothing more than a few acres, but I kept seeing movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that didn't line up with the trees. I checked my front porch security camera, nothing. Around 10:30 p.m., I heard a knock at the door. Slow, deliberate, 3 times. I peeked through the peephole, no one. I opened the door a crack, just enough to see the street. An unmarked black car idling about 50 feet down the driveway. 2 men inside. Black suits, white shirts, black ties, both wearing sunglasses despite the overcast night. I froze. My first thought was, don't panic, don't make this worse. One of them stepped out slowly, tall, posture stiff. The other stayed in the driver's seat. The guy walking up didn't speak until he was 3 feet from the door. "License plate," he said, calm, flat. Not a question, more like a demand. I blinked. My plate. "Yes," he said, "for verification." I hesitated. "Look, I don't know what this is about." He just nodded, took a small notebook out of his coat pocket, wrote my plate down. His handwriting was precise, almost surgical. The way he held the pen, not like a person, like an instruction. I asked him who he was. He didn't answer at first. Then, in a single measured movement, he said, "Department of Vehicular Oversight." He sounded, translated, like he was reading from a script written in another language. I thought about saying no, thought about calling the cops, but nothing came out. He just stood there, perfectly still. And then, almost in unison, the man in the car leaned forward slightly, and the one at my door nodded once. Both were looking straight at me without blinking. The guy at the door closed his notebook, turned, and walked back to the car. They drove off. Silent. Tires didn't squeal. No engine growl. Just gone. I stood there for a long time, heart hammering, until I finally went back inside. The next day, I went to the DMV to renew my registration. They couldn't find my car. Not a glitch. Not a typo. My vehicle, my plate, my VIN erased. I even asked them to check the archived records. Nothing. It was like the car had never existed. The woman at the counter looked at me like I was crazy. I went home, played the dashcam footage again, and it was still there, clear as day. The disc, the trees swaying, everything. Nothing edited. but I couldn't drive the car anywhere legally. I didn't even get a ticket for it, which felt just as weird. Later that evening, I drove to the highway where I'd first seen the disc. Nothing. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign of anyone else. But I kept catching glimpses in my rear view, black car shapes that weren't there when I turned around fully. I tried telling friends, mostly just raised eyebrows, shrugged shoulders. No one really knew what to say. Even the local news laughed when I mentioned it casually. A few nights later, I saw a black sedan parked a block away. I swear the two men were inside, motionless, staring at my house. I didn't approach. I waited. After maybe 20 minutes, they just drove off. No headlights, no turn signal, nothing. Just gone. I haven't seen them since, but I checked the streetlights, the neighbors' yards, my driveway, always looking. The dash cam sits in my living room. I watch it sometimes alone, hoping for a clue, but it's just the same footage. The disc, the trees, the wind. I've kept my old plates in a drawer now. They're worthless legally, but I can't bring myself to throw them away. Part of me keeps expecting them to show up again, asking for verification, checking to see if I'm still paying attention. And honestly, I think they might be. It was a little after 6 on a foggy March morning when I first noticed the tracks. I was heading out to feed the cattle, same as I did every day. My place is about 15 miles east of Springfield, Missouri, 120 acres of mixed pasture and woods. I've been there most of my life, inherited the land from my dad. Nothing much ever happens out here except the occasional coyote or drunk teenager knocking down a fence post. The night before, there'd been some talk around town about lights over the ridge. A few folks said they saw bright flashes near Route D, white and green, silent, moving too fast to be a plane. I didn't see anything myself, though when I went out to check the barn around 10, I noticed the sky had this dull glow, like lightning behind clouds, except there wasn't any storm. Anyway, that morning the fog was thick, hanging low over the field. When I came around the side of the barn, I saw the tracks. They weren't mine. I drive an old Silverado, and these were way narrower, with a deep, clean tread like a government SUV. They came in off the back road, cut straight across the north pasture, and stopped near the fence line that backs up to the creek. I followed them out, thinking maybe a delivery truck had gotten turned around. But the grass out there is soft this time of year, and I could tell by the marks the vehicle must have come through late at night. The ground was still wet and shiny where the tires had pressed down. That's when I saw them. Two men standing by the fence, both wearing black suits, white shirts, black ties. The fog made them look out of place, like cutouts pasted onto the scene. They had what looked like metal rods or tools, maybe a foot long, and they were crouched down, poking at the soil. I stopped about 30 yards away and called out, "Morning. Can I help you with something?" Both of them turned at the same time. Not startled, just synchronized. One of them, a tall guy with pale skin and slicked back hair, stood up straight and held a small metal case in front of him. "Good morning, sir. We're with the Department of Agriculture." His voice was deep, almost too even, like he'd practiced the line. "We're collecting environmental samples, nothing to be concerned about." I asked if they had any paperwork, since I'd never heard of anyone from the Department of Agriculture showing up unannounced. The other one, shorter, older looking, wearing dark sunglasses, even though the sun hadn't broken through the fog, said, "We're conducting a preliminary survey related to atmospheric conditions. Standard procedure." They didn't have any badges visible, no decals on the vehicle I could see. I looked around for their truck, but didn't see one. Just the tracks that led straight to where they were standing. I told them I'd have to call the sheriff before I let anyone collect samples off my land. The tall one smiled, but it didn't look right. His mouth moved, but the rest of his face stayed stiff. "That won't be necessary, Mr. Rains." That stopped me. I hadn't told them my name. It wasn't on any mailbox nearby either. I keep that out by the main road, half a mile up. "Do I know you?" I asked. The shorter one stepped forward just a bit. "We're aware of your property," he said. "We'll only be a moment longer." Then he crouched again and pressed the tip of one of those metal rods into the dirt. It made a faint humming sound, like a power line in the wind. I couldn't tell if it was the tool or something else. I decided right then to go inside and call Sheriff Malone. I figured if they were legit, no harm done. If not, someone needed to check them out. The walk back to the house took maybe 5 minutes. The fog had thinned just enough that I could see the outline of the barn behind me, and both men were still there when I glanced over my shoulder, one crouched, one standing perfectly still, watching me leave. I called the sheriff's office from the kitchen phone. Dispatch said he was already out on a call but would head my way when he finished. Maybe 15 minutes, tops. When I got back outside, the fog had lifted more, and the pasture was empty. No men, no vehicle, no sound except the wind through the trees. I walked all the way back to where they'd been standing. The tire tracks ended right there and didn't continue past the fence. There were no footprints, no sign of where they'd gone. I knelt down where I'd seen them taking samples. The ground was dry there, too dry. The morning dew covered everything else, but that patch of dirt was bone dust dry, like it had been baked. Sheriff Malone showed up about 10 minutes later in his cruiser. He's a good man, been in the county 30 years. I told him what I'd seen, showed him the tracks, told him about the men in suits. He asked what kind of tools they were using, and I described those metal rods. He looked around, hands on his hips, and said, "Well, they sure left in a hurry." Then he stopped and frowned. "Where'd they come in from?" I pointed toward the road. He walked the length of the tracks. He went following them back toward the fence. But about halfway there, he stopped. The prints didn't lead all the way out to the road. They just faded into the grass like the vehicle had lifted off the ground. He gave me a look like he didn't want to say what he was thinking. "You're sure you didn't see which direction they went?" I told him no. He shrugged and said he'd make a note of it, but there wasn't much else he could do. That afternoon, I went back out with a shovel to see if I could find anything in the soil where they'd been digging. A few inches down, I hit something hard, smooth, flat, metallic. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a credit card, and buried completely level. When I pulled it up, it wasn't a piece of machinery or scrap metal. It looked like brushed silver, with no markings, no screws or seams, just a perfectly smooth, cold rectangle. When I brought it inside, my radio, an old AM/FM I keep on the counter, started hissing with static. It didn't matter what station I tuned to, just that same soft hiss with faint popping sounds underneath. I set the metal piece down, and the static stopped. Picked it up again, and it started. By sunset, I'd talked myself out of it being anything special. Probably some kind of sensor or junk from the power company. I put it in my shed, closed the door, and tried not to think about it. That night, around midnight, my dogs started barking like crazy. I got up and looked out the back window. There was a glow over the pasture, a pale white light moving low to the ground. It wasn't a spotlight, didn't swing or flicker, just glided silently for a few seconds, then vanished. The next morning, I went to check the shed. The padlock was unlatched, hanging open. The metal piece was gone. No sign of footprints this time, not even mine. I could have sworn I'd locked it. When the sheriff came by later that week to follow up, I told him about the missing object. He looked around, wrote a few notes, and said he'd ask around at the local utility office. 2 days later, he called and said nobody from any agency, agricultural or otherwise, had been in the area that week. About a month later, I ran into him at the feed store. He mentioned, kind of offhand, that someone from the state had stopped by the station asking about the incident. 2 men said they were checking up on the report. He said he couldn't remember their names. I asked what they looked like. He thought for a second, then said, both of them wearing suits. Black, I think. Then he hesitated. Funny thing, though, they didn't drive up. They were already waiting in the parking lot when I got back from lunch. He didn't say much else after that. I haven't seen any strange lights since, and no more tracks in the pasture. But sometimes, early in the morning, when the fog's still low, I think I can see faint lines pressed into the grass out by the fence, like something heavy sat there once and then disappeared without leaving a mark. I got the envelope on a Wednesday morning. No return address, no postage, just slid under the door of my office sometime before I got in. I work out of a small building downtown, 3 rooms and a kitchenette that always smells faintly like burnt coffee. I freelance mostly, local stories for regional papers. Nothing controversial, nothing that would ever make someone sneak me an envelope. It was thick manila, no markings except for my name written in blue ink, Evan Marks. The handwriting was neat, like someone took their time. Inside was a single cassette tape in a clear case. A label across the front said, in all caps, "Do not play." I laughed at first. I thought maybe it was a prank from someone at the Courier. I still had a few friends there who liked to mess with me. But when I held the tape up, I noticed something strange. The label was the kind of adhesive paper you buy in bulk, but it looked aged. Yellowed around the corners, like it had been sitting somewhere for years. I didn't even own a cassette player anymore, so I had to go dig one up from the storage room in back. It was this old Sony handheld I used years ago for interviews. The batteries were crusted over, but I found a power cord that fit. When I hit play, there was about 15 seconds of static. Then, my voice. It wasn't a recording I recognized, but I knew it was me. The way I paused between thoughts, the tone, all of it. I was saying things I didn't remember ever saying. I talked about two men in black suits who came to my office asking about restricted materials. I said one of them had this blank expression that never changed, and the other kept repeating certain words like he was trying to remember how to pronounce them. Then, the tape clicked and ended. I rewound it, played it again. Same thing. No edits, no splices, just my voice. I must have listened to it 3 times before realizing I was shaking. My first thought was that someone had edited old audio of me and put this together somehow, but I hadn't done any audio interviews in years, and even if I had, who would go to that much trouble? I tossed the tape back into the envelope and left it on the desk. I couldn't focus on work. Every time I looked at it, I got this weird pressure behind my eyes, like I was on the edge of remembering something that hadn't happened yet. Around noon, I decided to head out for a late lunch. When I opened the office door, 2 men were standing in the hallway, both in black suits, white shirts, black ties. They weren't looking at me right away. They were facing each other, motionless, almost like mannequins. Then they turned toward me at the exact same time. No hesitation, no difference in timing, like mirrors. One of them smiled, or at least tried to. It didn't reach his eyes. The other just stood still, holding a black leather folder. The smiling one said, "Mr. Marks, we are here to retrieve the misplaced materials." His voice was deep but flat, like a recording played through an old speaker. I froze. I didn't say anything for a second, then managed, "What materials?" "The items delivered to your premises," the other man said. His speech was off, too precise, like he was reading phonetics. "They are not for public handling." I thought about lying, saying I hadn't received anything, but before I could, the smiling one tilted his head slightly and said, "The cassette." That was when I noticed both of them were wearing black gloves. Not the soft kind you'd wear in winter, more like uniform gloves, stiff and polished. I said, "Who are you with?" They both answered at once, same words, same rhythm. "We're with the Department of Archival Security." I'd never heard of that, but the way they said it didn't sound like something made up. It sounded like they believed it. I told them to wait while I went to get the envelope. My plan was to slip out the back door and call the police from the diner across the street. But when I stepped into my office, they followed me without a sound. I didn't hear footsteps, they were just suddenly behind me. I picked up the envelope and turned around, but only one man was there. The other was gone. The door hadn't opened. I didn't hear it close. The remaining man reached out his hand, palm up. "Thank you," he said. Before I gave it to him, I said, "Who sent it to me?" He paused. The air in the room felt heavier somehow, like the heater had shut off. Then he said, "You did." I didn't move. I don't even think I blinked. He took the envelope from my hand and turned toward the hallway. I followed a few steps behind, but when I reached the doorway, he was gone. The hall was empty. Both of them were. I went to the front door of the building, no cars outside. It was a quiet day, overcast, a few snow flurries. My reflection in the glass looked pale, washed out. I sat at my desk for the rest of the afternoon, trying to make sense of it. I kept replaying everything. The tape, their voices, what he'd said about me sending it. I thought maybe they'd swapped it with a blank tape, so I went through my desk drawers and found a different recorder, just to check. I pressed play. Static again, but underneath, faintly was their voices, not mine. The words were hard to make out, but I caught bits. Interference, earlier than projected, return sequence. Then the tape cut off. I took the recorder home that night. Around 11, I heard someone knock on my door. 3 slow knocks. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there. The next morning, I checked the office. The cassette was gone, of course, but so was the envelope. Not just missing. The section of the desk where I'd set it looked cleaner than the rest. No dust, no scratch marks. Like the surface had been polished or replaced. I tried calling building security to see if the cameras had picked up anything. The guy who manages the system, a kid named Luis, said the footage from my hallway was corrupted. He sounded uneasy, telling me that, like, it wasn't the first time something like that had happened. For the next few days, I caught myself looking for them everywhere. Reflections in store windows, dark sedans parked too long near the curb, people in black coats standing by crosswalks, always watching for a hint of those same faces. But nothing. No visits, no mail, no more envelopes. A week later, I pulled my old voice recorder out of my bag to clear the files. The moment I powered it on, it auto-played. My voice again, the same calm tone from before. They will come to retrieve the misplaced materials. Then, static. The file's timestamp said it was recorded 2 days before the envelope ever showed up. I didn't play it again. I'd been driving through southern Kansas all afternoon, making my way from Wichita to Dodge City on a route I'd taken 100 times. It was late February, cold but clear, and the sun had started sinking behind the low hills by the time I pulled over on a rural stretch of K-156 to stretch my legs. The road out there is almost nothing but wheat fields and occasional farmhouses. No streetlights, no traffic, just long, straight stretches and the wind off the plains. I had my truck parked on the shoulder, engine off, and I leaned back in the driver's seat for a quick nap. The heater was still warm, the radio off, quiet except for the faint rustle of the wind through the tall, dead wheat. I must have dozed for maybe 20 minutes because when I opened my eyes, the sky was completely dark, the last light gone. Then there was a flash, bright, blinding, white, like someone had fired a camera right in my face. It lit up the whole cab, reflected off the windshield, and for a second I thought my eyes were burned out. I sat up fast, heart racing, staring into the sky, but there was nothing there. No streak, no plane, nothing moving, just the empty, dark sky and the fields beyond. I leaned back for a second, trying to tell myself it was lightning or maybe some satellite flare, when I noticed headlights. A car, black, idling maybe 20 feet behind me on the road. No brake lights, no movement inside, just the beam fixed on the back of my truck. My stomach tightened. I rolled the window down and called out, "Hey, did you see that?" My voice sounded stupid, but I didn't care. Nothing. No response, no engine noise other than that low idle, no one inside. I grabbed my phone to call 911 to report something, anything, and that's when I realized the signal was gone. No bars, nothing. I tried again, toggled airplane mode, tried a different network. Still nothing. My fingers felt numb from the cold and the panic. I got out of the truck, shivering, and walked cautiously toward the car. "Hello? You okay? Did you see it?" The headlights were still on, and the car wasn't moving, not even a twitch of the tires. Then I blinked. I don't know how long I looked away, but when I looked back, the car was gone. Not driving off, not pulling onto the road, just gone, like it had never been there. My knees wobbled a little, and I stumbled back to my truck, gripping the door handle for support. The radio static kicked in suddenly, a low hiss that made the hair on my arms stand up. I tried the phone again. Nothing. I sat in the cab, hands tight around the steering wheel, heart hammering, watching the empty road. I checked the clock. I checked it. It had jumped forward almost 45 minutes. I couldn't explain it. I didn't get out and walk around. I didn't pass out again. I just sat there. But the time had skipped. When the phone finally showed signal again, the battery indicator had dropped a couple of bars instantly, like it had been reconnecting to a network that didn't exist before. Messages had piled up, calls I hadn't seen. Most were just notifications from apps, nothing urgent. But the weirdest thing was that my GPS had me logged at a location about 2 miles down the road, even though I hadn't moved the truck. I drove slowly, eyes flicking over the shoulder mirrors, over the fields. Nothing. No sign of the car, no headlights, no tracks in the shoulder. The asphalt was undisturbed. I tried calling a friend, Steve, who lived just outside Dodge City. He picked up after a few rings. I asked him if there had been any news of strange lights, crashes, anything. He laughed. Nope. Just the usual boring February sky. Why? I didn't tell him the whole thing, just that I'd seen a weird flash and a car. He asked if I was okay, and I said I was, even though my stomach still felt tight and my fingers cold from the adrenaline. By the time I got to my motel, the road behind me was empty, the night quiet. I pulled in and checked the security camera footage from the front entrance. Nothing unusual. No headlights, no black car, nothing. Just the usual late-night traffic, a semi that passed around 10:15 and a lone sedan that pulled in and parked in the back lot about 20 minutes after I'd passed. I couldn't shake the feeling that the black car had been real, that I'd seen it, that someone or something had been watching. I replayed the flash in my head over and over, trying to remember every detail. The whiteness, the way it lit up the cab, how it felt like a physical weight pressing against my chest. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw headlights through the fog, felt the hum of an engine idling close behind. I kept my door locked and the TV on, volume low, just enough to hear background noise. The next day, I drove the same route back toward Wichita. Everything seemed normal, completely mundane. No flashes, no black car, nothing. But I kept checking my mirrors. Every curve, every turn, half expecting to see something gliding along behind me, unseen. A week later, I was telling the story to a coworker over coffee. She asked if I'd gotten any footage from my phone. I hadn't. I checked, there was no video, no pictures, nothing from the time of the flash. Just normal photos I'd taken earlier that afternoon. It was like the event had been erased, except in my memory. I've driven that road a few more times since, always during the day. I never see anything, never get that sense of being followed, but I still think about it. About the black car, the flash, the lost time. Sometimes when the sky is clear and the stars are sharp, I swear I can see a glow moving above the tree line in the distance, like a single static light watching. And I can't explain why my phone lost signal, why the car disappeared, or why it felt like the world itself had paused for that half hour. I came home safe, nothing physically touched me, but something about it hasn't left. Something in the quiet weight of that night keeps me uneasy every time I drive past that stretch of road. I wasn't supposed to be out there that night. Honestly, I only went because the story was too weird to ignore. A crop circle popping up overnight on a farm just outside my hometown, Melrose, Nebraska. I cover local news for the Melrose Gazette, mostly stuff like county fairs and city council meetings. But when I heard about the circle, it felt different, like something pulled at me to check it out. I got there just after dusk, the sky heavy with mist rolling in from the Platte River. The farm's dirt road was slick from a recent rain, and the cornfields stretched like shadows on both sides, tall stalks brushing the low clouds. The air smelled damp, a mix of earth and something I can't quite describe, metallic maybe. I parked my car near the edge of the field and grabbed my camera and notepad. I'd called my editor earlier. She gave me the go-ahead to do a quick piece. The farmer, a guy named Hank, was still a little spooked, but let me wander through the crops as long as I stayed on the path. I walked carefully. The circle was about 50 feet wide, perfect rings and lines flattened into the corn, every stalk bent but not broken. It looked almost too perfect, like someone used a stencil. But the ground was still wet and the crops hadn't started to wilt or dry. Someone had made this recently. Or maybe, I don't know. The first odd thing was the silence. It was one of those moments where the world just stops making noise. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing except the soft squish of my boots in mud. Even the farm dogs down the road were quiet. That felt unnatural. I took photos and jotted down notes, my breath misting in the cool air. I noticed my phone battery dropping fast, like from 70% to 20 in less than 10 minutes. I hadn't been using it that much. Maybe the damp was messing with it. After a while, I stepped back and looked at the circle from a distance. The mist was thick now, swirling in the low light, and the corn seemed to close in, the tall stalks almost blocking my view beyond the field's edge. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, heart jumping, but no one was there. Just the cornfield moving gently in the breeze. I told myself it was nothing, maybe an animal, or just my imagination. Then I heard voices, low, calm. Male voices, speaking just out of earshot. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it sounded like a question, repeated twice. I started walking toward the sound, trying to find whoever was there. Then 2 men appeared through the fog. Both were wearing black suits, standard business style, no ties, shoes polished, even in the mud. They didn't look like they belonged in a cornfield at night. One of them looked at me and said, "Without introduction, are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a knife. I blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" They didn't answer. The second man just stared, eyes dark, unreadable. I took a step back, my skin prickling. The mist seemed to thicken between us. Before I could say anything else, they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading into the fog like ghosts. I called out to them, but the mist swallowed my voice. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it all. The voices, the question, the sudden appearance of those 2 men. When dawn broke, I came back with the farmer and some deputies. The crop circle was gone, not trampled or disturbed, just gone. The corn was standing tall again, as if nothing had happened. No footprints, no signs of machinery, nothing. I still have the photos I took the night before. The mist in them looks thicker than I remember, almost like a curtain. I don't talk about what happened much. The circle, the men, that question. Sometimes I wonder if it was just some strange dream, or if I really was out there with something I can't explain. But every now and then, when the mist rolls in thick over Melrose, I remember the question echoing in my mind, and I realize I still don't know the answer. The first time I noticed the black sedan parked across the street from my house, I thought maybe it was just someone visiting a neighbor. It was late, around 11 p.m. on a Tuesday, and the street was quiet except for the occasional passing car. The sedan was a newer model, totally blacked out windows, clean, unmarked, no plates, parked perfectly parallel to the curb, like it had been there all day. I stepped out onto my porch just to get a look at it, but the driver didn't move, just sat there, engine off. I figured maybe someone was waiting for a friend or something, didn't think much of it then. The next night, same car, same spot. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, so I asked my neighbor Tim if he'd seen anything strange. He said he hadn't noticed a thing. But over the next week, the car showed up every night around the same time. Never moved, never made a sound. I started feeling a little uneasy, but didn't want to jump to conclusions. I kept an eye on it from my living room window. The tinted windows made it impossible to see the driver, but I was sure someone was in there. That was when the photos started. It happened about 2 weeks before the car showed up. I'd been driving home late on State Route 42, that stretch of highway that cuts through the edge of town, mostly empty at night. I pulled over at one of the roadside overlooks just to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. The sky was clear, stars bright, a little chilly. I pulled out my phone, started scrolling through some old photos, then glanced up and saw it. There was something hovering, maybe 50 feet above the highway, right over the center line. It looked like a dark shape, smooth and kind of rounded, but no wings or anything you'd expect on a helicopter or plane. No blinking lights, no noise, just floating there, perfectly still. I fumbled with my phone and snapped a few pictures. It was hard to focus. The thing seemed to absorb the light around it, making it hard to tell where it ended and the sky began. I remember the streetlights below flickered, like the power was struggling. It was the strangest thing. After a few minutes, it slowly drifted to the right, out over the trees, then vanished as quietly as it had appeared. I got back in my car and drove home without thinking too much, though the whole time I felt like I was being watched. A couple of days later, the black sedan started showing up outside my house. That's when the quiet started to get heavy. The way the car just sat there, windows blacked out, no headlights or brake lights, but definitely watching. I told myself maybe it was just coincidence, someone staking out the neighborhood for some reason, but why me? I didn't have any enemies. I didn't owe anyone money. I hadn't had a fight or anything. The only thing different was the photos. I thought about deleting them, but something made me keep them. I didn't show anyone, not my friends, not my family, just saved them on my phone. One night, about a week after the car appeared, I stepped outside to smoke and the sedan was there, just like always. I noticed a shadow moving behind the tinted windows, just a slight shift. The driver turning his head slowly, watching me. I swallowed hard and went back inside. Locked the door, checked the windows. I kept thinking, maybe I was just being paranoid. But then, one evening around 9 p.m., there was a knock at the door. Not the usual kind, soft, deliberate, like someone trying to avoid making noise but still getting my attention. I opened it a crack and saw a man standing there. Black suit, perfectly pressed. No tie. He looked ordinary enough, but there was something about the way he held himself. Calm. Too calm, like he'd rehearsed this moment 100 times. He didn't smile, didn't say hello, just handed me a small, plain business card. No name, no company, nothing but a single line printed across the center in black ink. Forget the pictures. His voice was barely above a whisper. Before I could say anything, he turned and walked away. The street was empty. No car waiting, no one else in sight. I looked down at the card. The paper was thick, almost unnaturally smooth. I wanted to throw it away, but instead, I stuck it in my pocket. After that night, the black sedan stopped showing up. But the photos stayed on my phone, and sometimes, when it's dark and quiet, I catch myself glancing out the window, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I don't know if I should delete the pictures or keep them. All I know is that sometimes when I look at those photos, I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. There's something watching back, and I don't think I'm supposed to see it. I was never one for spooky stories or conspiracy theories, but what happened to me that October night near Fallon, Nevada, is something I still can't explain. It started out pretty ordinary. Me, a flashlight, and a decommissioned missile silo that's been closed for decades. I'm Jake, by the way, and I'm a bit of an urban explorer. Not the kind who breaks into places for thrills, but someone who's interested in abandoned sites with a little history. The silo was a few miles outside Fallon, tucked away in some scrubland. The place is fenced off, but not exactly sealed up tight. You could see inside the opening where the missile would have been stored, just a big concrete hole leading deep underground. I got there late afternoon, the sun low and orange, the air dry but chilly, with a slight wind picking up. I parked my truck on a dirt road a few hundred yards away and started walking toward the entrance. It was quiet, the kind of silence that presses on your ears, with only the crunch of my boots on the gravel. At first, everything seemed normal. The concrete walls had cracks and faded graffiti. I leaned over the edge, looking down into the dark shaft, which seemed bottomless from up there. I had my phone's flashlight, but it barely reached the first few feet. The air smelled stale and cool, like the place had been sealed for years. I pulled out a coil of rope and rigged a harness just in case, planning to lower myself down a bit to get a better look inside. As I was getting ready, I thought I saw something flicker down in the shadows, a faint glow, almost like a light from a phone or a lantern. I froze for a second, but then figured it was probably a trick of the light, or maybe a reflection from the fading sun. Nobody else was supposed to be there, and I didn't want to spook myself. Still, I kept looking down, waiting. Once I was rigged up, I lowered myself about 20 feet down into the shaft. The walls were damp, and the smell was stronger, musty, like old metal and earth. The glow I'd seen earlier wasn't there anymore, but the flashlight caught something else. A series of lights flickering along the far side of the shaft, deeper down. They weren't steady like lanterns, more like pulsating, irregular, blue and white, mostly. I tried calling out, but my voice echoed weirdly, bouncing off the concrete, and there was no answer. I wasn't expecting one, but it felt strange to be that close to something unknown and get silence back. I climbed back up, my heart rate speeding up for reasons I couldn't explain. The wind had picked up more, and the sky was turning dark. I looked around, but saw no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no vehicles, no lights. When I got back to my truck, I noticed my phone signal was gone. That wasn't unusual in remote spots, but what freaked me out was the radio. It was dead too. No static, no buzz, just silence when I flipped it on. I drove back toward town, the headlights cutting through the darkness. On the two-lane road, the only other light was from the stars and a faint glow on the horizon, probably from Fallon. About halfway home, my truck's dashboard started flickering, the gauges acting weird for a second. The radio suddenly came on. Not music or talk, but a low, constant hum like electrical interference. It was faint, and then cut out before I could mess with the knobs. When I finally got home, the weirdness didn't stop. My apartment was the usual cluttered mess, clothes on the floor, books stacked on the table, nothing out of place. But my mailbox had something new. A single photograph, no envelope, no markings except for a short note on the back in messy handwriting. It said, "We're not buried that deep." I flipped the photo over and stared. It was a grainy black and white shot taken from above. I recognized the spot instantly. The silo, seen from the air at night. And in the picture, standing at the edge of the silo's opening, was me. My silhouette, hands resting on the concrete rim, looking down. No idea how someone could have gotten that photo or who sent it. I live alone on the second floor of an apartment building with no windows facing that direction. The place is locked up tight and no one has keys but me and the landlord, who I barely know. After that night, I kept trying to figure out if I'd imagined the lights or if someone had been down in the silo with me. I went back during the day, alone and with friends, but saw nothing unusual. No lights, no sounds, no footprints or evidence anyone else had been there. The area was quiet, too quiet almost. A week later, I was driving by the silo again at dusk when my truck's radio went dead once more. The sky was clear, the sunset fading, and that same hum started low and steady. I turned off the engine and stepped outside. The air felt heavy, and the cicadas that usually filled the evening were silent. Then, from just beyond the tree line, I saw the faintest glow again. Not moving fast, just hovering low, flickering between blue and white like before. It wasn't a helicopter or plane. It didn't have any wings or sound. I wanted to call out, but the words stuck in my throat. After a few minutes, the light dimmed and vanished into the night, like it was never there. I went home and locked every door, triple-checked the windows, and didn't sleep well for days. Since then, the weird things haven't stopped completely. The lights sometimes flicker on my porch at night when no one's there. My phone glitches out, pictures I didn't take show up in the gallery, just static and shapes that don't make sense. I don't know who or what left that photo on my doorstep or why they would watch me from above the silo. I'm not sure if I want to find out. I was hiking alone up in the Cascades, somewhere between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass. It was late October, the kind of early fall day when the sun sets early and the air feels sharp, but not quite cold yet. The sky was overcast, and there was that thick, damp smell in the forest from all the rain they'd had earlier that week. I was just trying to get away from everything. Work, people, noise. My name's Claire, by the way. I work in graphic design in Seattle, and sometimes the city just grates on me until I need to escape somewhere quiet. I started the hike around noon, aiming to get maybe 5 or 6 miles in before turning back. The trail was mostly empty, just the occasional runner or dog walker. I liked it that way. I wasn't really expecting anything unusual. About 3 miles in, I noticed something odd just off the path near a clump of ferns. It was a black briefcase, sitting upright on the dirt, as if someone had set it down carefully. It didn't have any markings or logos, just a plain matte black surface that looked scratched up in places like it'd been dragged or bumped around. I walked over, curious, but there was no one else around. The briefcase was locked tight. No combination, no keyhole. At least, none that I could find. It looked almost like one of those hard-shell cases you'd see someone use for camera gear or instruments, but it was definitely locked. I jiggled the handle, shook it a little, but it didn't budge. I thought maybe someone dropped it and would come back looking for it, so I left it where it was and kept walking. The rest of the hike was normal, at least at first, but then I started noticing things. I don't know how to explain it. The forest felt heavier, like the air itself was thicker, and the sounds around me were muted. The usual chirping of birds or rustling of leaves seemed distant, like someone turned the volume down on the world. I thought maybe it was just me or my mind playing tricks. As I neared the turnaround point, I looked back, and the briefcase was gone. I swear I saw it right there when I passed the spot. I stopped and looked around, but there was no sign of it. No footprints, no crushed ferns, nothing. It was just gone. I thought I must be tired or stressed, so I shrugged it off and started heading back. The next few days were weird too. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, but whenever I looked, there was no one. My phone battery would drain faster than normal. I'd get static on calls or the screen would flicker for a second. Little things, but enough to make me nervous. One afternoon, a few days after the hike, I decided to go back to the trailhead just to clear my head. I parked my car and was walking down the path when I noticed a man standing near the edge of the parking lot. He was wearing a black suit, plain and clean, and a black tie. His hair was short, dark, and neatly combed. But what really caught me was his eyes. They were hollow. Not the kind of tired eyes you see at the end of a long day, but like empty sockets, like there was nothing behind them. He didn't move or say anything, just watched as I started down the trail. I stopped and looked back at him, and for a moment I thought maybe he was going to speak, but then he just turned and walked away, his footsteps quiet on the gravel. I don't know if I imagined the whole thing, but it felt like that briefcase and the man were connected somehow. The next time I went hiking, I looked carefully around that spot where the briefcase had been, but there was no sign of it or any disturbance. I didn't see the man again, at least not in person. But sometimes when I'm alone, I catch a glimpse of someone standing just beyond the edge of my vision. Someone in a black suit with those same empty eyes. I keep thinking about the briefcase. What was inside? Why was it there? And why did it disappear? I don't have any answers. Just this strange feeling that something was watching, waiting, or maybe trying to send a message in a way I can't understand. I was driving through Red Rock Canyon on a Tuesday evening, just past sunset. The kind of evening where the sky still holds on to some light, but the shadows start stretching long and dark, and the temperature begins to drop quick. I was heading home from a work trip in Vegas, took the scenic route to clear my head. Never been a fan of the freeway if I can help it. The canyon road's narrow and winding, flanked by those steep sandstone cliffs. And at this time of year, there's barely anyone else out there, just me and the road. It was around 7:30 when I noticed a car parked just past a sharp bend, one of those old black sedans with no plates. Not something you see every day in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, expecting maybe a roadblock or construction, but there were no signs, no cones, nothing official. That's when the two guys stepped out, both wearing black suits, dark sunglasses, even though the sun was dipping low. One was tall, maybe early 40s, the other shorter, late 30s. They walked right up to my window like they'd been waiting. The tall one didn't smile, just said, "Road ahead is closed for maintenance. You'll have to turn back." I blinked, glanced up the road, saw nothing unusual. No workers, no barriers, no equipment. "Maintenance?" I said. I didn't see any signs. "Private job," the shorter one said flatly. "No exceptions." I wasn't in the mood to argue. "I've got to get through, I said. "I'm trying to get home." The tall guy shook his head. "We can't let you through. It's not safe." I glanced up the road again. The canyon was empty. No lights, no sounds, nothing but quiet rocks and that fading sky. I looked back at their car. It was completely black, no windows I could see through, no license plates, no markings at all. Felt off, but I kept my voice steady. "How long is this maintenance?" "Indefinite," the shorter man said. I looked back up the road again and had lights, then back at them, feeling an odd chill creep in. "Is there a detour?" "No," the tall one said. "You have to turn around." I sighed and started to back up slowly. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, just in case. When I looked again, both of them were already back in their car. The sedan started to move, but as I shifted gears, I looked back over my shoulder. The car was gone. No sound of an engine, no lights, nothing. Just empty road and the canyon walls. No tire marks, no sign they'd even been there. I stopped for a moment, hands gripping the wheel, trying to make sense of it. I thought maybe they'd moved to block the road up ahead, so I started creeping forward, looking carefully. No barriers, no equipment, nothing unusual. I pulled over on a wider spot, stepped out to look around. The canyon quiet except for the occasional rustle of dry brush in the wind. I checked my phone. No signal. I walked a bit up the road and back, looking for tracks or anything that could explain the sudden vanishing act. There was nothing. I sat back in my car, took a deep breath, and started driving back the way I came. The sky had darkened to a deep blue now, and the first stars were starting to peek out. About 10 minutes into the drive, I noticed a light in the sky, a faint glow, low and steady, just above the canyon rim. It wasn't a plane or helicopter. It didn't move like one, just hung there, glowing softly, almost like a lantern someone had set down in the sky. I blinked a few times, rubbed my eyes, but it stayed. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road, but the light seemed to follow me, staying just at the edge of my vision. I stopped at the small diner at the canyon entrance. The place was empty except for the night cook, an older guy named Sam. I told him what happened, half expecting a laugh. Sam didn't say much, just nodded slowly. "You're not the first one to see things like that out here," he said. "Like what?" I asked. He shrugged. "Lights, figures, roads that close up without a trace." I left the diner with a sour feeling, paid, and headed home. The whole way back, I kept glancing in my mirrors, half expecting to see the black sedan or the two men again, but the road was empty. When I got home, I checked the news and the county road updates. Nothing about closures or maintenance on the canyon road. Just the usual warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. I went to bed that night thinking about the men, the empty road, and the strange light. Over the next few days, I kept checking for anything else out of place. I told a few friends about the encounter. Some joked about government agents or aliens, but I wasn't sure what to think. The weirdest part? A couple days after, I found a small scrap of paper folded under my windshield wiper. It was blank. I folded it back up, left it on the dashboard, and haven't touched it since. I'd been into drone racing for a couple years by the time it happened. Not professionally or anything, just local meets and online streams mostly, but enough that I had a decent setup and a group of friends I raced with regularly. My name's Cole. I live outside Amarillo, Texas, where the wind farms spread out for miles like giant, slow-moving flowers. A perfect spot for drone racing because the thermals make the course tricky, and the open space keeps us safe from people's houses or power lines. It was early May, dry but not blistering yet, and the wind had picked up in the late afternoon, just enough to give the drones a challenge without knocking them out of the sky. I was at our usual track, this cleared field near the biggest wind farm around. The turbines towered above us, spinning lazily as we set up. I'd been testing a new camera on my racer, the Sparrow MCAT II, hoping to get some cleaner footage for my stream. The goal was to catch smooth lines through the course and maybe snag some cool shots of the blades overhead. I launched the drone around 7 p.m., right before dusk settled in. The light was fading, but still enough to see the orange and red tips of the turbines against the sky. I pushed the throttle up and weaved through the gates we'd set. Low passes, tight turns, and then a long stretch along the edge of the farm. About halfway through the run, I noticed something odd on the feed. Just past the last gate, a faint, twisting shape appeared near the tallest turbine. At first, I thought it was some trick of the light or a lens flare, but the shape spiraled upward slowly, like a smoke ring or a slow-moving vortex, twisting in place near the blades. It wasn't huge, maybe a few feet across, but it was definitely there. I tried to follow it with the drone, but right as I pushed forward, the signal started glitching. The image froze for a second, then the shape blinked out, vanished clean off the feed like it had never been there. The drone itself was fine, no loss of control or sudden drops. I landed it and checked the footage, rewinding to make sure I wasn't imagining things. The spiral was on the raw video, clear as day. I showed it to my buddy Marcus, who's into drone tech almost as much as me. We were both stumped. No one in the group had ever seen anything like that near the turbines before. Over the next few weeks, the spiral stayed in my head. I went back to the track a couple more times, but the weird shape never appeared again. Nothing else out of place, just the usual races, wind, and static-filled radio chatter. Then, about 3 weeks after that first sighting, I showed up for a late afternoon practice. The field was empty, except for a man standing near the pit area. He was wearing a black suit, odd enough for a dusty open field with mostly casual dress, and his shoes were polished. The sun was low, making the lenses of his sunglasses gleam like mirrors. He introduced himself as Mr. Landry. His voice was calm, almost rehearsed, but there was something in his tone that made me listen closely. He complimented my drone skills, said he'd been watching some races online. When I asked where he was from or how he found me, he just smiled and said, "Let's just say I'm interested in the finer points of competition." We talked for maybe 10 minutes, mostly about drones, piloting, and the wind farm. I got the feeling he knew more about the spiral incident than he let on, but he never mentioned it directly. Before he left, he pulled a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to me. "This contains a copy of your last race recordings," he said. "Except the last hour." I blinked, confused. "The last hour?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "Some courses shouldn't be won." He didn't stick around after that, just walked to his car, a black sedan with tinted windows, and drove off without looking back. I plugged in the USB at home later. The files were exactly like my streams, except, sure enough, the last hour of footage was missing. The timestamp on the files showed continuous recording, but there was a chunk cut out. I checked my original files, and they all had that hour intact. So the copy was definitely altered. I tried reaching out to some of the local groups, asked if anyone else had noticed anything weird at the track or if anyone had seen a suited guy hanging around. No one had. Marcus thought it might be some corporate or government thing trying to keep an eye on the wind farms, but no proof. After that, I stopped going out at dusk. I kept racing on weekends, but only in daylight and away from the turbines. The spiral never came back. The man in black never returned. It was subtle, almost like a warning. I don't know what courses shouldn't be won means exactly, but it felt like more than just a threat, like I'd stumbled on something that was meant to stay hidden, and they made sure I got the message. That's the thing I can't shake. Not the shape, not the missing footage, but that line. Some courses shouldn't be won. I drove a taxi in Phoenix for a couple years, mostly nights. The kind of shifts where you wait for calls in the dark, windshield fogged up, desert air heavy and still outside. The roads out by South Mountain are mostly empty at night, except for the occasional truck or someone dumb enough to be out hiking after dark. It was around 11:30 p.m. when I got the call to pick someone up at a gas station near the 202. I figured it was just a local trying to get home or catch a ride to the airport, but when I pulled up, the guy looked different. Not in a bad way, just off. He was mid-40s, clean cut, wearing a black suit that didn't fit quite right, like it had been rented or thrifted. His hair was slicked back, and he had these dark sunglasses on, even though it was night. I rolled the window down, and he slid in the back without a word. "Where to?" I asked. He glanced out the window toward the desert and said, "Anywhere you can drive me where I can see the stars clearly. I saw something out there, something incredible." I raised an eyebrow but said, "South Mountain? I can get you a good view from up there." He nodded. As we drove, the radio static crackled low, almost like whispers behind the music. The desert outside was silent except for the occasional coyote howl. The guy didn't say much, just stared out the window. After about 20 minutes, we pulled over on a side road where the city lights faded and the sky opened up. He stepped out and stood beside the cab, looking up. "You ever see anything you couldn't explain?" he asked, voice low. I shrugged. "Not really. Just stars and the usual night critters." He smiled briefly, then said, "I saw something tonight, hovering over the rocks, no lights, no noise, just presence." Before I could ask more, he turned back to the cab. "Let's keep driving." We got back in, and he gave me a vague direction, deeper into the desert outskirts. The road was rougher here, less traveled. Halfway through, I glanced in the rearview mirror and realized he wasn't there anymore. The back seat was empty. I slammed on the brakes and looked around. No sign of him anywhere. I called out his name, but only the wind answered. There were no footprints or any indication he'd been out there long enough to walk off. Feeling creeped out, I got back on the highway and started heading home. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Don't circle back." That's when I noticed the black SUV behind me. Headlights dimmed, matching my speed perfectly. It stayed on my tail for miles, sometimes drifting just out of sight, sometimes close enough to see the darkened windows. I tried switching routes, taking side roads, but it followed. At one point, the SUV pulled alongside me and the passenger window rolled down. A voice, calm and steady, said, "Don't circle back." Before I could respond, the window rolled up and the SUV accelerated away, disappearing into the night. I spent the rest of the shift driving straight to my apartment, checking the mirrors constantly, feeling watched. Since then, I haven't taken any rides out past the desert. The man in black never called or contacted me again, but every time I drive past South Mountain at night, I swear I catch a shadow in the corner of my eye, and I keep wondering what exactly I was shown that night and why I was warned never to go back. I was working a freelance gig in the Pacific Northwest, mostly just chasing weather stories and the odd local event for an online magazine. It was mid-October, and the days were getting shorter, colder, the sky often overcast with thick, low clouds. One of those days, I decided to drive out to the coast near Astoria, Oregon. I figured the fog rolling in from the ocean might give me some good shots, maybe something moody for my portfolio. That evening, I parked my car at a small pullout near the shore. The wind was brisk, the kind that sneaks through your jacket and chills your skin. I had my camera out, pointing at the thick cloud cover hanging low over the water. It was nearly dark, just after sunset, but the horizon still held that dull orange glow. I was fiddling with my lens, trying to capture the shifting fog and the way the water rippled beneath it, when I noticed a cluster of lights moving just below the clouds. At first, I thought it was a group of fishing boats, but the lights were too uniform, too steady. They moved together like a single shape, slow and deliberate, shifting through the fog in perfect formation. I zoomed in and snapped a few pictures. That's when I saw it. A perfect triangle made up of 3 amber lights, each about the size of a street lamp, arranged with unnerving precision. They didn't blink or change intensity, and the shape didn't waver. It just slid silently beneath the cloud cover. I kept shooting, trying to track it, but the fog thickened and the lights disappeared behind the mist after maybe 5 minutes. I stayed there for a while longer, hoping it would come back, but it didn't. Back in my hotel room that night, I uploaded the photos and zoomed in on the cluster. The triangle was crystal clear in the shots, almost surreal against the cloudy backdrop. I sent a few to friends who were into this kind of weird stuff, expecting at least some skepticism or jokes. A few days later, I was walking down a busy sidewalk in downtown Portland, heading toward a coffee shop. It was mid-afternoon, cloudy but dry. As I passed a corner near a bookstore, I noticed a man in a black suit standing just outside, holding a large rolled-up print. He was middle-aged, clean-cut, hair slicked back, the kind of guy who looked like he stepped out of a corporate ad from the 50s. He caught my eye and nodded. Without a word, he unfurled the print right there on the pavement. It was my photo, the triangular lights from the coast, blown up to almost 2 feet wide. I stopped, confused, and said, "That's mine. How did you get this?" He didn't smile. He just looked at the print, then back at me. "You saw the wrong part of the sky," he said calmly. I blinked, trying to figure out what he meant. "What do you mean?" Before I could ask anything else, he rolled the print back up and started walking away, disappearing into the crowd like he was never there. I stood there for a minute, staring after him, feeling like I'd just been part of some strange setup. I checked my phone to call a friend, but noticed the battery was nearly dead, even though I'd charged it fully that morning. The signal was weak too, like I was stuck in a dead zone, despite being in the city. That night, I went back through my photos, trying to find anything else I missed. There was nothing but the triangle in the sky. No planes, no drones, no flares, just those 3 steady lights. Over the next few days, I kept seeing things out of the corner of my eye, shadows moving just beyond street lamps, quiet footsteps behind me when I was alone, cars parked a little too long nearby with tinted windows. Once, at a gas station, a man in a black suit filled up the pump next to me. He didn't say a word, just stared straight ahead. When I glanced over, he was gone, but the pump was still running. I didn't mention any of this to friends. It felt stupid, like I was imagining it or maybe losing it. One evening, I was at a diner near my apartment, eating alone. The place was mostly empty. The lights flickered a little, the heater rattled. Outside, a cold drizzle was falling, the kind that soaks through clothes and chills your bones. I looked out the window and saw a figure standing across the street under a street lamp. Another man in black, I think. He didn't move for what felt like minutes. Then he just turned and walked away into the mist. I left the diner quickly after that. Walking home, I kept looking over my shoulder, the quiet sounds of the city seeming louder than usual. The streets were almost empty. At home, I checked my phone again. The triangle photo was gone from my gallery, replaced by a single image of an empty gray sky. I swear I didn't delete it. I tried to tell myself I must have, but it felt wrong. The next day, I saw a news report about unexplained lights reported off the coast near Astoria around the same time I was there. Nothing official, just some locals calling it strange atmospheric phenomena. I haven't gone back to that stretch of coast since. The photo is lost, the lights vanished, but sometimes when I'm outside, especially on foggy evenings, I catch a glimpse of 3 faint points of light moving just beyond the clouds, silent and perfectly aligned. And I still wonder who that man was, standing on the sidewalk with my photo, telling me I was looking in the wrong place. The storm hit hard that night. I was alone in the lighthouse on Cape Elmore, the rain hammering against the windows and the wind howling like it wanted to rip the whole place off its foundation. I'm Jack Mullins, been the keeper here for 5 years now. It's not the most glamorous job, but it pays the bills and I like the solitude, most of the time. That evening started like any other during a storm. I was sitting in the small kitchen area, watching the waves crash under the lighthouse, jotting down notes in the logbook about wind speeds and visibility. The radio was crackling with static, just the usual weather reports. Around midnight, when the storm was at its worst, I stepped out onto the balcony for a quick check. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a faint glow out over the water, bobbing with the motion of the waves. But it didn't look like any boat or buoy. The light was too steady, too. Intentional. It dipped beneath the waves, then popped back up, almost like it was swimming. I blinked, thinking maybe the storm was messing with my eyes. But the glow stayed there, moving slowly, almost deliberately. It wasn't random. The way it disappeared beneath the surface and resurfaced felt purposeful, like it was watching me as much as I was watching it. I didn't hear any engines or see any silhouette, just that soft, eerie glow pulsing in the dark, stormy sea. I wanted to call it in, but the radio was acting up. When I tried to make a call, all I got was that scratchy static again. No answer. I stood there for a long time, watching that light dip and rise with the waves until it slowly faded away as the storm started to let up near dawn. The next day was calm, clear skies, the kind of morning where the ocean looks almost peaceful after a night like that. I went about my usual routine, checking the equipment, cleaning lenses, recording the storm details in my logbook. Around noon, there was a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not in this weather. When I opened it, 2 men were standing there. Black suits, black ties, and those shiny shoes you see in movies. They looked like they just stepped out of some 1950s detective film. They didn't introduce themselves. One of them held up my logbook. The other didn't say anything, but just stared at me for a moment. They flipped through the pages slowly, then circled a few dates in red ink, including last night's entry about the glowing orb. "You're advised to exercise discretion," the man holding the book said quietly. His voice was calm but firm, like he expected me to understand the weight behind the words. I asked them what they meant, what was going on, but they just looked at each other briefly before the other man added, "Some nights are better left unrecorded." Then they handed the logbook back to me and walked off without another word, disappearing down the gravel path toward the main road like they'd never been there. I stared after them, the feeling of unease growing in my chest. I flipped through the logbook again. The red circles were deliberate, almost clinical, marking more than just the recent storm. Other strange entries from weeks and months before, things I'd thought were odd but wrote off. Since then, I keep finding small things out of place. The radio crackling with static at weird times, brief glimpses of light out at sea, strange shadows flickering across the walls. But every time I think about bringing it up, I remember those men and their warning. I keep writing in the logbook, but I skip those marked nights now. Some things are just better left unrecorded. I was on the late train from Chicago to Milwaukee, the kind that mostly empties out after 10 p.m. I took that route a lot, worked a job downtown, lived in the suburbs. The train usually wasn't too crowded that late, mostly a few tired business types or people heading home after a late shift. That night it was foggy, thick enough that the city lights looked like they were bleeding into the air. I was sitting by the window, watching the industrial area on the east side of town roll by, the old warehouses, empty lots, cracked pavement. Nothing much changed from ride to ride, but something caught my eye as we passed one particular vacant lot. There was a set of lights, row after row, just blinking on and off in a steady pattern. They weren't the usual flickering of street lamps or security lights. These were arranged so precisely it looked deliberate, like someone had lined them up in a perfect diamond shape, the points sharp and the edges glowing just enough to stand out in the fog. I kept staring at it, trying to make sense of why there would be lights there at all. That lot was empty, fenced off, no buildings or power sources that I could see. The lights blinked rhythmically, like a slow pulse. It was mesmerizing and kind of unsettling at the same time. I didn't take my eyes off the lights when the train pulled into the next stop, a small suburban station where only a handful of people got on and off. That's when I noticed him. He slid onto the seat across from me like he belonged there, but he didn't look like anyone I'd ever seen on that route before. Black suit, perfectly pressed, white shirt with a stiff collar, black tie, almost like a funeral director or a government agent. His hair was dark, slicked back, and his face was sharp but pale, almost too smooth. He didn't say anything for a while. Then, without a word, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small notebook. It was completely blank. No writing, no logo, nothing on the cover. He slid it across the seat toward me. "What's this?" He leaned in a little, voice low and quiet, almost a whisper. "Sketch it again, differently." I looked at him like he was joking, but his eyes stayed locked on mine. "What? Sketch what?" He didn't answer right away. The train rattled on, the fog outside thickening. I glanced back at the window, but the lights on the lot were gone. When I turned back, he was watching me, expectant. I picked up the notebook, feeling the smooth paper under my fingers. "Look, I don't draw. I'm not sure what you want me to sketch." He smiled just a little, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Not what you think. Just the lights, the pattern." The train grew quieter, and the few other passengers kept to themselves, earbuds in or heads down. I wasn't sure what to do, so I opened the notebook and, on the first page, drew a rough diamond shape with a pen I happened to have in my bag. It wasn't perfect, more like a kid's doodle, but the edges lined up. He watched without blinking. When I finished, he slid the notebook back toward me. "Better," he said. "But not quite right." I frowned. "How do you want it then?" He didn't say. Instead, he stood up, the train slowing as it neared the next station. "Remember," he said softly, "sketch it differently." And then he was gone. Just like that, disappeared into the crowd before the train stopped. I looked down at the blank notebook in my lap, confused. For the rest of the ride, I kept glancing toward that vacant lot whenever the train passed by, but the lights never came back. The stations got emptier, the fog never lifted, and I sat there holding that notebook with nothing but my shaky drawing inside. When I got home, I tried sketching again, over and over, different shapes and angles, but nothing matched what I saw. And every time I looked up from the notebook, I felt like I was being watched, even when I was alone. After a few days, I started seeing black cars parked just outside my apartment building, no license plates, tinted windows. The drivers never got out, just sat there like they were waiting for me to do something. I never approached, never took pictures. Something about them didn't feel normal. One night, around midnight, I opened the notebook again. The pages were all blank, except for my drawings, but I swear there was a faint glow coming from the paper. Not light, exactly, but something strange, like it was pulsing with the memory of those lights. I don't know why the man wanted me to sketch it differently. I don't know what that diamond of lights really was, or what it meant. All I know is that after that night, nothing about those rides felt normal anymore. Sometimes I wonder if I should show the notebook to someone, maybe a friend or the police, but the thought of explaining all this sounds ridiculous. So I just keep the notebook hidden, sketching in it when I can, always trying to get the shape right, but never quite succeeding. And every time I do, the feeling of being watched gets stronger. I guess some things don't want to be understood. I was out at the burned field before dawn, trying to get a head start on the morning patrol. The fire from a week ago had left that patch of land a mess, charred, blackened dirt with brittle stalks poking out like broken bones. The whole place still smelled faintly of smoke, even though the rain last night had tried to wash it away. The fog was thick that morning, so thick I could barely see past 20 feet. It was one of those silvery, damp mornings where everything feels muffled. I like those mornings sometimes. Quiet. No distractions. I was standing by the edge of the field, scanning the perimeter with my binoculars, just making sure nothing was smoldering or about to flare up again. We get called in pretty often for that. The fire might be out, but the ground stays hot in spots, and sometimes the wind picks up embers. That's when I noticed it. At first, it looked like nothing, just a shadow moving above the field, but it wasn't moving like a bird or a plane. It was just there. I blinked, and the shadow took shape, a triangular form, dark against the pale gray fog, hovering maybe 30 feet off the ground. It wasn't making a sound, no engine noise, no wind rush, just hanging in the mist like it belonged there. I froze for a minute, trying to convince myself it was some kind of weather balloon or a drone, but nothing about it made sense. No blinking lights, no propellers or wings. Then it moved. Slowly at first, just shifting sideways over the burnt field, then it disappeared as silently and suddenly as it had appeared, like it melted back into the fog. I was standing there dumbfounded for a while. The fog started to thin as the sun rose, and the field looked the same as always, charred and quiet. I kept telling myself I must have imagined it, morning haze playing tricks, but the feeling in my gut said otherwise. Later that afternoon, back at the firehouse, I was still rattled. I was sitting at the kitchen table, nursing a coffee and flipping through some reports, when the door opened and in walked a man. He was wearing a black suit, no tie, perfectly pressed shirt, shoes that looked polished even though this was a dusty place. His hair was dark, slicked back, and his face was sharp but kind of empty, like he was studying me without actually seeing me. "Afternoon," he said, voice calm but low. He didn't introduce himself or say why he was there. I was about to ask when he walked over to the window, looked out toward the burned field, then, without moving toward it, he leaned in like he was inspecting something. He didn't touch anything, but he looked carefully at the scorch marks on the ground visible from the firehouse's vantage point. Then he turned back to me. "We appreciate your discretion," he said, his eyes locking with mine. I wanted to ask who he was, why he was here, but something about his presence made it hard to speak. I just nodded. He stayed another few minutes, looking around the room as if seeing everything for the first time. Then, without another word, he left. After he was gone, I kept thinking about that triangular shape in the fog and the way this guy had appeared out of nowhere and then vanished just as quietly. I haven't told many people. It felt like something that shouldn't be talked about. Maybe I was being watched after all. Since then, I avoid that field when the fog rolls in, and sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear a low hum, like something just beyond the edge of hearing. I don't know what I saw, and I don't know who that man was, but I'm sure it wasn't just a coincidence.